Hey, Pommy.
Howdy, Latrell. What's up?
How are you, baby?
Now I'm stuffing my face.
That's a shocker.
Yeah, isn't it?
What time is it over there?
It's midnight.
Oh my God.
Just went to McDonald's
Mm.
again.
I love their French fries.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
And their McNuggets if they're fresh.
Oh yeah, definitely. And they're fresh from the freezer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they taste great. I should tally up how much I've eaten today. Mm. Mm. Goodness, a croissant is contains the most fat.
Mm.
No, I didn't know. Mm. Plus 600. And then add some chicken leg.
They have chicken like that at McDonald's?
Oh no, I had the chicken leg from the hold on, it's the Wednesday market.
Oh.
You know the chickens they've got on the rotation things?
Uh-huh.
That's what I did. Rotisserie, I think, yeah. Rotisserie.
It's a wonder you don't have more deaths in that city during that fair than you do all year because of the different food.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because of the cholesterol and the different fatty things that are in the food and people stuffing themselves. It's a wonder you don't have people to die more because of all of that.
Oh, okay.
During that fair than you do all year.
Must be doing a lot of exercise. Yeah, so
Well, this is true. That's probably what's helping you.
I almost tallied up everything. So let's make another 300. I'm unsure. I'll just count up upwards, not downwards. Round up upwards. Oh, okay, that's a surprise. I've just got to remember if I ate anything else. So I ate 2 pastries. I ate um, uh, McFish or whatever the hell they call it.
Right.
Um, Then I ate the chicken from the rotisserie.
Right.
And now I ate. Oh no! I also ate those donut things.
Right.
Mm, get the calories on that one. Mm, good God! Those, holy shit! Those are crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh man! Says
How
here
many
200.
calories?
Says 200 calories. Yeah, that can't be right. That can't be right. For each one, I ate 7 of them. Um, yeah, that's not right. I'm choosing the other one. Um, it's probably not even the right one. All right, okay, I think I found it. So 135 calories. Sounds more right. So let's round up to 1,000 calories. Actually, the sugar is not counting. I'll count 1,200 calories. Compensate for the sugar. Okay. Plus, god damn, I gotta stop eating those donuts. Yeah, okay, no more donuts. I'm at 3,600 calories for today. Now it's probably a bit less, but I'd rather count on the high side. Um, with the running alone, I burned about 750 calories. Uh, yeah, that just gets me to my basic requirements. So that together with the running would burn everything, all the food I ate. Uh, and then
Wow.
there was the biking. I also biked a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna still lose weight, just not that much.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of food actually. Mm, it's actually what bodybuilders and whatever eat. That's like how much they need.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. Hmm. Although I've got nothing on Michael Phelps.
What does he eat?
12,000 calories a day.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. You don't want to know what that looks like.
I'm sure.
Hmm. I'm just wondering how the fuck does he keep it up? Like, how does he maintain that high level of performance? I can't do it every day.
Yeah.
I literally get burned out.
I guess the only way he can do it is he's treading water instead of doing stuff that's so hard on his joints.
No, but even just I think maybe it's my nutrition that's lacking. Probably that's it. I'm eating all this crap. I think that's it.
Well, he's done some commercials for Subway, hasn't he? Doesn't he eat Subway?
Oh no, that's just to make money.
Mm.
I don't think he eats Subway. Sure. So that'd be about 6 Big Macs. Yeah.
Mm.
Just imagine 6 Big Macs, and that's how much I've eaten today.
Mm. Mm.
Like calorie wise. Goodness, that's a lot. But on the positive side, I'm increasing my metabolism.
Right.
All the exercise, all the food, fat is getting burned faster. So there's that. If I don't eat for a day, I lose a lot of fat. But then, like the day after that, I feel just like completely crap.
I was gonna say you can't do that.
No, you can't. But sometimes I have days where I don't want to eat anything. Oh, well, little bear's awake.
Is he?
Hmm.
I'm gonna get me a little bear.
You should. Hmm. Just get one of them.
Just one. They won't get lonesome or anything.
No, no. Mine, I had to. I bought them together, like the two brothers, but I had to separate them. They were just fighting,
Okay.
like to the point where the one was bleeding.
Okay.
Yeah. Just get one of them. The Russian dwarves.
And the girls are the same way. They fight too.
Actually, the girls will get along better than the boys. There's a much higher chance. But if it doesn't work out, you have to separate them. I mean, you can get two if you want. When you get them at first, they're very young, so they're from the same litter. God, I can't eat this anymore. Oh. I don't even know why I went to get one. Like, to get some burgers. I wasn't even hungry, really.
So you could walk.
Yeah, I think that was it. I needed a reason to walk. Probably to clear my mind. I think that was it. Yeah, you're right. Oh, is the link public?
Yes.
Oh.
Dead air and I'm blocked. How the hell is that?
What?
What is that? F417H. So dead air and I'm blocked.
Huh.
Mods are the issue here. Well, go figure, I suck.
Who has her blocked? I don't know. I don't have her blocked.
I don't either. Try clicking underneath the image where it says open discussion number 310.
Let me see if I got her blocked. Nope. I don't have it blocked.
Well, she just said Palm blocked me.
Well, hold on. I can show her. I don't even have to tell you. I can just show you. So this is her profile, right?
I don't know how to block anybody, so.
But you see her profile, right? This is her.
Yeah.
See this little flag? It says block user. It wouldn't give me this if he was blocked. See?
And how would you know that? Just click on her?
Hold on. Oh, she had it closed. Hold on. I'll give you the link. Just click the flag on the right side. It's next to send message.
All right, hang on.
It says block user and you do not have her blocked. Welcome, Jim.
Is that me?
What?
Am I the one looking at her there?
I don't understand.
That I've got her up.
Right.
I don't have her blocked, right?
If it says block user, then you don't have her blocked because that would not show.
Okay. Well, then I don't have her blocked.
Yeah, nobody's got you blocked, Faith. I mean, I would tell you if I blocked you. I have no reason to block you. Hold on, I'll hop out to Hangout. You can see if, I don't know.
Five two 532 0285.
That may be Amanda. They said to call them as soon as we could.
Well, let's call them.
I can't. My phone is completely dead.
Oh, mine's that big. Two 5 2. Yes. She's changed the phone number. Oh, that is. Hey, Amanda, let's just change your phone number. Phone is completely dead.
Yep.
I need to call them right now.
In the future, disregard her. Oh my god. Oh. I'm so tired. I should go to sleep.
Okay, I just sent an email to JJ and asked him to come back and ask him if he will bring some friends with him. I can't promise you he'll get it. Don't know what time it is where he is, but I sent him an email. Hookie,
Hold on.
something has happened.
It's cute. This is bizarre, you know. Like Nadia hang out without Nadia. It's very bizarre. Oh, thank goodness. Wow, here's a new study. It's about chimps. And it says that chimps, wild chimps are very aggressive and whatever, you know, as we know, they rip off arms. It says they actually prefer cooperation with other chimps. It says here they reward cooperation and they punish freeloaders. That's interesting. Although these are chimps in enclosures, I wonder how they controlled for the chimps being, in their wild, in their natural environment. Uh, I see. So they put up barriers and everything in the chimps' way, and so they had to work together to get whatever food there was or whatever reward. But I assume there was a catch. Perhaps they left some opening to where one chimp could abuse it and take the food for themselves. I see. Oh, and it even says here that the more aggressive chimps who were trying to take the food for themselves were subdued by the other chimps. They were punished. This is very interesting.
Hey, Pom.
Yeah.
That person that was disturbed about being blocked off of the channel, I don't know if they can see my screen or not, but they are not blocked by me because I have pulled it up.
Oh.
And
No, did you remember a while ago to disregard them? I
yeah,
just disregard it. Just don't
I
even pay
found
attention.
the flag and it says,
Yeah.
it doesn't say anything about the user being blocked.
No, she got in. She got in to
Oh,
bitch
did
at me.
she?
She got in to bitch at me and then she left quickly. She probably made a mistake copying the link, but I'm just too tired to deal with it. You know, I
Okay.
don't have I don't have like the patience, I suppose.
Pommy, I love you.
It's just I'm tired, and it's like it's like at the time of the day where like I don't want to deal with that bullshit. Not now.
I know, baby.
Yeah.
You know that you are my best internet buddy.
Oh, did you hear the article I was, well, not reading really, but surmising of the chimps?
No, what happened?
So there was a study done on chimps, just a recent one, and it
Hmm.
says that chimps prefer cooperation over um, abusing or using or taking things for themselves. So when one dominant chimp tries to take whatever resources there are, and they're like the aggressive one, the other chimps will get together and actually subdue that one chimp.
Oh, really?
Yes, they don't like it if you're greedy. Chimps don't like it.
Huh.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And you think they're just like chimps are like very aggressive, but it's very astounding. Like they're so much like us. They prefer fairness, they prefer cooperation, and I mean, hold on, I'll give you the article actually. You can
Okay.
it's very interesting actually. I suggest giving it a read. They're like our closest cousins. Like a lot of times when I find these articles interesting regarding animal behavior is because um, it has a lot of influence on ethics and morality, like the modern view of it at least. It reframes how we look at things.
Right.
So I mean, you could say like, well, some free market person may say, they say, well, if everyone just gets a fixed income and there's no one is like forced to make a living, they're just gonna become freeloaders. They're just not gonna want to do anything.
Hmm.
Maybe they say that's why communism doesn't work. And what you can do is present this article and just show them, hey, look here. People actually hate abusive or um, uncooperative people,
Yeah.
and they like to be around people that so do as much as them or whatever. So everyone is sort of sharing the load. So I'd say this is another point for the communists.
Yep.
I think a lot of times the society as we have now, where you have the free market and you have capitalism, I think a lot of times it breaks people's spirit.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
when people are young, they want to do something, they want to do this or that, whatever. And once they get to a certain age where they're able to get somewhere and they can't do it, or they're punished, or whatever, or it seems too far-fetched. That's where, like, a lot of times where their spirit is broken. And
Right.
so they stop dreaming, they stop chasing whatever they were wanting to do, and they settle for well enough. And so I think the system we have now actually fosters fosters and reinforces that type of behavior. Because if you're constantly having to worry of um, making ends meet tomorrow, um, I mean, then that's gonna tax like a lot of your mind, like a lot of the like that could be used for other things. Like that's like gonna be the majority of the whatever you're
Right.
gonna be thinking about, and then you're gonna engage in behaviors to distract yourself from that whatever, and then you have something else even um, using up your mind that could be used for other things. Is this not interesting? I don't know.
I think it is.
No, I should stop. It's probably my tone of voice.
Oh, stop it.
Ah,
You're tired. You're exhausted.
no, it's like I can't communicate well.
Yes, you can.
Hmm.
You're communicating fine with me.
It's like people zone out when I start to talk. I'm starting to feel like Nadia.
Oh, stop it. No, you are. Palm, please. You
Are
know
you
better
saying,
than that.
are you saying I'm better than Nadia?
110% better.
You're gonna have to bury one of us. So
Yes, 110% better.
yeah, Nadia knows what I'm talking about.
No, and then you'd be going on with these big words that, well, hell, I don't even remember the big words she said because they're so big that who knows what they are.
I think my problem is communication and perhaps wording it better.
Now, what has made you get on this particular topic?
Well, I was explaining. Actually explained why I got on this topic. It's
Are
just
you are you
I'm not
going down memory lane or
no, I actually explained why I got there. But the thing is, it's not your fault because you don't know. It's just I'm not engaging enough. That's the problem.
well, it's okay not to be out there all the time. I'm
Not
not.
like this. This is really deep stuff I was exploring. I just have poor words to explain it.
Well, it's okay. You're okay. You are normal. You don't feel normal, but you are.
God, that car alarm keeps going off.
Well, I would tell you to shoot it, but you don't have a gun.
They like turn it off and then they turn it back on. Okay, they turn it back off. Now they turn it back on. Okay.
Yeah, because it kind of sounds like music, and I'm like, what the hell is that?
I'm gonna start calling the police in about 2 minutes. And it's like 1 a.m. here.
Ugh, that would piss me off.
Okay, it's back off. See if it comes back on. Alright, we're good. It doesn't come back on.
I'd be sticking my head out the window and tell them if they can't figure it out, I got a solution.
This actually makes it worse, those call alarms. Like the modern ones.
Yeah.
There's like no obvious horn or whatever. It's like just a speaker, like a block or whatever. So, yeah. But yeah, I thought about taking, what is it called? Speaking classes or whatever.
Well, I don't know how you learned English, but your English is phenomenal.
His English is better than ours.
Yeah, your English is better than mine.
Well, no, the language is not the problem. It's the manner of speaking and in trying to engage people.
Well, you engage fine with me.
Oh no, this is not like a problem. This is not something isolated to you. This is like a more broad observation I have. It's more like a shortcoming on myself, not really on anyone else.
Well, I guess you have to do what you feel is right, but
Oh my God.
I hear it.
Uh,
See, they agree with me. There's nothing wrong with your engagement.
whoa, the news guy. Holy shit, he's like a trainer on there. What the fuck? I've seen this guy all my life on the news. Like this is like the news guy. Wow, that's crazy. Okay.
There it goes again.
Isn't it fun?
You think it's
What?
kids doing that?
No, there are no kids up at this hour.
So it has to be some drunk adult.
Oh my God. What are they doing? Why can't they just leave it? What is going on? You know, I can make a mean Molotov cocktail.
Okay.
You're funny.
Anyway, the point I was making a while ago was that, well, I was explaining it in more detail, but capitalism crushes your spirit, and it leads to the type of behavior that capitalists frequently criticize, of where they say, hey, people will be freeloaders if they're not expected to do A or B or C. So anyway, that's what I was saying in short.
Well,
Oh my God.
there goes the alarm.
Biggest car on
That's what it is.
Someone shoot me. Yeah, we're not your entertainment, G-Man. That's G-Man, by the way. Yeah, screw off. Oh, I'm in a nasty mood. I don't know why I'm in such a nasty mood. There's no reason to be.
Well, everybody's entitled to that sometime.
It's like I don't know how to get out of it. I'm nasty to everyone.
You've not been nasty to me at all.
Or I couldn't. But
You could have.
no. It's like if people like bother me in the slightest, it's like I just get annoyed at them. And like I realize I'm doing it, but it's like I don't know. I don't know how to stop.
Well, I think that you've done well because when you've started to become annoyed, you've just gone out and gone to your bike or gone for a walk or done something. You've just got away and you didn't engage. And I think that that is probably the best way to handle that.
But now I'm just mean to people. Like G-Man is an obnoxious guy, but even so, I don't know why I was so mean to him. Have you ever seen G-Man, like his clips?
I haven't looked at his clips. I've just seen him and heard him in person.
I mean, he's a nice guy if you don't talk about religion, but
Yeah.
as soon as you bring up it, he just like, it's like, okay. You know, and a while ago, Faith was like accusing us of blocking and whatever. And all the while, it was like she probably clicked the wrong link or there was a bug or whatever. And I knew
Right.
that was what is going on, but it's just, uh, I need to find something else to do. Like, stop being so mean to people.
Well, it makes me mad whenever they say it's the moderator. Everything is always the moderator's fault.
Oh no, but that yeah, but that was Faith. She kind of like I said, it's best to disregard her a lot of times because she just says stuff. Yeah, but you're right. It's annoying when people do that. I mean, this morning we had a pretty good full hangout, I think.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Okay, so G Man just came in the room and he said, "Looks like this is boring." Okay, guys, later.
Yeah. That guy has such an attitude. Like he got a little bit of internet fame and it's just like he thinks he's like above everyone.
Oh yeah.
It's just you just feel like, the you just got a big head. Like isn't pride like a sin, like the
Yeah,
Christian,
pride's a sin.
So I mean shit. If you're talking, Jim, we can't hear you. You just unmuted. Sometimes you'll get a bug. Like you have to just refresh.
We just post this link again. Invite link.
Yeah, refresh, Jim, if you wanna. We can't hear anything. Oh, he was probably talking the whole time. We couldn't hear
That
it.
damn thing, is it saying refresh again?
No, yeah, you had to refresh it. It should work now if you broadcast them. Or just pass me the mods also, Joe, so I can broadcast people too.
There we go. Yeah,
Yeah, it worked.
G-Man is a very prideful person, no doubt about it.
It's just he's like he walks in here like he's like, you know, whatever,
it's
like
like I'm too good for this. I'm out of here.
that's like, I mean, come on, it's like the type of behavior I just hate.
Yeah, but you're right about that, because since he got this internet fame, you know, where he thinks he's famous anyway.
Hey, Mike.
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted to say to the viewers out there, fuck y'all and the horse you rode in on.
Amen. Amen, brother.
No, so I was right. I got into this. I finally had an interaction with Darwin's yesterday or the day before, I forget. And
Oh, God.
no, it was pretty crazy, right? DD was there, and he was going on about the immutable nature of God, and wow, there's alarms going off everywhere.
Is that an alarm? That's not my alarm, by the way.
No, well, yeah, you're parked right out back of my place, right here in.
That's
yeah.
another alarm.
Yeah, it's like one set off the other. There we go. Anyway, chaos magic for everyone, right? Was I'm just throwing that out. Anyway, so I'm arguing with him, right? And he brings up that God is immutable, and that he's immutable, and that he doesn't lie. And but he always prefaces everything of the Christian God is in his immutable nature, right? And I said, basically I approached it that was presuppositional, and that God is mutable, right? Because he said, well, God is God. God's not anything else other than God, so God's got a nature. And I said, well, water is water, like an ocean is an ocean, and it's mutable, right? It moves, right? And then he starts laughing, like, how absurd, how insane, right? And then I said, well, that seems to be the problem. I said, Matt Bell joined in also and started trying to, like, let me educate you.
Oh, good grief.
He says God is immutable by his nature, but he deals with humans mutably, right? That was his argument. And I said, well, that's the thing. You guys are talking from the Abrahamic God, right? You're talking from Christianity as an Abrahamic God, right? Which is problematic on the face. Anyway, and so today I decided to look up mutable and immutable in the King James version of the Bible, right? Bible Gateway, and I found Hebrews 6:18 as the only term in the whole Bible, right, that uses the word immutable, and it says that by two immutable things in which it was impossible for God to lie, comma, not period, comma, we might have a strong consolidation, comma, who have fled for refuge to hold upon the hope set before us. Right? So God guides them. And how I interpret that passage, right, is that in one way, right, it's here's a group of people that are told that God is unchangeable, right, and that he's not going to lie. It's impossible for him to lie, but that they're fleeing for refuge on this hope, right, on this hope that this is the case, right? And I thought, well, if they're only hoping that this is the case, right, then is it actually the case. And I thought, well, this is just one more thing. Anyway, and so I said that's the problem, and then Matt Bell jumped in. I said it's presuppositional to the Abrahamic God. Dee Dee laughs. Matt Bell says, why would you talk to a Christian about God in any other way other than assuming that God is immutable? And I said, no, that's why I'm talking to you, is because you're within the Abrahamic tradition for your argumentation about what God is. Dee Dee then chimes in again and says something to the effect as what does he say? He says, oh, well, I forget what he says at that point. Anyway, point is that I'm losing my train of thought. Anyway, point is, Dee Dee, still Dick. Oh, yeah. So Matt Bell, like, okay, you're talking to Christians, you're talking about that, and I said, well, that's the problem, is you have no other conception of a God, right, other than just this God, right? Anyway, there was much more prior to that of the interaction. But I'm just saying that for the record, for the viewers, that it really kind of pissed me off, and that the only stroke in the Bible they have is Hebrews 6:18, and I think that that's a bunch of bullshit. Right?
Exactly.
Oh, and hey, Palm, Faith says that she thinks you've got her on a block list because she can't seem to get in the room. When she narrowed it down, she said, well, it must be Palm because there was only two of you in here at the time when she was saying that. So anyway, if you got her on there, I don't know if you got issues.
No, she's not on my block list. But I'm considering blocking her.
You consider blocking everybody. You consider blocking anyone you want to block.
Yeah. She's getting on my nerves. And then she started jumping on the trail. Oh, please just disregard her.
Anyway, I thought that I would have to go do some grocery shopping here pretty quickly. I just wanted to jump in and lay down some sauce and talk about chaos magic. Me, yes, still paranormal. Me, yes, aliens. Me, yes, we're in a confounding, infinite dimensionally outboundedness that might be peering back in some intelligent form. I just don't think that by necessity of that idea that I can conclude that there is the Christian God behind it all. And so how are y'all doing?
Hey, Declan,
Hey, what's up?
did you get my message?
Yeah, I did. I sent you one back.
I haven't heard anything back yet. They said that they would call me in about 20 minutes, but they're talking about moving him. And I don't know if he's going to one place or another. One is further east and one is further west. So I don't know which way I'm going. So I have to wait to hear from them to figure out where I'm headed. But we definitely are going to be headed out. And if I could get somebody like you that would know how to manage the hangouts and, start them up and whatever, that would be great.
Let me mow this over because on one hand, I understand that you feel it's your responsibility to keep this channel up, and I want to help you, right? But on the
Right.
other hand, too, part of me says, again, like I was saying the other day, this is so the owner of the channel has the responsibility to keep this thing going, and to go on a long hiatus and say, you people who I'm not paying, you go ahead and take care of all the crap, is bullshit to me. So what I'm trying to mull over in my head is whether it's you I'm helping out or whether it's that situation that I'm contributing to. You get what I'm saying?
If you'll help out through the end of this hangout, even if it shuts down and there's nothing going on afterwards, I'll just bring it up whenever I come back home if it's not too late. Because where Palm is, it's after midnight. I'm sure he would help me, but it's like after midnight where he is, and I know he'll be ready to go to bed soon. But if you don't mind helping out through this one,
When will you be back?
when will I be back?
Yeah.
I don't know. But if you need to leave, you just go.
I guess you can put me back on the list, and I don't know if you know how to do that, but
No, I don't. Just stay, because that's another thing I forgot. You can't start and stop them without mods. Yeah, just finish this one. Because I've got the cameraman on, and what I've been doing is the link. I've been posting it in the side chat every so often.
Mhm.
And then when people come in, if I sort of know them and feel comfortable with them, I'll broadcast them.
All right. When's
But
this?
when this one goes down, just don't worry about it.
Okay, that's fine. When's this one over with? How many hours?
Probably about 6 or 7 hours.
All right.
I'd say more like 6.
Okay.
But if you wouldn't mind, that would be great. But if you do need to leave for anything, your baby or whatever, family's first.
Right. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine.
So, we'll, I'll hang out in this one with you or whatever, or I can just email you. You just check your email periodically until I have to go.
Is there any word at all when Nadia's coming back?
You know what? Hang on.
Last time I heard is that she was in Tamar's freezer.
Stop.
Tamar can do actually an excellent imitation of Nadia. Have you heard Tom do the Nadia thing? Mitra?
Oh yeah, he is spitting image of
Yeah. So we need to get Tom in here, and then he can be Nadia.
The new and improved Nadia.
Well, like you can still keep the bunny image, but I'll get one of those hats, the leather hats. I can Photoshop it on there.
I thought she had sent an email. But I can't find it.
I really love this image. I took this one for the trail, I think. Yeah, I took this one for you, the trail. This one really turned out great.
Oh yeah, that's the one that I saved.
Yeah, he's so sweet on this one.
Oh, he's such
Look at
a
his face.
sweet baby.
Yeah, literally holding him with two fingers. Like that's how tiny he is.
He is so sweet.
Very sweet. Yeah. In the next picture, he's like giving kisses. Well, not really kisses, but he's like smelling with. Yeah. Yeah, he's very sweet. Oh, Tamar, send me some of that Nadia. Send me some of that Nadia.
Who's there? Where did you see him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Latrell, you don't mind holding the room open, apparently. I mean, you're going to be doing what you're doing, but yeah, I guess there shouldn't be any obligations.
No,
You know.
no. I got it going on, baby. And all is welcome. In fact, bring friends. As long as they don't do any kinky stuff on here.
So I think it's a bit unfortunate we can't talk openly on YouTube. There are a lot of
Yeah.
subjects. Like my jokes are a lot of times very vulgar because of the culture I come from. They're not really
Mine
suited.
are too.
So I mean that's one thing. the topics I want to discuss, they fall far outside of what's considered,
Yep,
uh,
I agree. Mine fall far from outside of what they would allow.
yeah, it's just like you get in trouble with YouTube and then they shut your shit down.
Yeah.
That's why I don't go into it. Uh, I think there was another website. You could go on there anonymously and just talk about just talk about topics. Because a lot of times you'll come on here and you'll talk about something, and if people like know your real name and whatever, they'll get you in trouble.
Even if you start like one that's a private, is there any way to do a private one?
Yeah, you can, yeah, off air. But I'd like to have one where people can interact and whatever. I mean, I've had pretty interesting discussions off here. And that probably goes for a lot of people on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Like a big problem is, I mean, if you have certain ideas, you can't keep those ideas contained. They're gonna be there. And talking about them and resolving them with other people, I think that's the best way to get them out and come to a better position. Because if you never talk about it, it's just gonna be there, sort of in the background.
Okay, I got something else I got to bring up, right? About Bible shit, right? But Hebrews 6:14, right? If you just look at Hebrews 6 and you read it, you get this thing, right? Anyway, not the cross section, but I figure, hey, people are falling asleep outside. Anyway, so yeah, someone died on their keyboard and they blamed it on Palm putting them to sleep. The thing it's Hebrews 6:14, right? So if there's any Christian that is born again, has moved through the Holy Ghost, the experience of the Holy Ghost, and they don't, according to Hebrews 6, they don't leave the dead works behind. They don't try to refound the dead works, right? Then God's promises are there, and so Hebrews 6:14 says that they will be. What does it say? Now what does it say? It says, saying, surely blessing, I will bless thee, and multiplying, I will multiply thee. Right, and so I think weirdly enough, right, saying, surely blessing, I will bless thee, comma, and then multiplying, I will multiply thee, right? And so what I'm saying is, any Christian that does not have kids, that claims that they have moved through the Holy Ghost, if they don't have kids by the time they're dead, right, then they either picked up and refounded the old work and then they're going to be burned, right, as the promise suggests, or they never really were appropriately guided by the Holy Spirit. Their testimony is bunk, and they're a hack job, right?
Or Or the context of that passage is in fact meant to be for a nation. And nations, 9 times out of 10, when God talks about multiplying thee or go forth and multiply, he's speaking with regards to a nation. So in other words, X is done, that nation will be multiplied.
Well, I can't see in Hebrews 6 where it's referring to a nation. And maybe I need to back up to Hebrews 1 and get to that point. But as far as I can tell, it sure seems like it's talking to the individual. But how you doing?
Not doing too bad, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, same old. Still have to go shopping soon. Trying to get a date, trying to get that multiplication on.
Funny.
Mike, you should have been a reverend or a priest.
What, so I can tell the whole congregation at singles places they're gonna burn? Like, get it on, fuckers! 'Cause, I mean, even if I bought it, right? Even if I bought it, and since I don't have kids, right? But Declan does have kids, right? And he's a Christian, right? So even if he defers it so it's more robust, right, including nations, if I take it individually and I am not successive, if I condemned myself to this text in a particular type of reading, which I think is what is problematic of Christianity itself, is that people convict themselves to reading and then they believe what they think. I think that's the second problem, is people believe what they think. Then I would be in a whole sheep and shitload of trouble. And maybe that's why a lot of priests and nuns and other, celibate Catholics and stuff like that that don't have kids, I don't know, I think they might be running roughshod over this, but then they, like Declan, gets to defer, right, to, hey, no, it means nation, right, God? And then he's like, whatever, you're burned. Okay, anyway. Maybe it's time to go shopping.
Okay, so here's where the last time that I think that I can find that I heard from her.
Okay.
On August the 27th. And
Shit,
it
that's
was
ancient history.
Yeah, and it's a printout of something to do with mods, and it's so tiny I can't even read what it is. But apparently, one of our famous viewers, panelists, whatever you would like to call him, said this is just a small sample of the rampant abuse of mods that take place in Nadia's channel. The mods usually kick people who hold a different view as them, and not because they are being vulgar, insulting, racist, homophobic, or spamming links, etc.
Huh.
Okay, I'm I'm lost. So that was the last thing that you heard from Nadia?
That I can find on here.
I like how it's very cryptic.
I'm pretty sure she's dead.
No.
Could someone broadcast Veckel?
How do you know she's dead?
Well, at least in terms of internet relevancy, being AFK for over like a week and a half, she's dead.
BRB, guys.
So if I understand this correct, Latrell, what Nadia is saying is that a very popular panelist who has mods.
No,
is-
he does not have mods, but he's known for bitching and griping about one thing or another.
Oh, okay. Well, that could be any number of people around here.
It starts with an S and ends with a 9.
Seven up. I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Think of the beach. Think of headbands. Think of
Oh, I gotcha. Well, as far as this whole situation is concerned, I will definitely stay in here until the allotted time, but I'm doing this to help you out under a ridiculous amount of stress. Currently does not appreciate your help. I know you feel obligated again to keep this channel open when the owner of the channel has blatantly disappeared and doesn't seem to care about things, but still cares about the donations that flow through it. But I hope everything works out for you. I really do.
Thank you, Declan. And I don't know why I feel responsibility. I wish I didn't, but I do. But I really appreciate you helping me.
That's no problem whatsoever.
It does mean a lot to me. And I just want you to know that to me, coming from me, it means a lot.
I know. That's why I'm doing it.
So
Just don't forget to pass me mods before you leave, because that would be kind of pointless.
if I pass them to you now, when you come back in, would you still have them?
No, I wouldn't, but I'm just going to leave Hangouts open. At least I don't think I would. The only kink in the armor would be if my internet goes out in between now and then, which it does tend to do every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Really the only problem, I guess.
There's Speckle.
Latrell, you should mod at my channel sometime for me.
Yeah, of course you'd like that, wouldn't you? You know, Latrell would be on like 24/7.
I
Yeah,
missed,
just like a couple hours here and there.
I missed what you guys were saying. What did you say? I was away from the mic.
Have you heard from Nadia?
No, I just now hearing you guys talk like this for the first time. What how long has it been?
Basic lowdown is that Nadia disappeared like a week and a half ago, but apparently still wants the channel running 24/7 so that she can get her donations, and everything has basically fallen upon Latrell. So Latrell has had to mod for 12 hours a day to keep this channel open. That purpose.
It's not like she needs donations anyway if she's getting Social Security. Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, that's a separate issue. I mean, one could argue whether the donations are needed or not. The point is, someone's being taken advantage of, in my opinion here. But that's just me. Maybe G Plus.
Yeah, Latrell, stop taking advantage of Nadia.
Right. G Plus has made me a little hardened or whatever, but that's the way I see it.
What is the money you get from Social Security? Is that
It varies.
how much is it?
It varies from person to person.
What's the minimum?
I'm not really sure. I think it varies from state to state, actually.
Yeah, I think it's from state to state and person to person, what kind of job they had that they were doing prior to receipt all of those factors go in whenever they determine what the wage is.
Hmm. So let's say I was making 700 a month or whatever the minimum wage is. Do I get that much?
I don't think it's based upon what you make or made when you were working. I think what happens is they take into account. Okay, so you can get social security based upon like disability or SSI, et cetera, et cetera. What they do is, if it's for a doctor's reason, they probably contact your doctor, and then they go through like all of the laws, stuff like that. They calculate how much you would need to live on, and then you have like a hearing or something like that.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like a percentage of, it's almost like a disability kind of thing. A percentage of what, well, at least in this state it is, a percentage of what your salary was, combined with a bunch of different factors as to how they, what you would get.
I see. So how do you know Nadia is on social whatever?
I don't.
There's no possible way that Nadia could be living if she wasn't on some sort of disability or something like that. The mere fact that she's eating alone
I would
says that if she's not working.
I would think that Medicaid, she would have to at least have Medicaid and some kind of food stamps or something to be able to eat and go to the doctor.
As far as I can tell, it's always been from the donations.
Well, as far as Medicaid goes, well, I mean, food stamps goes, she can buy any food item, but anything like cigarettes and beer,
Oh,
she would have to pay for that out of pocket.
I see. Yeah, I guess we'll never really know.
Mm-mm.
It's just a guessing game, really.
You could probably do like a Freedom of Information Act request, but that would take a long time and be silly.
Latrell, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but were you asked to keep the channel up while she was gone?
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, last I heard, Ernest, cigarettes in New York were somewhere around $10 a pack.
Goodness.
Plus, Diet Pepsi is not cheap. I'm sure it's not. I don't know how much that is, but as much as she drinks, I mean, she can drink 2-3 liters at least. in a day.
But she needs that to stay awake.
Yeah. And when she
Actually,
doesn't have, you can tell when she doesn't have cigarettes and when she doesn't have caffeine because she's ill as hell.
yeah. There's a lot. I wish I could discuss these things, but there's a lot of background information that people don't know. Yeah, I guess I won't get into it.
Again, another thing. Let me, sir. Yeah, maybe Declan can answer this. Like Declan. I already forget the name, right? Of when you study the Bible and you reference the Bible. Like there's a word, like you're pulling passages from the Bible, right? Anyway, what I'm wondering, right? Because you seem to have this thing right now. Veckel came in and he didn't raise a stink about anything that I said. No one did. You're the only one that responded. But what I was going to say was contextually, right? You got the Bible, you got the Word in the Bible, and then you got all the pulpit contexts trying to add context and meaning and interpretation, and then that interpretation kind of goes out into the populace and takes on meanings of its own, right? It takes on something else extra. And so I guess what I'm wondering, since you seem maybe perhaps of that persuasion, down kitty, that that maybe all of the inherited interpretation that kind of goes along with the Christian herd, if you will, that's not really in the text, exegesis, that's what I was looking for, exegesis, right? So everything that's not exegesis that's considered interpretation or correct interpretation, do you take that with a grain of salt? Do you think it's a bunch of hogwash as soon as it's something that's stated and accepted, but it's not an exegesis? It's not pulled directly from. Just curious.
It depends on the context, right? So I have a very simplistic view on this. Exegesis and eisegesis were the two terms that you were looking for, which just means exegesis is pulling out of the scripture what the data actually shows. Eisegesis itself is reading into scripture. To give an example, so I have like sort of this blank slate. Let's say I've never read Ephesians 2:8-10, for example, right? Never read it. And Ephesians 2:8-10 says basically we're saved by grace through faith alone in Christ alone. That's the summation of it. That's what you pull from the actual text itself. Now, let's say I'm sitting back, never read Ephesians 2:8-10. I think to myself, I wonder if Scripture says something to the effect of we're saved by grace through faith and not of our own works. But I wonder if maybe it doesn't mention that it's by Christ alone in that passage, right? So in other words, exegesis is what you pull from the scripture. Eisegesis is what you read into the scripture. As far as I'm concerned, I take a very simplistic view. I listen to what sermons say, I listen to what preachers say, and then I analyze that data, and then I go into scripture, and I try to read everything into context. What that pastor or preacher is saying, no matter how much I admire them, does not line up with what I think is contextual in the passage, then I say that sermon or that preacher is wrong.
Huh. Okay. Okay. Interesting. That's cool. But what's well, and maybe it was Declan that was talking, and that was you talking, right? So,
Yes.
anyways, where did you come up with the idea that what I was mentioning about Hebrews was speaking about a nation instead of about an individual?
Well, the book of Hebrews is him speaking to the Hebrews. It's a letter to the Hebrews itself. And you mentioned a few key words such as multiply.
Okay, but
And without getting a chance to actually look at Hebrews, it seemed to me that
I
on
need
the
help.
face of it, considering that the context was him writing a letter to a group of people, that coupled with the usage of the word, if it's in fact used there, I haven't gotten a chance to look at it, was indicative of the sort of thing that you see when God speaks to nations, when he talks about blessing them with being fruitful, or blessing them, period. And then coupled with that also mentions, you will multiply in greater numbers. That's a common theme in Scripture.
Yeah, I don't know. See, okay, I hear what you're saying. Hebrews is talking to a peoples, a group, but I still think that the passage is referring or could be interpreted as an individual. But I get your perspective now. But see, I couple from Genesis to Revelations, the idea of the book of knowledge is at the beginning, roughly, and at the end in Revelations, God's talking about writing in the book of life, right? That if you are written in the book of life, then you have all of this, and for me, I took that, like I coupled those together in my mind, and assumed that book of life and fruits, you know a person by his fruits, right, as opposed to a leaf or a branch or some other part of the tree, right, that the fruits is referring to offspring, and that offspring is what it means to be written in the book of life. I don't know. I don't know. And you could see that differently, but I think Revelations is a hard one for a lot of Christians to work out. But then
Well,
again,
you'll have to point me to the exact scripture. I can only make suggestions, until I see the scripture. But what I can tell you is that anytime that fruits is mentioned with regard to salvation, it's talking about one's works, but not in the way that be connotated to the mainstream. Not that your works save you, but rather you will know a person by their fruit, by the works that they do. It's an indication of whether they're a child of God or not a child of God. If you have guy A and guy B, both profess to be Christians. Guy A goes out, completely disregards all of God's law, has no love of Scripture, doesn't pray, is not repentant whatsoever, and then you have Guy B who's the exact opposite. Then by their works you will know that Guy A is not saved and Guy B is saved.
huh.
In other words, a good tree will bear good fruit. That's where that comes from.
So would you say Marilyn Manson is producing savable fruit, or what?
Well, I don't know Marilyn Manson's lifestyle. I don't want to comment on only what I've seen in the mainstream. I haven't heard anything from him for years, so I can't really comment on that. But if you give me a hypothetical, like, hey, I who seemingly has absolutely no repentance whatsoever, there's no conviction of sin. He's not struggling against his sin. He's not theologically sound. Then yeah, I would probably have to say he's probably not saved. Anson's concerned, I have no clue because I don't know what his lifestyle is. I only know what he looks like and how he's portrayed in the media.
Well, and so let's say you knew a guy that he's married, he's got some kids, but one of his kids like got killed in a car wreck, right? And he's a complete stinking wreck, right? I mean, he's still got these kids, but he's a wreck. And I mean, I don't know. This whole idea that a human could, I mean, they can know them by their fruits or by the works, you know, not just assuming because he's got kids. I mean, shit, Brett King is a wreck as far as a reproducer, but the idea is that, yeah, I'm suggesting the idea of how would, like, it's one thing to say you'll know somebody by their works, like, okay, that's nice, but to know that somebody else is saved, I think it is a type of a judgment that you put upon somebody. Not judging in the negative way, but judging in,
Right.
you
No,
know.
you're right. You're absolutely correct, and it should be one done extremely carefully. This is why, like, you will rarely hear me say to someone who professes to be a Christian, "Yeah, that person's not saved." Like, I rarely make that declaration, unless there's like some sort of clear knowledge of an essential doctrine, and a clear denial of it. I will almost never say that. And the reason why that is you're exactly right. You can have someone Christian who is repentant of their sin, who has conviction, right? And then bam, life hits them in the face, and they're stuck in this rut where, they're drinking to self-medicate. Life gets really complex, right? Let's say that they even for a time slip into adultery for a short period of time or whatever. Um, I'm not going to sit back and say the moment that person stumbles, no, that person's not saved. What I'm going to say to them, if they come up and they tell me, about all this stuff, is, hey, look, so I totally understand that you're going through an extremely difficult time, but these things that you're going through are not only extremely destructive, from a biblical perspective. Is there any other way that we could handle this? And if 10, 15, 20 years down the road, that behavior is not changed, and there's no growth in Christ, and there is no conviction of sin, and there's no repentance still, lean towards the other direction, yeah, that person may not be saved. But you're exactly right. Life is a lot more complex than just, hey, this person showing good behavior, this person showing bad behavior, bam, you're saved or you're not saved. And I'm very, very slow to make that charge.
Huh? Yeah, I don't hear a lot of Christians going around going this and that, but they kind of wax through it. Maybe Matt Bell's the closest to well, then you would go to hell type of guy. I don't know. I'm not hearing a lot of it, which seems to be trending. Sorry, one moment.
Well, sadly, there are a lot of Calvinists on my side of the fence who do that, like a lot.
So I tell you, it would be nice if more married woman fell into adultery, even for a short bit.
Yep.
well, we are God's little larva here on the planet. Oh, yes. Oh, let's see which little maggot we're going to keep and which one we're not going to keep. Let's make a planet and do a little experiment.
Yeah, it's funny. Abortion doctors tend to do the same thing.
Now, if we could like take every aborted fetus and every person, right, that you're able to get an ID with, right, and collect a data set of what their DNA is, and then go to one of these new synthetic DNA cloning companies that are sprouting up all over, and give them this data to sit on, right, then perhaps, like, it's kind of the idea, like, I think it was Lilith Cyborg, that lady. She said something like, she's a transhumanist, right? So this idea that, hey, whether Christ comes down or not, that's not a big deal. But if we're going to do stuff kind of like Christ, then let's get on with it. And I thought, that's interesting to think about the idea of having, human DNA databases for resurrection or cloning, and yeah. All right.
Except for the fact of the context of passages in which you would find any term being used says something to the effect of being like Christ, or for Christians to aim to be like Christ. In no way is contextual to cloning, but in fact has it included into a subset of behaviors and attitudes that Christ had. Not saying like, hey, be more like Christ ontologically in the sense that you can have the same abilities that he has. Like, so it's not imperative in Scripture that we learn levitation. We learn to come down from heaven, with a fiery sword, slaughtering millions of people when he returns.
I might be able to pull off that fiery sword stunt already. Then again, I kind of feel like it's my own little planet, boo-boo. And there's this guy. He's been floating around. He's a concave earther, and he also it's kind of funny. He made this little model, and then he defaulted to Christ, and then he defaulted to himself as Christ, and then he's trying to pass off that he's Christ because he's a concave earther. I forget the guy's name, but it was kind of entertaining to be around this neurosis that seems to seep through Christians when they reach their solipsistic bottom. Then they start to identify with Christ themselves as Christ or Christ-like, and then some of them make the skip jump to assuming that they are in fact the chosen one, the anointed one, the Christ.
Did this guy actually say that he was Jesus?
Yeah. I mean, it was weird, Therefore, and I am your God, and I am Christ, and da da da. So, I wish I remember the guy's name. So I think Joe or maybe it was MK was in a room with him recently, and maybe a couple weeks ago, and that's the last I heard of the guy. But I can't even remember his name. I can't even remember exegesis when I need to remember it. But yeah. Yeah, so there's those guys, and I've certainly felt like the center of my own universe. I think CK, right? CK was in one of these rooms, that British bastard.
Please
And
tell me it was not Pillbox or Arcane.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
Those guys are definitely on the I follow Christ. Christ is my God, not I am Christ. Now, well, maybe I don't know. I don't know about Pillbox. I don't know what Pillbox's affiliation is with stuff. What his convictions are. But whew, yeah, yep. Okay, well, it's time for me to go shopping, guys.
All right, catch you later.
Yep, have a good.
Palm, is that the new Counter Strike or the old one? Oh, that's not Palm. Yeah, it's got to be the new one.
Guys, somehow turn the sound off.
Jacob, are you here?
What's up?
I heard you whining earlier about you think atheists hold Muslims to a different standard, or you think they protect them or something.
I think a lot do. Yeah.
I think the push is against anti-theism, not necessarily that they're holding Muslims to a different standard, right? Plus, Muslims are like an oppressed group in the United States.
Well, I was speaking more to the types of atheists who would say something to the effect of religion is a bane on society, religion needs to be eradicated, it's a poison, etc., etc., etc. Then the moment that someone goes to criticize Islam, then typically you'll have a bunch of atheists jump in defense of that Muslim.
I don't think you know any atheists like that. You you
Uh,
know you know atheists, anti-theists that um, defend Muslims, even though they're anti-theist.
yeah. Well, I don't know if they're anti-theists, but I know that they're atheists.
Well, you just gave like a bunch of anti-theist sentiments. Like, and
Okay.
you predicated them upon atheists. You gave a bunch of anti-theist sentiments, and then you said those same atheists will turn around and defend Muslims. I don't think you actually know any atheists like that.
I think I actually do.
All right, who are they?
I'm not going to tell you who they are. Why would I tell you who they are?
To back up your claim?
I'm not interested in backing up my claim.
I can see that. Yeah, and then another thing you said is that you thought the Muslims who had a different interpretation of the Quran that was not violent, you said that that was an instance of them being extremists because they don't follow their doctrine or whatever.
No, what I said was that they were probably inconsistent.
Inconsistent how?
Inconsistent with their own teachings as far as I've gleaned from other teachers of Islam.
Right, but that's like, I mean, what inconsistent, probably not inconsistent with their interpretation of the text, right?
Yeah, but that's not what I said.
Inconsistent, well, I mean, that's hardly an interesting claim, right? Because most Christians are inconsistent with some other brand of Christianity, right?
Sure. Well, I'm not really interested in whether my claim's interesting or not. That's not something I'm after.
Well, I just don't understand why you would be saying something. It seems like you're saying that it's unique about Islam, right? And not unique about every other religion.
Did I say that?
No, it just sounds like that was something that you're implying.
Okay.
Because it seems like you were indicting it. It seems like they're inconsistent with some teachers. Yeah, well, it seems like that's true of every religion. So what's your point?
Okay.
Like, I just don't understand why you were bringing up a truism.
Okay.
Do you want to explain why you brought it up, or do you just have no reason?
No, I think I explained it perfectly when I had that conversation.
What was the explanation?
I'm not interested in repeating myself.
So what the fuck else is going on in this bitch? Who the fuck are these other guys? Throw and Just?
I'm sure said true.
Latrell,
Hey Latrell, how's it going?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Good. Hey, Gigi.
Hi, what's up?
Same old, same old.
I wonder if the reason this channel is not getting as many views is because theists like EF and Matt stay parked in fucking MKs.
Matt's in there right now.
I know he's in there.
Oh, MK messaged me. He said I'm allowed back in if I don't go after EF in any way.
What a fucking faggot. Why would that
And
be?
if he finds out I'm even like going after him in another hangout, he's blocking me again.
Why the fuck would that even be a criterion? So stupid.
What difference does it make if you go into another hangout?
He said, I think he said he's condoning the behavior, if the stalking, if he allows me in his hangout, even if it's not done in his hangout.
Is there anybody who doesn't think that, who doesn't think that stalking accusation is just fucking ridiculous?
Yeah, that's well, that's just my opinion. I think it's a little overboard, but I'm new to these kinds of things. I'm not a cyber person, so
It's fucking retarded, right? Like it's going from one place where the link is publicly available to another place where the link is publicly available in order to argue with a specific person, right? And that's done consistently, and that's stalking. It's ridiculous. You might as well say that MK or that EF is stalking MK just because he goes into MK's hangouts exclusively, right?
I call stalking if every page that a person is on, you show up and you're publicly humiliating that person in every room that they're in.
Well, what are the qualifications for humiliation, right? Because I don't just humiliate him for the fuck of it, right? I don't try to victimize him in any way. I try to stop him.
You're just trying to get answers to questions.
I'm not trying to get answers to questions either. I'm trying to prevent him from picking on other people.
Right. Okay. Well, that's understandable.
You realize you can do that through stalking, right?
What's that?
What you're doing can still be stalking.
I just think it's a ridiculous accusation when like it's to that degree, right? Like when it's on the internet in public forums, it just
You
seems
realize
ridiculous to
that's how
call that.
stalking works in real life, right? You follow a person from public place to public place. If somebody tells you to fuck off and you continue to follow them around and try and interact with them, that's harassment and stalking.
All right, I cut out. So say whatever stupid shit you had to say again.
No, you're just an idiot if you don't understand how stalking works.
I just think the accusation is ridiculous to think that it's somehow morally reprehensible, even if that's the thing that's under consideration, right?
Yeah, I don't see how your failure to understand the gravity of the situation is relevant.
How is there any gravity to the situation?
If an individual feels stalked or harassed and they ask you not to, and you continue to do it, that's an important thing for them, obviously.
I don't understand.
Tom needs to be broadcast.
I don't see the argument, right? You just seem to be saying that why should I care about what an asshole thinks?
There is no argument. Nobody needs an argument to tell people not to stalk them. That's ridiculous.
I didn't say you need an argument to tell me not to stop them, right? You need an argument to show that it's morally justified that I shouldn't stalk him.
No, actually, we don't.
Well, then why would anybody accept your claim?
Because we live in a society that gives people the right to go unmolested in public, which means not being stalked or harassed by people after you ask them not to.
I mean, I just don't understand, like, that's not going to justify...
Listen, I know you don't understand. Like, you can just say, oh, sociopaths don't understand why people don't like it when they stab them. That's irrelevant. Nobody cares whether or not you understand it.
I'm just saying that when I'm saying I don't understand, I'm saying that you haven't given me an inference by which, right, I can reason to the conclusion that I ought not stalk him, right? Even if
nobody
that's
is obligated to give you that.
I didn't say anybody was obligated to give me that. They're obligated to give me that if they want to convince me that what I'm doing is wrong.
Yeah, nobody cares. You're a stalker, right? So like you're essentially, it's like a rapist. Do we have to explain to a rapist why they're not allowed to rape people? No, it's a waste of time.
See, and that's the thing is that apparently there's this sort of mindset that if Proposition X is not somehow justified by empirical or philosophical data, then somehow that person shouldn't be espousing that sort of proposition. Like who you're talking to, their throw, don't seem to understand that not everyone operates by them. They
Right, you spend enough time in the moral relativist online world talking to communists and you come up with retarded ideas like you should be able to stalk and rape people unless you have an argument contrary to that. And it's not true.
I didn't say anything about rape, right?
Yeah, but it's directly analogous. Like, why wouldn't you be able to rape people unless there was an argument against it?
Look, I don't see how you could convince a rapist not to rape people without an argument, right? So
right, that's why we don't bother trying. We just lock them up.
Yeah, but we could define what rape is, right?
You. Instead of paying attention to you or trying to waste time explaining to you, we'll just ostracize you. Problem solved.
Well, I don't think most people ostracize me for stalking EF, right? All I'm doing, because the accusation turns out to be something ridiculous, right? Like it's basically don't criticize me in public, right? Don't criticize me when I don't want you to criticize me, and don't come into rooms to criticize me specifically, right? It's just fucking silly. I think it's more analogous to someone walking around protesting the Westboro Baptist Church wherever they decide to protest, right? Wherever they decide to go be assholes, there's some other guy going around, and then they say, hey, look, he's stalking me. Oh my God.
You guys always do this. Justin tried to do the same thing when he did the porn bombing. He tried to make himself out as this Dark Knight hero who's just using the inappropriate.
Look, I don't give a shit what. Look, I don't give a shit what you're saying. I'm telling you. I'm giving you an analogy.
I don't care either. You're retarded.
I'm giving you an analogy, right? So you have to show how the analogy is false. if you want to maintain your claim, right?
I'm not
If you,
interested in doing that. I'm just showcasing the
so
fact
look,
that you're retarded.
so what I've done is I've presented a dilemma, right? The dilemma is you can say that you can concede that what a person following the Westboro Baptist Church around is doing is morally reprehensible, right? You can concede that, or what you can do is you can pack up your fucking claim about it being morally reprehensible to follow someone around on the internet into public forums just to criticize them, to prevent them from picking on other people, right? So you can show the disanalogy. That would be defend your claim, or you can give up your fucking claim.
To a private space where people have conversations. So
links
might be publicly accessible, but these aren't public spaces. So you're not given the opportunity to exercise your free speech to the detriment of other people. It's not protest on a sidewalk. It's a private hangout, private conversation. If you go in there and disrupt people by stalking and harassing, then you're in the wrong. Problem solved. End of story.
Well, I'm just not understanding. You consider unwanted criticism, right, to be harassment? That's what you consider harassment?
No,
someone
listen,
says, I don't want you...
EF sometimes makes frivolous claims against people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that in cases of specific individuals, such as yourself, it's very clear that, yes, you are a stalker and a harasser, and you would continue to stalk and harass anybody who you disagree with. You're a reprehensible person.
I'm asking you what the content of harassment is.
I don't care what you're asking me.
Right, because if the content of harassment is just unwanted criticism, then I don't really see anybody taking your claim fucking seriously, right? All I do is go into rooms where he doesn't want me to criticize him, and I show how all his views are shit. Unless you have a contrary claim to that, right? Unless you want to see somewhere, unless you have some evidence that shows otherwise, that I'm not going in there to argue issues, that I'm not going in there specifically to point out that he can't account for his fucking worldview. Right? And it doesn't matter if someone asks me not to go in there and account for his worldview. I can be removed by the moderators if they want me to removed, right?
There's a bulk of evidence of you guys using personal lines of attack or personal inquiries into his life that have absolutely nothing to do with the issues.
Okay. Well, you can find me. You can find me inquiring into his personal life, and I'll accept your proof on that.
Right, well then give us your Skype logs in relation to EF and we'll go through them and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I never had EF on Skype.
Okay. No, I said give me your Skype logs in relation to him, so all your conversations about him.
Hello.
Simos, you're cutting in the middle of a conversation that was already being had.
Yeah, I know, deliberately. Right, I'm going to moderate because this is boring. You're just going back and forth saying the same shit. Right, clearly this is the great debate community. Okay, so let's not get our pants in a twist about a few people throwing some ineptitude, personal insults around like DD does. But nobody gives a shit about DD or Matt Bell or what they say. Right, till you get on a high horse and try and criticise anybody else for that kind of behaviour, Throne, that's just rubbish. Right, this is Nadia's really. You know, things get considerably worse than that shit. Right, so let's just forget about it. Realistic is not one of the ones that goes around personally insulting people. I've seen many of his hangouts. I've never seen him go down that road unless he's been provoked first. So yeah, all right, we will do it. And your point is, Throne?
My point is that he's a scumbag, useful idiot for commies with even worse personality traits than himself.
Okay, so if you've got any kind of proof, then go away and fuck off and make a video about it.
Well, here's the problem, Simos. You're not a moderator in the room, first of all. So I don't know where you got the
idea. Okay. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
That helps. That helps. Yeah. Typical fucking
conversation between realistic and throw.
Yeah, dude, because it's boring. It's the same shit. I just heard it.
Well, I don't really care if you think it's boring or not. This is not your room.
Okay, that's helpful. Right, so once again, the point being, it's the great debate community. What are you getting your fucking knickers in a twist for? No, didn't think there was an answer. Right.
I don't know what you mean by knickers in a twist. I'm
really
exasperated by somebody asking me to explain to them why they're not allowed to stalk people, obviously.
This is the great debate community. Okay, once again. Okay, these people set themselves up to be targets. They come into rooms. If I'm in a room, right, where somebody else is in, I might have a go at them. Of course, that's a possibility. If it's DD, it's more than likely. Right? If I see DD in a room, sometimes I will go into that room just to piss him off because that's what he's doing to everybody else. And am I a stalker for that?
There's a different nature to it because you aren't on a moral crusade where you're justifying immoral actions or actions that are outside the bounds of the Hangout community.
Thank you very much. And you, right, are trying to morally dictate to somebody else how they should act in this immoral environment, according to your own standards.
I just, like, I'm trying to see, look, there's a disanalogy to, someone's echoing. There's a disanalogy to stalking in real life because in real life there's a potential of actual harm, right? Going into online forums where nothing happens except your delicate sensibilities get harmed, right? That's just fucking ridiculous to be opposed to that. And the only reason he doesn't want to talk to us is because we are the ones who prevent him, right, from going to town on whoever the fuck he wants.
I think it has more to do with how you conduct yourselves as opposed to you opposing him.
Well, when I get home, Iron, I have this thing queued up. I haven't downloaded it yet. But there was a time when I was in Nadia's Hangout and I was begging EF to just reform his behavior so I didn't have to fucking follow him around and point out how he can't account for shit, right? And I was very polite and I was just like, look, all you have to do is just say you're sorry, right? If someone asks you a question, answer it. Don't go after the weak people, right? That's all. And so you can, if you want to call that stalking, then that's fine, right? I'll upload that video. But the point is that when he's recalcitrant to my efforts to reform his behavior, I'm going to go in, right, and I'm going to prevent him from picking on what he perceives to be weak atheists.
Yeah, you might be sincere. I really don't know. You hang out with bad people, so my perception of you is colored by that lens. So I assume the worst when I have to take into consideration.
I don't understand. How are they bad?
Well, realistic. I think that's an apology. I mean, he's basically just saying, yeah, this is my own bias, and I realise that. So that's a good place. I think that's a good place to say something positive.
Anyway, I got stuff to do, so you guys take it easy.
Good. Yeah, there's no point in picking on Iron. What does he know, right? Sorry to cut in there, but, there's no point in having a Barney about him. It's just not worth it in Nadia's room. Low hanging.
I mean, I'll say it again, right? Because I just think, like, I was in the hangout with JD Kane yesterday with a bunch of other people, and when I brought up the same issue, they were all affirming what I was saying. That it's just someone is harassing if they go into just to debate you.
You've gone robot for me, realistic. Welcome, Floyd.
Thank you.
No sound, realistic. No sound.
No sound right now?
Yep, that's good now. You just went robot halfway through that last speech.
Yeah, well.
So you were saying, you brought up this issue being personal attacks, presumably, or something similar.
I agree with
way Realist and Jack and those other guys treat Darwin's. Darwin's is like a con man, magician, who fools people, and when people come along and reveal his tricks, instead of saying, okay, I won't, okay, you figured me out, I'm not going to do that trick anymore, he goes down the block and fools more people with the same tricks. He's dishonest. So in real life, how would you handle such a person? You would go down the block and you would expose him down there as well, because this guy's frauding people. He's a con man. So the only thing we can do is just follow the guy around and stop what he's doing. I mean, how else to deal with it? Either that, or everyone collectively bans him from every hangout that he goes into. Either shut him down or follow him around and expose him for what he is. I mean, aren't those the only two options we have?
Well, I mean, I think,
well, I guess you could just let him. I guess you could just let him get away with whatever he wants.
well, I don't think. I think I would disagree on one small word, which is follow him round. I don't think we have to follow him round because there's enough people now that think that way. That in any hangout he goes into, there's going to be someone pretty much quickly on the outside watching, going, it's bullshit again. Let's just get in there and stop it. I've got no problems with running him out of any hangout I'm in, if he starts talking. I mean, that's what it comes down to, because normally the first words out of his mouth are passive-aggressive bollocks. Right? There's no hello, how are you, nice to see you. It's always, I'd like to ask the fucking stupid atheist a fucking question.
Oh, he's completely obnoxious. He's
yeah.
he just interrogates people.
Yeah, he's obnoxious to Christians, so I don't even see why Christians would defend him just because he's a inverted brother in Christ.
Well, everyone agrees that he's a despicable person. If I have mods to a room, I'm going to give him one strike, and then I'm going to kick him out right away, because he has a track record. He's been doing this for months and months, and apparently on Pal Talk for years.
See, I don't even want to silence him. I want to give him a wide breadth, right? I want to let him spread his wings as far as he can. I just want to be there to show the fucking length of him, right? That's all I want. I don't want to silence him. I don't want to censor him.
Yeah.
It's just that's what happens when you start showing what he is. And like the thing about the private space, if he wanted to, he could set up any hangout he wanted, not make the link public. If he makes the link public, I'm going to go in there or whatever. Right? He could not make the link public, and he could just send it to people who he wants to invite and have private hangouts that way. There's nothing I could do about it, right?
Yeah.
But I encourage him. I would want him to come into this room right now, right?
Oh yeah.
And it's not to humiliate him. It's to encourage him to be a decent fucking human being, right? I want to stop him from being such a piece of shit all the time. I've met really nice theists. I know a lot of really nice theists.
Come on. Really?
There's this guy Roland. We all know Eddie. There's Fiona and Jade. Right? They're all theists. They're all decent human beings. And that's why I don't have any compulsion to follow them around, right? And that's the same reason I don't have any compunction following Darwin's deity around. It's because he's not a nice fucking person.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't see any problem with what you're saying. I just think you don't have to follow him around. You don't have to follow him around because there's enough people that will do it. There's enough people that can do it, and in different and amusing ways. One of the things I get a little bit, one of the things I've heard before is the way the pal talkers, in inverted commas, shut him down, which is quite entertaining. Don't get me wrong, but I've heard it quite a few times now, of course. So different ways would be interesting. I'd like to see a really good. I'd like to see a really good comedy one, where you've all written like a load of really good fucking one-liners, and then you just pile on him with comedy. You know, that would be entertaining.
Hey, look, all these people showed up. I didn't even know. What's up, pal?
Hey, Hal.
Not much.
I don't know who anybody is anymore. Jacob, you changed your name.
Hey, Hal.
Hey,
What have you been doing all day, man? I haven't seen you. Normally, you're parked in this hangout.
I had a lot of chores I had to get done today. I played well. That's about it.
Speaking of which, though, since we're live, I've just got to shout out to the main man, God, or should I say Bob, Trucker Bob.
Oh, yeah, that was fucking badass. I love
For
Bob
sniping?
forever now. Yeah, that was great.
He got Matt
just
Bell,
the
too.
sniping, not just the sniping either. Fuck me, he got Darwin's the funniest comment I've heard in a long time.
Oh, what did he say? What did he say?
Well, Darwin's was going on about something like, he was going on about, I don't know, fucking something about evolution and, you know, he was personal attacks. He said something about a dog. And quick as you like, Bob comes back, no, you're not doing that, you're out fucking it, mate.
Wait, what happened? What I miss?
Darwin's went off the fucking chart on it. It was fucking hilarious.
When was that? When did that happen?
That was in MK's today.
Yeah, in MK's, yeah. It's fucking funny. And then
Wait,
and then
who
Bob just
sniped
got
him?
really mad.
Bob sniped Darwin's Didi and Matt Bell.
Twice.
Your name here, Bob?
Yeah.
I used to call him God because he's such a nice guy, right? I mean, he could do anything for anybody. He's got the biggest heart you've ever met. And now I'm just calling him Super God because he's got a deadly aim. Fucking funny, you know. Oh dear. So yeah, anybody go back watch that little bit. Hopefully somebody will take that clip out because it was real funny comment. Nicely timed as well. And unlike Bob's normal in the background like mine is, it was crystal clear over the top. You know? So, yeah, whoever runs Darwin's Greatest Hits, not just the sniping. Make sure you get the fucking the dog comment.
What is with your mic, man?
Oh, I've got a girlfriend that breaks everything.
Yeah, you
So my
sound,
mic's
you sound kind of muffled with your mic.
It's been broken for like
this
2
is
years, though.
It's like a cheap can mic. Well, I've been going out with her for quite a while, so I don't replace it. It was like 140, couple of $100 worth of mic.
So you don't get a new mic because you think your girlfriend will break it?
Pretty much. It's not the only reason. I'm also too busy to go online these days.
You're online right now.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. That's because we're having a separation period. It's weird shit, realistic, I know. But there you go. That's what happens.
Well, maybe you can get a new mic now.
Yeah, I should do tomorrow, I suppose.
They do kinky shit with the mic is basically what he's saying.
That's disgusting.
That's not what I'm saying.
Come on, Simus, you know that's what you're saying.
None of that.
Well, you didn't. You don't even have to get like a $200 mic. You could just get like a $25 mic, I think. Right?
$5.99, I think, at this rate. Would be better.
I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll be doing it soon. getting back to.
But somehow I don't think that the next time we speak, it'll be with the $5.99. Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Declan?
I've been moved in for 2 months now, and I've only
What's
just
up?
got a guitar in here today.
All is
So that's
taken
how-
care of.
As far as what?
As far, I'll be home tonight.
Oh, okay, I got you. That's cool. Well, I'm glad everything worked out for you.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like an
So
offer.
I really appreciate your willingness.
That's no problem whatsoever. I'll still be in here for a while.
Okay.
So
Okay, I just wanted you to know.
Jacob, do Calvinists believe that God has libertarian free will?
What?
Given your prior attitude today with regards to me, as well as your prior history with me, I choose not to engage with you, Godless. I'm at the end of my rope with you.
Okay.
And also considering that you just sent me a message not too long ago at 8:29 p.m. that said "fuck you."
That's
That'll
hilarious.
do it every time. That'll do it every time.
Why did you do that, Godless?
I don't like Jacob.
Is there
He
anybody you do
blocked
like?
me and lied about it.
Is Gus the number one, or is Jacob the number one? No, I
I
forgot.
have a truce with Gus now.
Yeah, who do you like, Douglas?
I like lots of people in here.
Really? When you say lots, could you give us a rough figure?
20.
Okay. How many friends have you got on your G Plus thingy?
20. Like, how? What do you mean friends? Like people? You don't mean
Yeah,
just
good
people that
answer.
are added?
No, I mean whatever, followers.
So, well, I mean, it
and
depends
stuff
on what you mean by friend. But I'm friends with Josh and Tom, right?
Really? Tom?
They're in the hangout.
What Tom R?
What?
What Tom R?
Yeah, and realistic nihilist.
And realistic nihilist.
Yes.
Okay.
Why do you ask that?
Well, I mean, it's just like, you say you don't like Jacob and you don't like various other people. Perhaps I'm confusing you with Rose Patton or someone, I don't know.
Actually,
But,
me and Rose Patton are doing a hangout tomorrow
All
together.
right, Rose Patton on a fake account.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Because I dislike people, that means you think I don't have friends?
well, there's a number of people that you dislike on here. That was where I was going with that. But it's not important. I'm trolling, Douglas, so don't worry about it.
I'll be back in an hour.
Another question there for you, Godless. Do you like Just Darren?
Who?
Just Darren.
Oh, I don't really know him.
Okay. Who are you, Just Darren?
Just a guy. Come in here every once in a while.
Oh, okay. Hey, Tom's back.
I mostly just listen. But if I have something to say, I'll say it.
You need friends. Good. So let's have let's do the old MK and say something like Jacob. So you want to talk to Floyd, yeah? Yeah.
Who's Jacob?
Oh, sorry, it's not Jacob, is it? Darren. No, Deep Declan. Beg your pardon.
Okay. Taxi driver in Atlanta, and I like to party. That's who I am.
hope you're good at cards.
Depends on what kind of cards, I guess.
Oh, Lena, I'm calling. I'll come back to you one fine day. So, Floyd, it's just the atheist left, I'm afraid. What are we going to disagree about, buddy?
I'm not
Xbox
really
or something
an
like
atheist.
that?
I'm stuck in the ether between theism and atheism.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I believe science. I'm also a studied theologian, so I'm kind of in a part in my life where I don't really know. Although I believe that evidence, science is based on evidence, and you can't dispute evidence. So.
Well, yeah. I know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to me.
Evidence has to be interpreted, though, right?
Well, as I say, we know what we mean by that, Floyd, rather than taking the literal sense of what was said. And I think it comes down to that for me. It's that all this evidence, interpreted or not, does seem to have some objective basis. It would be too absurd to think that it didn't have an objective basis. And yet, when we look at the counter side, the expectations that a theory might have, if there was a supernatural, they just don't seem to make any sense and seem contradictory at best.
Well, there's evidence of evolution that I think is overwhelming. I mean, even the Bible talks about needing two witnesses. There's way more than two witnesses to. If evolution was on trial for murder, evolution would be found guilty. So if you take the logic that the Bible tells us to seek the truth, I had to come to the conclusion that evolution is real and true based on what I've learned in seminary school studying theology, is looking for the truth. So that's why I'm kind of in that ether period between theology and science, because I believe both of them are right. It's just our understanding of it is what's the flawed.
I see. Well, I mean, when you have such little information, interpretation can be much more varied. And I think that's the problem with the Bible. It doesn't have a lot of good information in it in the first place, and the information that is in it has to be interpreted in order to see the truth in it. That's problematic to me. That kind of says to me that it is subjective, number one. And number two, I'm sure in the Old Testament there are examples where they are pointing at things like evolution, because of course it's about families, right? It's about generations. It's about livestock. It's about domestication. These are all the things that were happening in human history at the time this book was written. The most important things that were happening in human history when this book was written. So to me, it's not surprising that there are hints of nature in a book which is, so vague as to be almost useless. As somebody pointed out, I mean, it could have been written in the Bible. For instance, something like all matter is made of particles. That could be written there, and that would be helpful information to have at a time when there's no way people could have guessed that. It could have been written in the Bible. It could have been written in the Bible that democracy is the best, representation by the people is the best form of democracy. Or, the many things could have been written there that we would expect a benevolent God to do for humanity if it really cared about the future, rather than letting us kill each other and struggle through millennia in order to try and find some minimal kind of peace, when evolution explains exactly why it's so hard to find that peace.
One of the top evolutionists is a guy named Bob Backer. If you look him up on the internet, his last name is spelled K-K-E-R. And if you see his picture, you know you've seen him. If you ever looked on stuff about evolution or dinosaurs or any prehistoric beast, this guy's a renowned expert in it. And a lot of people don't know this guy's also a preacher. He's one of the top paleontologists in the world.
Right.
Promotes evolution, yet he's still a preacher and believes the Bible to be true.
So, as I say, a vague book like that can be interpreted in many, many ways. There's not enough accurate information in it to start making the objective claims, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I'd like to. Is that A-Man that's come in? I don't want to use his real name, obviously. Don't want to dox him. A-Man, welcome.
I don't think evolution and biblical Christianity are really compatible with each other, especially with Pauline theology. If evolution's true, you have a God that's quite comfortable with struggle and suffering and death. Where death has existed well before humans came on the scene. Where in Pauline theology, death entered the world because of human sin.
But Adam and Eve didn't die right away when they sinned. So death entered the world, but it's not a physical death. It's a death is a separation from God, not a physical death.
Yeah, but it's just not death, right? Because of the fall, you have thorns and thistles. So the Bible teaches that thorns and thistles didn't exist until the fall, as well as painful childbirth.
They may not have, because grass has only existed since shortly after the K2 extinction of the dinosaurs. So there wasn't even grass when dinosaurs were around. And the earlier part of dinosaurs, there weren't even flowering plants. So plants have changed a lot. So thorns and thistles could have came later.
Keep in mind, it also doesn't say that child birth began after the fall, but rather it increased. It says that childbirth pain increased after the fall.
I'm not sure. Can you repeat what you just the last sentence that you said? Childbirth.
Yeah. It didn't say. What it didn't say was that childbirth pain began after the fall, but rather it increased.
Increased.
Yeah.
Right. But okay, well, it increased due to the fall, right?
How you doing, Godless Girl?
But it seems like the fall caused the ground to be cursed, all these problems coming about. It seems if evolution's true, it seems evident that all those things existed well before man came on the scene.
According to what, the Bible or your science?
According to science. So we're talking about the compatibility between evolution and biblical Christianity.
The compatibility? There's nothing compatible with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm arguing. That's what I'm agreeing with you, G-Man.
Okay.
Man came on the sixth day. The other animals were created before that.
Right. But right. I mean, and that matches evolution, right? That previous animals existed before man became on the scene, but all those animals were suffering, were eating each other, dying of starvation, cancers, hardships, well before the supposed fall of man, right?
But the story is written as like man's perspective. Man's sin entered the world of man. It didn't enter the world of giraffes or rhinoceroses or T-Rex. It was man's sin.
Right,
So
but that caused problems, just not to man, but throughout the whole world. The ground was cursed. Thorns and thistles came about. All these things.
What percentage of the Bible is touches on creation anyway. It's only a minute, like, aspect of it, and people read so much into it. There's novels of books written about, and it's only just a little bit. So most of the stuff that they come up with on, like man's only been around for, or the Earth's only been around for 6,000 years, that's nowhere in the Bibles. That's just something somebody said, and everybody just kind of goes along with it.
You're a theistic evolutionist?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I fit in that category.
Well, the only reason I think anybody is saying that the Earth is 6,000 years old is because they're going by the genealogies. I think that's the only reason they're doing it.
Yeah. But I mean, was Methuselah or somebody who lived to be 1,000 years old, so how could you even gauge the... if someone lived that long, they could have had a kid when they were 500 years old, and so you wouldn't be able to figure out the age based on that. And that may just be the age of man. I personally believe that we're in the 7th day. That's why there's nothing being created right now. There's no DNA that's changed into another species, because we're in that 7th day and God's resting on his creation. And the history of man is happening on the 7th day, because man was created on the 6th day.
If you're a theistic evolutionist, do you believe, okay, where does God fit in the theory of evolution for you?
God guides evolution.
What is God doing with evolution?
If you study,
he guides it? What do you mean?
His hand is all over. It's all over Mother Nature. Just the way that trees point up to heaven, which was explained to me when I first became a Christian, in Colorado with pine trees, and they're like little arrows pointing up. But someone explained to me, and that's what made me start to think that, all of creation, God created every creature, the ones that even lived before us. It's hard to explain, but if someone's going to create something, he's not going to blink it into existence. That wouldn't be creation.
Well, I can prove that God did do that a couple of times. But before I do that, you're saying that God guided the process, right?
Yes.
If God guided the process, it sounds like you support more of intelligent design than you do in theistic evolution. Because I can prove that theistic evolution wouldn't be theistic evolution. That argument is more of an intelligent design argument than it is a theistic evolution argument.
Well, my belief
biological evolution doesn't teach that any intelligence had anything to do with these evolved creatures.
Well, it had to.
And the moment you see that something intelligent did do it, then that's more intelligent design than anything else.
There's a life force that moves through all living beings. And I think that's from God too. But if you look at in evolution, if you look at the Cambrian explosion, if you look that up on the internet, Cambrian explosion, it's when all of a sudden a whole bunch of life forms just rapidly, these fossils that never existed, and all of a sudden there's a layer of Earth where all these fossils just existed. They were all like they're invertebrates, like relatives of squid and scorpions and stuff like that.
You said earlier.
You
said earlier that God doesn't just poof things into creation.
I don't think he poofed into it, but I think it's an explosion. It happened over a couple thousands of years, but in the rock layers, it's only a small layer.
If God doesn't do that, let me ask you a quick question then, okay? When Jesus fed the 4,000 and the 5,000 with just a couple of fish and some bread, how did he do that when all he was given was about 3 fish and some bread, and people ate so much that they became full, and they picked up and they had like several baskets of extra food? How did that happen if he doesn't just poof things into creation?
He could. God is capable of anything except for doing evil.
Did. It's not he could. He did.
But he didn't create those. He made that fish. He didn't say he created the fish. He said it just made the fish. Creation is, if you think of an artist creates something. He takes time in his creation. And God was perfecting his creation over time. And God uses the natural to create supernatural. Now, I come up with my conclusions based on what evidence I know, on what amount of education I have and things. I can't.
How important is the Bible to that? How important is the Bible to your decision making? Because in Genesis chapter 1, it states that God created the heaven and the earth. If you are denying the fact that God did, if you're saying that God did not create the heaven and the earth,
I'm saying he did. I'm just saying
you're right about that, and that's what I'm trying to help you see. And that's what I'm trying to help you see. You said that you believe that God guided the process of evolution, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's one more question for you, and then I'll make my point, okay? the single cell and then guide the process then? Or did God create the single cell and left it alone?
He had to create it and guide it too, to certain points, because he had to create.
That's not theistic evolution. That's intelligent design.
Well, he made. I don't. Okay, then whatever. I don't know what it is. I just based on what I see and how I try to interpret it.
The reason why I'm bringing that up is because a lot of theistic evolutionists, like they'll argue that God is somehow in the process, but scientifically speaking, they can't prove or show how God is actually in the process. However, if you argue for intelligent design, argue how the animals, the trees, the grass, the water, and everything has a purpose, a divine purpose, and we're all connected to why the water is there, to why the trees are there. In fact, you don't got no plant life, we can't survive in this earth. You got no water here, we can't survive on this earth. So all these things have a purpose, and I think it came from an intelligence, and you can prove that scientifically. However, when you tell people that you believe in biological evolution, and you're telling them that a cell, a single cell, evolved into a multi-cell, evolved into a fish-like creature, then this fish-like creature developed legs and came out the water, and you're going through this whole process, you got to be able to tie that in with the Bible, and you simply can't do that.
But there are also reasons why the fish made its way onto land too, because there was circumstances that pushed the fish towards the edge to escape from predators or whatever else, and then took advantage of open niches or environments. I think God guided creation, but God created it to go a certain way, because otherwise the world
Say God
would have
doesn't
came
create
over.
anything. You just said that God doesn't create. God didn't just create anything. As a matter of fact, if God created the single cell, then He created something.
Well, of course He created it. I mean, if He's behind everything, He's the life force behind everything.
Biological evolution, and I don't know how many people here are going to agree with me with this, but biological evolution is supposed to disprove the existence of God. When you have Christians trying to add a biological evolution with the creation story, you run into a whole bunch of problems, because now you're saying that it's science, and you got to be able to prove it. And I haven't heard anyone who believes in theistic evolution be able to prove that yet.
Well, science isn't about trying to disprove God. Science is just trying to explain the natural world.
And how do you fit God into it?
God is part of the natural world. He created the natural world.
How do you do that?
Science, in a way, is trying to understand God.
I agree with you. But in a sense, you're arguing for intelligent design. You're not arguing for a theistic evolution. There's no such thing as that. You're either arguing that an intelligence had something to do with creation, or you're arguing that natural processes happened. It's one or the other. There's no
I don't
middle ground.
label my beliefs falling. I just look at the evidence and try to figure it out. I mean, I kind of changed a lot of views I once had when someone tried to explain to me tried to prove the whole rapture and Jesus coming, and then the 7-year trials and tribulation period, which never really is in the Bible. It's just based on the footnotes of earlier Bibles. And so when that came to my mind, I said, well, people are teaching this for years and years of this pre-tribulation rapture, but it's nowhere to be found in the Bible. You have to take a verse here and a verse here, take them out of context to come up with that conclusion. And so
none of the views are shown verbatim in Scripture. I don't got a problem. I don't got a problem with anybody using any of the four. There's the pre-trib, the mid-trib, the post-trib, and then there's what I believe the pre-wrath position. And you can learn something from all of the positions, but I would never just take one and say that's the all-be-all one. But as far as the tribulation period being found in the Bible, before you even get to the book of Revelation, if you read the book of Daniel, you see it all over the place there. It talks about the career. As a matter of fact, it goes into more detail about the career of the Antichrist in the book of Daniel sometimes than it does in the book of Revelation.
Well,
about the little
Bible
horn.
says we all go through tribulations too. I mean, every generation is going to go through tribulations.
Talking about a great tribulation, but they're talking about the great tribulation. That's when a lot of us are going to go through kind of what the Jews went through in Nazi Germany, because that day is coming.
Yeah.
That day is coming. and the evidence is of that because Christians are being demonized now, like all over the place. We're being demonized in other religions. We're being demonized in politics now. We're being demonized on just all over the place. And what's eventually going to happen is what they're doing to Islam, they're gonna end up doing to us. So it's just
Well,
a matter of time.
if you look at history, Christians now have it a lot easier than earlier Christians did, and
That's true.
and even in the times when the Roman Catholic, and I know a lot of people don't like my views on the Catholic Church, but the Catholic has a horrible history of persecuting Christians. Every time a church would rise up, in Europe, and the only time we really had true freedom in Christianity has probably been in the last 200 years.
Hey, all you gotta do is read the Bible. You're never gonna see somebody being encouraged to shove a cross in your face while you're burning on a stake. You know what I mean? Or while you're being tortured on the Iron Maiden because you disagree with somebody's doctrine. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into the Roman Catholic thing because I won't shut up about it once I start.
G-Man, did you see my presentation on the Book of Daniel?
No. Do you have a presentation on it? Can you give me a link?
Yeah, it's on Deeper in Dogma channel. I'll send you the link.
What were you talking about it regarding? Give me like the footnotes.
Sorry, I'm talking about.
I break down like the whole last half of the book in detail.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm sure you're doing it from a skeptical standpoint, right?
From a critical scholarship standpoint.
All right, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, let me find the link for you. Yeah, here you go.
Okay, where is it? Conclusion a while ago. Matter of fact, I say 2 weeks ago, listening to True Empiricism's evolutionist Bring It videos, that when it comes to theistic evolution, you're either deistic, created about how a God, created the earth and the diversity of life and everything, or you're intelligent design oriented about how it happened. You know, when it comes to theistic evolution, the whole theistic evolution thing doesn't make no sense when you try to combine the two, because when it comes to the science, you got to be able to show what God is in it. Like, are they trying to say that God is, instead of it being natural selection, that is God actually doing the selecting? There's no creation going on there. So how is God involved in any of that? It's still biological evolution at the end of the day.
No, you could say that God has his invisible hand guiding the course of events. So it's not natural selection; it's God-guided selection.
Yeah,
and then I would argue intelligent design.
I thought it was. I thought Neff was the go-to science guy for this kind of stuff.
He is. I just been doing some of my homework. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing for way better at me, and way better than me at this.
Well, that's debatable.
And I have a question for the atheists in the room now. And believe it or not, Godless Girl was the first person to call Fiona out on this, but I think Godless Girl kind of left Fiona alone. Godless Girl, you remember that hangout? And as a matter of fact, it was in Debate Coliseum actually, or it was either Debate Coliseum or Nadia's old channel or whatever. You remember when you questioned Fiona about her stance on evolution, and you said that it sounded like she had a deistic view about her view of theistic evolution? Godless Girl. Godless Girl.
She might not be there, G, but yeah, go ahead. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel, because my big criticism for her was this. Okay, you hold the theistic evolution. Show me where God is involved, you know, in the process. You're always talking about biological evolution is not supposed to have a God in it. It's naturalistic explanations on how, you know, the diversity of life came about and whatnot. It evolved from this, it evolved from this, the circumstances, the environment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's no God in that. So she believes that God...
Strictly speaking, it's that God isn't necessary.
Right. So, right. Yeah. So Fiona argues that God is involved in the process somehow, right? So when you listen to her explain it, it sounds like she believes, and I'm just saying it sounds like, that God created the single cell and then God was left out of, and then God's out of the picture. Theistic view of the diversity of life. That is not a Judeo-Christian. And Floyd, you even have to agree with me on that, Floyd. That is not a Judeo-Christian mentality on how the diversity of life got here.
Well, let's say some species died out because the weather changed. Like the weather got real cold, and a species can only survive in warm weather, so that, you know, because it didn't have fur or whatever. So that species died out, and the species that had fur lived on because, you know, it had fur, so it could live in the cold weather. I guess someone like Fiona would say, "Oh well, God created the weather to make that happen." You know,
That's not theistic
a
evolution.
deist would just think, "Oh well, God just created the initial lives and the laws of nature, and then just, you know, wound it up like a toy, and then boom, off it went. And after he let go of it, you know, he had nothing to do with it after that."
In the weather had nothing to do with the diversity of life.
But yeah, I would say the Bible God is a God that is a part of history, that intervenes, that is sovereign over the planet. That, you know, that's taking part
And
of.
he's supposed to be perfect. And he's supposed to be perfect. He's supposed to be a God that don't make mistakes. So why would God create an animal, guide the processes, and then let something like the dodo bird or something like that go extinct?
Well, also,
that doesn't make any sense.
Sure, but also, you know, weather conditions are everything to do with evolution.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said the weather conditions are everything to do with evolution. I mean, they're a central part in the theory.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the actual, like, you know, this evolving from this and that evolving from that. It has nothing to do with that. They're saying that God is intelligently processed. You understand what I'm saying? That's not intelligent design. I'm sorry, that's not theistic evolution. That would be a deistic argument. Or because I could argue, if I'm debating against that person, be like, okay, God said, God made it possible so the weather patterns can happen.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's theistic in nature when you hear it. It's borderline at the best.
Sure, I get that. But then, you know, the best arguments for God are deistic in nature, really. So I don't really see that as a problem, because many theists pigtail on the back of deist arguments and then just add the personal stuff about God to justify their own position. So I don't see Fiona doing that as anything different to quite a lot of theists around here, anyway.
Well, again, if you ever listen to her talk about intelligent design, I'm sorry, not intelligent design, talk about theistic evolution, her argument is really intelligent design. It's not theistic evolution. Just question her on it. Just for once, question her on how God is guiding the processes and prove it scientifically. She's going to tell you, and I quote, I believe this by faith and I can't prove it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference between intelligent design claiming the mechanism of evolution, right, and that being as equally provable as evolution itself. I don't see this distinction you're making, Jim.
Again, biological evolution teaches that there is no intelligence involved whatsoever. It's all natural processes.
It doesn't.
Intelligent design,
it says
not
it's not
intelligent design. I'm sorry, theistic evolution. The differences between.
It says it's not necessary.
1 second, Simon.
It says it's not necessary.
The difference between biological evolution and theistic evolution is that that a single cell being involved whatsoever became a multi-cell, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Yeah.
Theistic evolution is saying that God created this first cell and then guided the processes for it to become a multi-cell, to become even more multi-cell, and then it became a fish-like creature, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is not theistic evolution. That is intelligent design. That is not. That is not theistic.
I don't see the difference between. I don't see the difference between intelligent design claiming the mechanism of evolution and theistic, whatever you call it, evolutionary.
Then I can't help you. Then I can't help you. Then
I don't see a distinction between those two at all, because one is just claiming that they know the mechanism, and the other is just saying we believe this by faith.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, surprisingly, that's what Fiona has said. So
if you actually look at what the deists believe about how the diversity of life came, and you listen to Fiona, it's almost identical. Almost identical. And if you don't believe me, give her a link to come in here and let's question her on it, and you'll see. But I'll probably be the only person Godless girl might be the only person that really questions her. Because I noticed that no one in the atheist community digs in her butt about that, because they're fine with her just believing in evolution. They're content with that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And if you want to put God behind that, then fair enough. As an atheist, I say, okay, that's your belief and your opinion.
So are you admitting that it's scientifically possible that God could have guided the evolution of process? Because if that's the case, then we should be teaching theistic evolution in school. Then, if you're that confident about it.
Once again, we get to the main difference here, which is evolution doesn't claim that God is not in the picture. It's just claiming that God is not necessary.
Yes, it does.
It claims that God is not necessary for the picture.
Yes, it does. It claims that there is no God involved whatsoever. Yes, it does.
It doesn't. No, it claims
that there's no God involved.
It claims God.
Where did the single cell come from? Where did the single cell come from?
I'll prove it now. Unknown answer. There's an unknown answer to that, as you well know in science.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They're claiming abiogenesis. Yes. They're claiming abiogenesis.
But that's not knowledge. That's just that's a phrase that means we don't know.
No, it's not a phrase that you don't know. You have people like Aaron Ra and other people here on the internet that are arguing for abiogenesis like it's actual science. And then when it's not convenient for them, and when they're pressured to give a direct answer, then all of a sudden it becomes I don't know. But then go on to Empiricism's channel, on his Evolutionist Bring It channel, and then say that in his room. Because then the question becomes, should we listen to the Christians regarding the diversity of life, or should we listen to atheists? Atheists are telling you they don't know. Not only do Christians know, but Christians can actually give you a detailed explanation on how it happened. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about you got a group of people here that are claiming that they're knowledgeable about science, and they're knowledgeable about how the diversity of life came. But when you go back far enough, eventually you're going to get the I don't know. Christians aren't going to say that.
Yeah. Of course they're not going to say that, but then they don't have an explanation in detail.
Yes, we do.
I've never heard one. I've never heard
we do have one. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and it didn't happen by no process of abiogenesis. Life did not come from non-life, and you cannot prove that.
And the detail, where's the detail in that?
That everything that we observe on a daily basis proves that life comes from life comes from life. You cannot prove that life comes from non-life. The day you can prove that, you'll be able to prove abiogenesis, and that will be a cold day in hell when it happens, because you can't prove that life comes from non-life.
Right. Okay. So as I said,
that's why intelligent design is so strong, and that's why a lot of people don't like to deal with it.
So as I said, I think the question of abiogenesis is still yet undetermined, although I believe it is science, because people are actually trying to work out the conditions under which that may happen.
You believe in science?
Unless they do, right? And then we can positively
Wait a minute, you believe in science?
And then we can positively affirm, right, that those were the conditions that existed on Earth. I think the jury is going to be out. So I'm not sure just pointing to something which science says I don't know about is much of an argument when it comes to saying that that evolution is still.
I didn't know I don't know as a science. I didn't know that I don't know as a science. I didn't know that I don't know as a science. You just said that abiogenesis was a fancy way of saying I don't know. So if abiogenesis is saying I don't know, stay consistent now. If abiogenesis is saying I don't know, then it's not a science. What the heck it is? You don't have any information about it.
Right.
Abiogenesis is claiming that life comes from non-life. It's godless in nature.
Right. Okay. So there's two things. Firstly, you don't have to know the answer in order for something to be a science. Number one. Otherwise, things just wouldn't get invented, would they now? But nonetheless, I think the key question here is evolution is not claiming that God is not in the picture. It's claiming that God is not necessary for the picture. All right. So I just don't think that evolution is claiming anything about God. Right? We can interpret.
Well, that's your opinion. I respect your opinion.
I respect your opinion. Yeah, we can.
I respect your opinion.
Thank you. So
I respect. I respect your opinion.
Well, respect it by letting me finish then. I think we can interpret evolution in different ways and the philosophical ramifications of what it may mean. But nonetheless, when it comes down to the actual mechanism itself. There's more detail in that actual mechanism itself than could ever be put in a single book.
Opinion, but I'm going to remember that you said that abiogenesis is a fancy way of saying I don't know, and that you said it could be a science. I just got to try to remember that in the future.
Okay.
And I don't know, and without I don't know, things wouldn't get invented. You know, I mean, I've never heard nothing more. Anyway, that's your opinion. I respect it. So.
Well, when people say, but let me explain the last comment at least. When people say I don't know, for me that's a shorthand of saying I'm curious about something.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So when somebody says to you they don't know something, they're curious, tell me something. Does God exist? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So are you making a positive assertion that God does not exist, or are you saying you don't know he exists?
I'm saying I'm making a positive assertion that I believe God doesn't exist.
Okay, which one, by the way? Just so I'm clear.
Which one what?
Which God doesn't exist? Which God doesn't exist? I'm a Christian.
Hang on.
Any of them?
Hang on a second,
all right,
man.
I'll keep that in mind.
Simon,
all right,
Simon, what color are Rosie O'Donnell's panties right now?
Oh, they're a dirty grey right now.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Wait, so do you know what color her panties are?
I know they're dirty grey, yeah.
I don't know what color her panties are, and I can assure you I'm not curious either.
That's interesting.
We're near curious. Yuck.
I'm just saying, what part of the panties are you referring to? You see? Because undoubtedly there is some part of that which is grey, dirty grey. Some kind of fluff or something like that. So yeah, okay. I mean, what's the question exactly? Which is the point I'm making about what you're saying. This Bible is so vague, right? And when it claims it's got more detail than anything, and an evolution can come close to thinking about, I laugh because, of course, the detail in science is so extreme. It's generation upon generation upon generation of intelligent people thinking and trying to expand, asking questions like I don't know.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that evolution is more deep than the Bible? Regarding creation?
More detailed. I said detailed.
Oh, it's more detail oriented. Oh, okay, cool. So do me a favor. The next time True Empiricism, the next time he has an evolutionist bring it hangout, you mind going there and actually providing some evidence for evolution? Because the day you do that and actually provide that evidence, a lot of Christians are going to start believing that this science that you say that has all this information the people are actually going to believe that evolution is true, even though no one to this day has ever shown any real credible evidence for macroevolution or chemical evolution or stellar evolution or planetary evolution. No one's ever proved any of this stuff. It's a pretty good idea, though. Good imagination, but it's not science.
Well, rather than going down the route of, I think sort of, back and forth about science that both of us don't know that much about, I think really the answer should be that most Christians on the planet believe in evolution as being a mechanism which diversified life.
No, we don't. We believe that God created the heavens and the earth.
No, most Christians on this planet believe that. Yeah, they do.
A lot of Christians are just saying that to you because they don't feel like arguing with you. What they believe is that God created the heavens and the earth.
I believe you me, I haven't spoken to most Christians on the planet, man. I haven't.
I've spoken to a lot of them. I'm one of them myself, and I know what we believe.
How many is a lot?
A lot.
Yeah, how many?
A lot. That's all you need to know. A lot.
What was it? Over 1 billion?
A lot.
All right. So most Christians on the planet, I would understand to believe in evolution.
What, Mormons? Are you referring to Mormons? Because they're not Christians. Well, what Christians are you talking about? Mormonism's a cult. Mormonism's a cult. Go ask Lyrical Orion. She's an ex-Mormon. She was born into that cult. If you're talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses, that's a cult too. So, I'm trying to find this Christian group that you're talking about. Are you talking about Roman Catholics? Are you talking about them?
They're Christian.
They believe in intelligent design. They don't believe in evolution. They believe in intelligent design. They don't believe in evolution.
I didn't quite say that. I said they believe that. Yeah, I said they believe that evolution is the mechanism which explains the diversification of life.
All
You
right.
have to be very
Again,
careful
you're
with.
entitled to your opinion. And again, you're entitled to your opinion. So I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I think most.
I'll try to change your opinion sometime in the future, though.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah.
I think Gus is trying to get in. Ocean's trying to get in. Whoever has mind control.
Yeah, I wish I had mods.
I don't have mods to let nobody in here.
Lecture, are you there, Lecture?
And I'm going to go soon. I don't know if they want to talk to me or if they want to talk about something else.
I'm sure they would, G-Man. Oh, class. Here we go. That's all good. So yeah, I think yeah, we could go down the evolution road, but it's just not worth it because neither of us know enough. And yeah, biogenesis, you know, yeah, I think people are working on it, have been working on it for at least 40 or 50 years. So there must be some kind of scientific basis for it because they're doing experiments, taking data, etc. You know. But nonetheless, yeah, I've seen some interesting articles saying that it is possible under certain conditions, but whether they'll ever prove that those conditions were the actual conditions which started life on this planet, that's another question. All we're doing by saying that, having that argument, is making the gap much smaller that you're inserting God into. So again, I don't see the issue to necessarily say whether that is the mechanism or isn't the mechanism. That's not really the question for me. And I think that's what Godless was going at Fiona about. Really.
Well, I was in the room with Godless questioning her on it. And again, I'm dying to hear Fiona actually talk about this in real time. But, you know, I'm going to have to be patient for that because it may never happen.
All right, then, Simon.
Hey, Gus.
What's going on, man? I see you're still coming to us with the magic of radio.
Yeah,
I hear you say
it's not even high quality enough for 1947 radio.
It's like, here is the BBC News.
Yeah. And today over London, there was an extremely hot weather spot. It moved across the capital, starting from the west and moving east.
It must be
Do you
working.
have a
I feel
microphone
myself.
yet, Simon, or are you still rubbing sticks together over there?
Yeah, hang on a minute. I just got to put another 10p in the slot. Hang on.
He's standing on the White Cliffs of Dover and yelling that shit at us manual like.
I think what's the most annoying part, Simon, is that you seem to not care about subjecting other people to this most wretched of audio that we get to hear.
That's his
horrible.
voice. He can't change his voice.
You seem to be interested in absolutely zero corrective action at all. See, he's laughing.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you whistle him up a headset, man? What the fuck? Come on, bunny face. Dip into your untold thousands there.
I think he's in Europe.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I've started a GoFundMe page or something.
So, but Simon is the type of person where you would say, "Look, add something to your Amazon wish list and send it to me, and I'll buy it for you." And I don't think he would set those wheels into motion. He just wouldn't care. I don't think. Like that would be too much work for him, you know.
Yeah.
Too much effort. Fuck it.
See what I mean?
As I said, I moved in here 2 months ago, and today is the first day I've actually got a guitar in here.
Huh.
It takes a while for me to do anything.
Landlord said you couldn't have one, huh?
No, I've hardly been here. I've been on holiday and girlfriend and all that stuff.
Yeah, holiday with a girlfriend. Jesus Christ, what are you doing here?
Simon's the kind of guy that if you kick his door down, he won't replace the lock until the following year.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I should replace it. Look, I didn't kick it down. Why should I replace it?
I think
I'm just waiting to
would
find the
tend
guy to sue him, and by find the guy, I mean he needs to send me his info.
That's right.
I would tend to move first.
Simon's the type of guy who, you know, his smartphone has had the crack screen for like 3.5 years, even though he like bought the warranty package for it.
And
He's
he's
just
like,
can't
it's
be.
style. It's style.
He He can't be bothered to like just go and replace it.
Tom, thank you so much for the compliment, because of course I don't even have a smartphone.
I don't have a smartphone.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you guys, but I have a question for G-Man real quick, because he said something really interesting.
We're making fun of Simon right now.
Yeah,
what the
seriously,
fuck?
man. What the fuck?
Get your shit back. No, go stand in the corner, look at the wall. If you're not making fun of Simon, I don't want to hear your
That's
shit.
Seriously, G-Man. Listen, never
Jesus
mind.
Christ,
Never mind prodding G-Man. Okay, he was quiet in the corner there. Leave him the fuck alone there. He's not bothering anybody. Leave him be.
He was just talking about how biogenesis doesn't assume God, and fuck, you know. Simon was the one that was wrong in that conversation.
I have to say something, which is, this is exactly the behaviour that I came on here to avoid. Because Ocean's mum has been giving me shit all night, I'm telling you.
I know. You know, if you came on here to avoid immature behavior, you came to the wrong place, sir.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, but if you want to go ahead and talk and say something completely irrelevant to G-Man, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead. That's it, with your fucking sunshiny face. Go on, start shit.
It's a very sad sunshine.
Oh, no, I'm not going to start. Shit, don't worry. So I just asked him in the chat, but I'll ask him right here. So why are Mormons not Christian?
Fuck, strap in, you
Fuck
guys.
me.
Well, for two reasons. One,
Ocean, helmet.
I got my helmet on.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. For two reasons. For two reasons. Number one, and then number two, they claim they're not Christians.
They claim they're not Christians?
Yes. There's a Mormon temple about 5 blocks from my house. Not 5, about 4 blocks from my house. They don't claim to be Christians.
They don't claim to be Protestant.
Well, here's the
But
thing.
they don't claim to be Christians.
Well, I mean, I grew up Mormon.
Through God, Jesus Christ, and all that shit or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I grew up Mormon, and, you know, they believe the exact same things as most of the Christians, and every single Mormon I've heard calls themselves a Christian. Wait a minute.
Except for the whole black people are going to hell thing, you know, that's whatever, though.
Wait a minute. We believe the same things as the Mormons?
No, well, you don't believe the exact same things. I mean, the Mormons have their extra book, of course, which I think is just as, you know, fallacious as the Bible itself. But either way, they still believe in Jesus Christ. They believe that he died for their sins and that, you know, they are redeemed through him. So if they're not Christians,
here's what I think. I think that
why they
Mormonism
believe
is Christianity, just like the prequels are Star Wars movies. It's like, you know, technically it's probably true, but it's
Muslims.
No one really counts.
Muslims believe in Jesus too. That's a bad argument. Muslims believe in a Jesus anyway too. So
well, they don't believe
that
he's the
doesn't
Son
work.
of God.
They're not followers of Jesus Christ.
Well, Mormons believe he's the Son of God.
They still believe in a lot of the Bible, and they use the Bible as a holy book. They use the Bible as one of their holy books. So that doesn't mean that Muslims are Christians.
Okay, well, Muslims don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. They believe he was a prophet. There's a difference there. But the problem is,
do you know what Mormons believe about Jesus? Do you know what Mormons believe about Jesus? Do you know what Mormons believe about Jesus? Yeah.
Yes, I do know what Mormons believe about Jesus.
Okay. What do they believe about Jesus concerning Mary? Yeah, that Jesus populated this planet by having sex with his celestial Marys. You know, black people just recently was able to go to heaven. You know what I mean? There's nothing Christian about the Mormons, and they've already admitted it. All right, so they're not claiming to be Christians. You can talk to Lyrical Orion. She was born and raised in the Mormon thing. Her family's been in it for generations, and she'll be the first one to tell you that they're not Christians.
Well, okay, but
exposed them 4 times on my channel.
Well, by the same criteria, wouldn't Methodists also not be Christians? They came out at the same time as Mormons, so would they not be Christians either?
The Methodists are a denomination of Christianity. There's a difference between a denomination and a cult, and Mormonism is a cult.
Oh shit! All right, so if that's the case, what about all these guys?
Funny to you. You know, you should do some research. You even find it even funnier if you do some research. Find out that Mormons are not committed to Jesus, God, or Elohim, or any of that stuff. They're committed to to the Church of Latter-day Saints. Try leaving the Church of Latter-day Saints when you go in there. At least back in the day, you would be killed for doing that if you expose all of their secrets. Okay, it's a very serious thing. It's a cult.
Why is this kid laughing, G-Man?
Well, didn't the Catholic Church do that too? Isn't that make them a cult?
The Roman Catholic Church is too big to be a cult. They're a false religion.
I love you, G-Man. All right, I'm gonna go, but I just wanted to ask you that real quick because that's pretty interesting to me that you don't think they're Christian, even though they
Oh, you're
believe the
gonna
same shit
hightail it
you
and
do.
run? What? G-Man just totally kicked your butt and you're out of here?
No, Ocean. I'm not a pansy like you are. The whole problem here is that
poor
you can
sport. What
call
about being a
someone
pansy?
a Christian, and especially when they are Christian, they profess to believe in Christ, and then all of a sudden you're like, no, you're not a Christian. You're a member of a cult.
Are you an atheist yet? Yeah, are you an atheist
because
yet?
yes, I am an atheist.
Why are you an atheist? Are you an atheist because you don't believe that God exists?
I'm an atheist because I don't believe that God exists. Here's the thing: I don't believe that
I
there
won't argue
is
with you
any
about
need for
that.
that.
I won't argue with you
Oh, this is gonna
about
be
that.
fun.
But if you believe that Mormons are Christians, all you got to do is just type in "Are Mormon Christians" on your YouTube search engine, or go to go to something that compares Mormonism to Christianity. There's a whole bunch of material on YouTube for free that will tell you outright that they are a cult. There's a lot of information out there, man. You should go try looking at some of it.
Well, I've looked at plenty of information. I've grown up in this
Emotional
church,
about a cult.
and there's
You're getting
what?
pretty emotional about a cult.
Yeah,
I'm not getting emotional. I'm just what
the thing I love
bugs
about
me is that you have no self-awareness, G-Man. You have no self-awareness. Like why don't you think people call your religion a cult? Because it's the same criteria by which you determine
call it
Mormonism
whatever
is
they
a
want.
cult. It's the
No, they
same
don't.
criteria. You're just
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
don't.
I can prove it to you.
You want to make a bet? Okay. I tell you what. Since you can prove it to me, I'll be quiet. I want to hear this. Good.
All right. Well, hold on a second. Let me go get my Book of Mormon.
Cool. While he's getting his Book of Mormon, he can show me why calling a Christian the cult is going to be justified.
Because
remember the criteria I gave earlier. Remember the criteria I gave earlier.
Yeah.
Right.
Let him get his book first. Let him get his book
Go
first.
ahead.
So,
I know my Bible pretty well. You're not talking to no dirty.
I love when atheists get into it with G-Man. It's funny.
Hey, Ocean, let me ask you a question, Ocean.
Uh-oh.
Do you believe that? No, I'm being serious. Do you believe that Mormonism's that Mormons are Christians?
I think they believe in Christ. It depends on how you define Christian.
Okay. You mind having a one-on-one conversation with me on my YouTube channel with Lyrical Orion? No. I'm being serious, Ocean, because out of all the people in this room right now, I think you're the only reasonable person in here. Well, one of them anyway. So my question is,
Wow. I would love, G-Man. Wow.
Wait a minute, Ocean.
Wait a minute.
I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with you, Ocean, about whether or not Mormons are Christians. We talk about their doctrines.
I think my comment.
Lyrical Orion was born into it. Her family have generations of these people in her family, and I have these videos on my YouTube channel, 4 of them to be exact, about her talking about what's going on behind the scenes and how they admit that they're not Christian. So I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with you.
But I think that what I said earlier kind of reflects my opinion. That I think that Mormonism is Christianity, just like I think the prequels or Star Wars movies. Like in name, sure, but I don't really think they are.
Are pagans Christians?
No.
Pagans believe in multiple gods. One of them is the unknown God, which would be the God of the Bible.
As an aside,
some pagans are Christians, and the unknown God is not worshipped by all pagans.
I can use an idiotic argument like that too by saying that pagans believe in it too, because you guys are polytheists and you believe in multiple gods, therefore you're Christians.
You use arguments like that all the time.
Wait, what did you just say? Why'd you bring the unknown God into this? The unknown God is a big thing.
Well, yeah, it's actually in a book of Acts where the Apostle Paul actually dealt with and they were talking about it, and they had a statue of an unknown God, and that unknown God that they were talking about was the God of the Bible. If you're going to argue that Mormons believe in Jesus, wait a minute, hold on a minute. If you're going to say that Mormons believe in Jesus, then I can argue that pagans are Christians, but by the same logic. It's bad logic.
How is it by the same logic?
It's not bad logic. It doesn't make any sense.
How is it the same?
Pagans believe. Pagans. Okay. First of all, Ocean.
Not all pagans believe in the unknown God. First off.
Wait a minute, Ocean.
That's not a thing.
Ocean. Mormons believe in Jesus, but they don't believe in the Jesus of the Bible. And
I can prove that. The only place that I've heard of the unknown God is the Bible.
You want to know what? I would be willing all it would take is 12 minutes. I would debate you 12 minutes, 2-minute openings, 2-minute cross-examinations, 2-minute like back and forth and whatnot, and I'll prove you wrong straight up that the Mormon Jesus is not the Jesus of the Bible. It would be so.
Nobody's not going to take the
the
side of Mormonism in a debate. Just not.
Nobody
interested.
said that he was, but that's just a question. No.
Oh, wait a minute, but I would love to debate you one. I'm going to win that debate, and all of the atheists.
But nobody, you're debating a question. Nobody's arguing with you.
And even the Mormons are going to agree with me.
You framed
That's
the
how I know
debate
I'm
in a
going
way
to win.
that's straw manning.
I have my.
I just said that I don't think that Mormons are really Christian.
How you define what a Christian is.
Well,
There's
yeah, it
only
depends
one
on the definition.
for it.
If you
G-Man,
if you create a definition of Christian that includes Mormonism, then Mormons are Christians. If you create a definition of Christian that excludes Mormons, then obviously Mormons are not Christians.
Mormonism is a cult. This is why I constantly say on YouTube that you guys are ignorant when it comes to religion. You guys are very ignorant.
How is what I said wrong at all, G-Man?
Because it does not depend on how you define what Christian is.
Yeah.
Mormons openly admit they're not Christians.
Right, but if you have a definition that includes them, if you define Christian as follower of Jesus Christ,
No,
and
they
they
don't
say
know.
they follow Jesus Christ, then they're included.
not how I
If you try and make a more specific
That's not how you define it, G-Man. That's the point. That's not how you
how the
define
Bible defines it.
Holy fuck, G-Man. I don't care what the Bible defines it as. I don't. I really don't.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I have my evidence right here right now.
Exactly, like that makes a point.
That's why you would get your butt handed to you 30 seconds into the debate.
Hold on, I want to follow up on G-Man's challenge. I want to follow up on G-Man. He's inspired me. He's inspired me. Oh, I challenge. I challenge Ocean. I challenge Ocean to a debate on my channel on whether or not the Star Wars prequels are in fact Star Wars movies.
Here.
Before you go,
I just want to remind everybody that I'm in a room.
Also, special guest Lyrical Orion. Go ahead.
I would also like to remind everybody that it is not the Christians, but the atheist community that is boasting that they're more rational and more reasonable than everyone else in the world. Just want to
No one
remind you
made
guys
that claim, G-Man. No one
Well,
made
that claim every single day.
Hey, G-Man.
Particularly on the atheist experience other shows as well.
claim, G-Man.
Please, can we not?
Yes, you did. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Christopher, I think I got you
Okay,
recorded on my channel.
G-Man, could you just give me a second, please? If you could just give me a second, all right. Okay, so we're gonna go have a little debate here then, all right, G? Okay.
Not
so
now. Not in this room. Not now. No, not in here. No, absolutely
You
not.
want to hear my evidence? He's just
No, not in here. I'm not going to debate you in here. I'm not going to debate nobody in this room because you guys can't be serious long enough to have a debate. So, and you guys proved that earlier. So if you guys want to talk about
G-Man, you know you're full of shit.
If you want to go on a neutral channel like Shannon Rocky, or if you don't feel comfortable coming on my channel, we can go on.
G-Man, you want any excuse to do anything on
I won't debate you then. Come on.
No, Tom.
I haven't heard the word pettifogging in years. That's fantastic.
No, Tom, Gus, pettifogging.
But anyway, I came here for serious conversation, and you guys are just being.
Did you? You just
serious fucking.
All right, listen. If we're not tickling your pickle,
the moderator can.
If we're not tickling your pickle,
I appreciate the invite. I appreciate the invite, but I came here for a debate. This is called Debate Coliseum, not like
you came here for a debate, but you won't debate anybody.
Not Barney.
You just said that you wouldn't debate somebody.
I am debating.
Okay.
I'm trying to debate
No,
people one at
just
a
said
time.
you won't debate anybody. I have my evidence.
I'm trying to debate people one at a time, but I got you guys acting like little children.
Oh, we can all shut up and let Buddy go for it.
Yeah, so I would like to have a moderated.
Everyone be quiet. And let's talk. Let's have Buddy go with you, man.
On why Ocean does not accept Mormons admitting that they're not Christians. I find that
That's not what I said. That's not my position at all, G-Man.
Okay, now.
If you want to straw man my position into a debate, I'm not interested.
Ocean, you're just triggering him again.
I know.
Oh, now. Okay. So please.
Question, Ocean. And don't tell me, Ocean. Don't tell me, Ocean, that I never try to be serious with you. Give me an example of a follower of Christ and a person. Wait a minute. Give me an example of a person who's a follower of Christ and an example of someone who's claiming to follow Christ but is not doing it.
Are we gonna let Buddy talk?
I like to see you do it.
Is this between Ocean and G-Man?
I think it's between G-Man and G-Man. I haven't challenged him to a debate.
G-Man.
All right,
and I don't think it's a challenge to a debate. My position.
Listen, we can set this up. Everyone can shut up.
I'll shut up and let you shut up.
Yeah.
I just asked the question. I just asked one question.
Okay.
And my question
so
is this.
be quiet.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a person who's a follower of Christ and someone who is not a follower of Christ.
Okay.
That's all I want, Ocean. And I want that from Ocean. Nobody else in the room.
Wait, what?
A follower of Christ and a person who's not a follower of Christ. Now, I hope Christians are watching this. But go ahead, Ocean.
Yeah, okay. Okay, right. So
I don't really
Ocean
care.
is going to get the
I'm
floor.
listening, Ocean.
Okay, nobody else but Ocean, please.
Oh, why am I being put
Ocean-
on the spot like this? Because he's strawmanning my position.
Ocean is going to get the floor, okay? But first, Ocean.
Simus, I'm gonna hide you.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Simus
All
is
right,
talking
then.
a lot for wanting to say that I need to talk.
Fucking hell.
If your audio wasn't
Yeah,
so
yeah.
bad, then we probably wouldn't be complaining as much. But it's terrible.
Yeah,
I
fair
agree.
enough.
I
I
wholeheartedly agree.
understand.
I agree.
Because
I
really,
understand.
when you talk, Simon, it just
But you
sounds like
do
a
have to
low.
stop. Yeah, but you do have to stop talking in order for it to work, right?
See,
I
JJ
asked
makes the
Ocean-
same thing. And
I asked
JJ's problem
Ocean a
is
direct question.
he's
I
on
asked-
mobile, so he can get through.
Nobody's triggering me. Nobody's triggering me. I'm asking Ocean a direct question, and Ocean has not answered my
I'm not even
question.
sure if I understood your
Give me
direct.
an example. Give me an example of a follower of Christ and a non-follower of Christ. Give me an example of it, since you're so confident that based on what definition you use of Christianity.
I think that definition is simple
Christians.
enough.
No, give me an example, Ocean. Or is it?
Why-
Or did I win that fast? I
What's
asked you
the-
one question,
No, you
and I
just-
already won this debate.
I don't know what. Why are you asking the question in the first place? What's
Well,
does it
I
matter?
want to know if you know
If
an
I say
example of a
Pentecostal,
follower of
you
Christ
don't
and a non-follower of Christ.
You
It's
got
really
him on the
easy.
run, G-Man. You got him on the run.
If I
So-
say
so please
Pentecostal,
answer the
from one
question.
holy shit, G-man! I'm in the middle. I've been in the middle of answering
Answer
twice
the
now.
question.
You've interrupted me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if I say a Pentecostal for the follower of Christ and an atheist for the non-follower of Christ, what's the next step?
Okay, great. Now, you said that Mormons are Christians depending on the what definition you use. What
Right.
definition do you have to use to say, because I believe obviously that Mormons are not followers of Christ.
This
You
is
believe
my
that they could-
my statement. If
Wait a
you
minute,
create
wait a
a
minute.
definition,
You're gonna get confused. You're gonna
okay.
get confused if I'm not allowed to finish.
I'm
You're
trying to
gonna
get you
confused.
before you strawman me, but you're going to strawman me. If you insist on it, go ahead.
Okay, great. You said depending on the definition
Mm-hmm.
of what a Christian is, that Mormons could be Christians.
Right.
Right. So my question for you is this. Okay. My question is this. Okay. What definition do you have to use for Mormons to be Christians?
Religion that includes Jesus Christ.
That would include Islam as well too. You know they follow
That's
Jesus
bull.
too, right?
They don't
Right, you
believe
could.
he's the son of God.
I think that Mormon.
They don't
you could
kind
make
of believe
the
he's
case.
the Son of God. They
You
follow
could
him
make the
though.
case. Okay, you could make the case that Islam is a Christian movement very easily.
Okay, so can you give me the definition I want for the Mormon though? Can you actually give me the definition? You said that
I think
depending
the
on the
definition
definition
that I
that
gave
you
includes
use,
Mormons.
you said that depending on the definition that you use, that Mormons could be considered Christians. Even though, let me remind the
Well,
audience
how about
now
this?
that they
Religion
don't
that
claim to
includes
be
the
Christians.
worship of Jesus Christ.
That wouldn't make them Christians, and I know that for a fact because I happen
If you
to be
define
one.
Christianity
So-
as the
so-
religion that worships Jesus Christ, then Mormons would be included. But that's
Okay,
if you define
Mormons
Christian
don't
that way.
worship-
If you have a different
Mormons-
definition, and you can make a case for that definition that doesn't include Mormons, then Mormons are not Christians.
Again,
It doesn't
you did
matter.
not give a definition. Again, you have not given a definition
I
to
thought I
what
had.
would justify a Mormon. But no, you did not. I'm
Yes, I
still
did.
waiting for you to give me the definition. No,
Okay,
you didn't.
religion that includes the worship of Jesus Christ.
Would not make you a Christian.
That not to you, but if I make the definition of Christian,
I can read to
religion
you
that
what a
includes the
Christian right
worship
out
of
of my
Jesus
Bible if
Christ.
you like.
Why are you talking over me?
Go ahead
Why
and
do you do
answer
that?
the question, Ocean.
I just did answer the question.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You're moving the goalposts. You're not even talking about what
No,
I'm talking about.
what I said was,
thank you
that
for
if you create
participating,
a
Ocean.
definition,
Thank you for participating,
Why are you
Ocean.
doing
You
this?
lost.
G-Man,
No.
G-Man,
You're
you realize
lost,
this whole discussion is about where you put the goalposts, right? And you're complaining about moving the goalposts.
moving the goalpost, right?
No. Ocean claimed that depending on the definition that you use, even though Mormons claim that they're not Christians, that's the part he's missing, okay? He claims that depending on the
doesn't matter if they
definition you
don't
use
claim
for a
they're
Christian, that makes them a Christian.
Look.
You're basically putting them in a category they don't want to be in. What if I did that with you, Ocean, and I started saying that you wasn't a pagan and that you was an atheist? How would you like that?
He
You wouldn't like that, would you?
wouldn't
If
care,
you define atheist as one who worships multiple
Because
gods,
for my
then I would be an
worldview,
atheist.
then for my worldview, technically you would be a theist, but you would be more like one of these guys in here who have a lack of belief in the true and living God, and that would be the God of the Bible. You believe in all these fictional characters like Zeus and Thor and all these other.
Define an atheist as one who does not believe in the Christian God, then I'm an atheist.
Do have a sound argument for that. I actually do have a sound argument for, which is why I use it against the atheist community better than you. You know what I mean? So
what do you mean?
Again, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Better than me.
I can prove that every last one of these atheists are pagans. Every last one of them.
No, you can't.
Yes, I
That's
can.
silly.
Yes, I can. They're their own little gods and goddesses who determine what's right and what's wrong, what's moral, what is immoral.
I have heard this argument from you several times, and it's still stupid. Every time you've made it,
no, it
been
isn't.
dumb.
No, it isn't. Why don't you bring rational theists in here? Let's talk about it.
Oh God. Okay. Can I
why
get
would
back
that
to what I was
matter?
saying earlier?
If we're really going
Let's
to
bring
go
'em in
down
here.
this rabbit hole, G-Man.
I think we just went down
You know
6
what it
rabbit
is
holes,
again,
and
on
I
Debate
rounded you every
Coliseum,
time.
This is arguing. This is like arguing with like little kids. The point of the
No,
matter is,
it is. You're right.
Mormons are not Christians because they say they're not Christians.
It depends.
You wonderful human being, you.
If I say I'm a Christian, does that make me a Christian? If you don't say I'm a Christian anymore, G-Man, I'm a Christian. You think I'm a Christian?
No, you're not.
Oh,
no, you're not.
Whoa. But I say I'm a Christian. That's the part you're forgetting.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You say you're a pagan.
Therefore, I'm a
pagan.
You say you're a pagan. I am a Christian. So if I say that I'm a Christian, by the way that you've structured the definition of Christian, which solely has to do with the claim of being a Christian, I am now a Christian.
That's ridiculous because you claim to be a pagan.
Oh, that's silly. I think that
right
the same criticism of Mormonism.
You're playing make-believe right now when you say that you're a Christian.
Oh, no, but I just say that I am. That's all that I need to do is just say that I am, right? That doesn't matter what my beliefs are. I have the same beliefs.
Anyway,
Ocean, I will say today that I am a Christian.
Ocean, I'm disappointed, Ocean. You're usually a lot better than this, man. I think you're spending too much time.
I'm illustrating how dumb
you need to start getting in the room with some more intelligent people.
No, hold on, G-Man,
these guys.
G-Man, may I have the honors, please?
Yay, can we finally hear from you, please?
Yes.
On this subject.
Hi, Gigi.
I got some evidence here regarding Christians or Mormons being Christians, and I could just look at 3 Nephi chapter 15. Here we go. All right. And it came to pass that when Jesus had ended these sayings, he cast his eyes round about on the multitude, and said unto them, Behold, ye have heard these things which I taught before I ascended for my Father. Therefore, whoso remembereth these things of mine, doeth them, him I will raise up at the last day. He's basically saying to the Native Americans that if they follow him, he will bring them up at the last day, meaning they will be saved. That means that these people were definitely followers of Christ. So I do not know how you could possibly construe these people as any different than any other Christian who claims to believe in Christ. So what is your definition, man, for a Christian?
I can't show you nothing in the Bible to top that, but I'll let you finish. But go ahead and finish, and let some other people talk, and then I'll show you why you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. But go ahead.
Oh.
Holy shit. Okay, well, here's another verse for you. How about this?
Hey guys, hold on just a second. Steve McRae was a Mormon, and he is here wanting to get into the room. If there's anybody that would be willing to drop so that he could come in and speak with G-Man, he would love to do so.
Yeah, sure. I would like to talk to him. Great. He was a Mormon?
Steve McRae's very dishonest. He's one of the... No, I wouldn't let him in.
You know what? You know what? On second thought, if Steve wants to get in, and I'll drop because Godless is too much of
I was just about to
too much of a cunt to do it herself, even though she's trolled.
Godless Girl is awesome. I think you guys need.
Yeah. So Steve, start spamming that join button. I'll leave in like.
Hey, G-Man, she's white too, huh?
If we can be mature here for a moment, act our age. Make an argument that
I think that G-Man has just put limitations on the Hangout that include leaving.
With him actually reading out of the Book of Mormon, with him reading out of the Book of Mormon, that was the all in all, I guess, right? That you definitely kicked my butt. Can you do me a favor, and read that again for me, please,
Sure, yes, I will gladly do that for you. And now it came to pass that when Jesus had ended these sayings, this is referring to his visit to the Americas, right? It says, and now it came to pass that when Jesus had ended these sayings, he cast his eyes round about on the multitude and said unto them, Behold, ye have heard these things which I taught before I ascended to my Father, talking about the resurrection. Therefore, whoso remembereth these sayings of mine and doeth them, him I will raise up at the last day. He's basically saying that those who follow him, and he's talking to the Native Americans, the Lamanites, Nephites, whoever, he's talking to them, telling them that if they follow him and his teachings, they will be saved. This is the definition. This is what every Christian does, and this is what every Christian pretty much believes.
Really?
So,
really?
Yes, pretty much. Believing in Christ, he died for my sins, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you Mormon? Yay.
Hey,
no, I was raised.
So am I the only Mormon?
I'm no longer a Mormon. I'm an atheist.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Real
But
quick,
you were
real
Mormon.
quick, yeah.
You were Mormon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, real
Steve
quick.
was Mormon too.
Yeah, I was a Mormon too. So Ye and I were the only two Mormons. So let us address this. It's like pagan, ocean, whatever. We're talking about paganism. So, G-Man, how many Mormon churches have you been to?
How many Mormon churches I've been
Yeah,
to? I got
how
one.
many times have you been to Sacrament or?
I've been to
Okay,
one.
nice.
I've been to one.
One, okay. And
I've been to one.
And in that particular one, did they tell you that they weren't Christians?
I have several of them that tell me that they're not Christians, especially the ones that knock on my door.
So the elders, the elders, which I've probably known well over 100 elders. In fact, all my friends were missionaries. I can name you these 5 or 6 off the top of my head.
But I can't wait to read the
They
scripture.
go through what's called the missionary lessons and the elder training. Are you familiar with that, G-Man? Of course not.
No.
So
why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what it is?
Well,
why don't you tell me what it is?
It's an education.
And then we can get back to the actual
Sure, it's
debate.
the education of how to go around door to door and explain to people what the LDS Church is about, which stands for, by the way, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, not Marco Polo, not Albert Einstein, but the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay? There's a giveaway in the name. Now, these elders actually will explain to you, because if it even says on the little lapel thing, the little name tag, Church of Jesus Christ. And as somebody pointed out here, it was Ye. Have you read the Book of Mormon? Are you familiar with it?
Clear the slot.
No. There are passages in the Book of Mormon that talk a lot about Christ. As a matter of fact, I believe it's, maybe he can correct me, it's been a while. Album 42, are you familiar with that? The chiasmus in the Book of Mormon? No.
I'd like for you to make your point so I can eradicate.
Oh, sure. I'll get there. I'm getting there.
You're not making any points right now.
So
I'm still focusing on Ye because you're not saying much.
So the question was, is are Mormons Christians? Well, by their own definitions, by their own, every time you go to a church there, they talk about Jesus Christ. They talk about the Bible. They talk about the Book of Mormon, which talks about Jesus Christ. They believe that in order to be saved, you believe in Jesus Christ, that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, that Jesus Christ is the literal Son of God. These are all Christian. These are all Christian terminology and Christian overtones. What do you think they are? Jewish?
Right. I think, Steve, and I think that you don't know Mormonism as well as I do.
Opinion piece. This is what you can demonstrate. Demonstrate they are not Christian when everything they do is about Jesus Christ.
That's not true. Everything they do is all about Joseph Smith.
You just said that you've had people tell you that they weren't Christian.
Wait a minute, Steve.
Where is this in the gospel?
Steve.
Can you name me the 4? Wait, G. Can you tell me?
Steve, this is a one-sided conversation, Steve. This is a one-sided conversation.
I'll ask one more question, and you have the floor. Name me the doctrine that the Mormons use. Do you even know what the doctrine they use?
That's not what we're debating right now. We're debating whether or not.
Well, if you're going to claim that they're not Christian, you need to know what their doctrine is, G-man.
Okay, Steve, when you're done talking, I'm going to mute. When you're done talking, let me know so I can actually.
So let me explain to the rest of the people. I bet, what's funny is I bet, you were ex-Mormon. Can you remind us what the 4 doctrinal things for the Mormons that they use?
Like the specific books you're talking about? Okay, yes, they use the Book of Mormon. They use the Pearl of Great Price. They use the Doctrine and Covenants. What else do they got here?
The big one that everybody else uses.
I got the big
the 66 books of the Bible. Okay, so King James Version Bible.
Right.
So they basically, you don't use the New Testament, right? Does the New Testament talk about Jesus?
I think so.
I think so. So all these things that you can extend to almost every other Christian besides some Trinitarian type of concepts apply equally. Salvational issues, they are exactly the same. The belief that Christ is the Son of God, and by believing in Him, you can have eternal life. John, 3:16. Which, by the way, I don't think you remember what that one was.
Steve. How about this, Steve? Because Lyrical Orion knows what I believe about this.
I'm not. I'm
going to give you mercy. I'm going to do something I don't normally do on YouTube because as soon as I ask my question, my 2 or 3 questions in a minute, you're going to understand why you're helping me right now. Okay?
Okay,
you're really helping me. By the way, I
go
appreciate
it.
it. I would recommend you mute, call Lyrical, and ask Lyrical what I believe about this. Before you say another word, I would do that if I were you.
Why don't you just give us what you got? Go ahead.
Okay. So for those who are watching this, Steve is right. They believe in Jesus. Well, I should probably say they believe in a Jesus, and they believe that a Jesus died for their sins, and they believe that if you believe in their Jesus, you're going to have eternal life. But is this the Jesus of the Bible? Well, there's only one way you can really tell. Let's look at the Bible first, since the Bible came first, and then the second. The
one you never read.
Other Testament. Right. Whoa. Wait a minute, Steve. Calm down, Steve, because you lost. You just don't know it yet, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's what you say all the time.
This is what I do with Muslims now. Okay,
every time I've lost,
wait a minute.
gone in disgrace, Jesus.
Show me one verse. Wait, Steve.
Okay, let's let G-Man talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please, Steve.
Steve, show me one verse. Show me one verse in the Bible before we even get to the Book of Mormon, because the Book of Mormon believes that Jesus and Satan are brothers. Show me in the Bible where those two are brothers.
Okay, wait. Can you show me what passage in the Book of Mormon says that, please?
I don't have to. If you was a Mormon, you should
take your time. If that's your claim.
You was a Mormon,
did you guys just hear that claim? Wait. Did you guys hear that claim? He said the Book of Mormon says that Jesus and the Satan are brothers. Did you not say that, G-Man?
That's what they believe.
Okay, go find me where it says that.
I can actually screen share. I can actually screen share. I can actually tell you what to look up right now and make you look like a fool right now. But instead of doing that,
No, instead of you need to do that.
So obviously, Steve's going to dominate the conversation again because Steve doesn't want to hear an argument against what he's saying. This is not a debate. This is not a debate. This is not a debate. This is what I'm talking about.
I'll wait. Okay, G-Man, you have the floor. I'm going to mute you. I will wait for your evidence. You give me the evidence in the Book of Mormon that there's.
So, by the way, sir, you haven't shown me a drop of evidence for anything that you claim. So when you start doing it, then I'll do it. I have no problem screen sharing.
There you go, guys.
I have no problem getting my Book of Mormon. I have no problem going to my back room, getting my Book of Mormon and showing you that I know what I'm talking about. And then number 2, I have no problem screen sharing it. My question for you remains.
How many? You guys want to see him back
be on my YouTube channel, Steve, when you look like a fool for a second time.
Simon, do you want to see?
I can't understand you. Steve, answer my question, Steve. You said, Steve, and I quote, that you used to be a Mormon. You said
I
can't
understand you, man.
Show me in the Bible. Show me in the Bible where it says that Jesus and Satan are brothers.
You have to stop talking.
I'm trying to listen to you, Simon, but he won't shut up.
Yeah, you have to stop talking first. That's the problem. All right. So, okay, there's no point in going back and forth and accusing each other. All right. So either address the issues, right? You said, I believe the issue is G-Man. You said Jesus and Satan were brothers. I personally want to know the age difference. Which one's older? But nonetheless,
yeah, that's fine. Where's in the Bible? Where's the Book of Mormon that says that? And how old are they? Yeah, I know which one's the older brother. Actually, Jesus is supposed to be the older brother. But.
Steve, you got to stop talking, Steve.
Sorry.
Could you tell us, please, G-Man, which bit of the Bible in the Mormon book, says that the claims that Jesus and Satan are brothers?
Wait a minute. Simus is your name? Your name's Simus, right? Hey, Simus. Yeah. I don't play those games. I asked him a direct question. I want to answer. Wait a minute, Simus. I asked Steve a question. I will not answer any questions in this room until Steve answers my question. Show me in the Bible.
As soon as you answer that
one. In the Bible. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to screen share and prove that the Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan are brothers.
That's not the claim. I do that, of course they do. Wait. The Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan are brothers. You said it's in the Book of Mormon.
Show me in the Bible where it says that. Show me. No, I didn't say that. I said the Mormons believe that. Show me, Steve. Show me, Steve, in the Bible where they're brothers. And stop running. Answer the question.
You guys hear him say that in the Book of Mormon, Mormons in the Book of Mormon.
Show me, Steve.
I won.
Hang on.
You won't even answer the question.
G-Man, did you or did you not? No, hang on, Sam.
Let me see if I can get Hannah.
Did you or did you not say?
I want her to see what kind of a person you are, bro.
Or did
That's
you not
pathetic.
say? Because you're lying right now. Because we're this is live. You said that in the Book of Mormon, Jesus and Satan are brothers. Did everybody hear that, or is that my imagination?
I believe that was what was said, Gene.
That was
He
what was
said that,
said.
and he's not wrong.
Okay,
He said that, he's not wrong.
Well, he is wrong because it's not in the Book of Mormon.
Well, yeah, it's not in the Book of
Covenant.
Mormon.
Well, anyway, my whole argument is hanging on this. Steve said that they believe in Jesus. I'm saying that they believe in the Jesus, but it's not the Jesus of the Bible. Steve knows this. That's why Steve knows it's not in the Bible. He knows full well that Satan is a created being and that he is not Jesus' brother. If that's the case, and the Mormons are talking about one Jesus,
actually, this is called a belief system for a reason.
You know what? Debate Coliseum, thank you for the invite. This guy's not going to let me finish a
Yeah,
thought.
you got your ass handed to you. Thank you, Gene, for playing.
Here's the thing.
Because you couldn't demonstrate your claim like usual, and you got to shut the fuck down.
Wait a minute, Steve. Steve, please show me in the Bible where it says that Jesus and Satan are brothers. If you can't, then you're not talking about the same Jesus. And I got a scripture I want to read.
It's not in the Bible. Why would it be in the Bible? It's not part of their faith. This is called a faith-based claim.
You claim they're Christians, though. 2 Corinthians.
Not do anything. So wait a minute. So whether Jesus and Satan are brothers is matters for their salvation?
Steve, can I read my scripture, Steve? Can you shut up long enough for me to do that?
You already lied.
Okay, 2 Corinthians.
You made a claim and you failed to prove it.
I would like to finish a statement. I would like to finish a statement.
Please, G-Man, please, if you may. Right. Steve, you've just said a load of things, G-Man. Please give Steve a chance to respond, and then please read your Bible.
I never finished making my point. I made a half a point. I never made a full point because he kept interrupting me.
I think you made the point that in the Bible it doesn't say Jesus and Satan are brothers, and I think Steve can respond to that.
It doesn't. Yeah, nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
G-Man left.
Okay, so there we go. He ran away. There we go.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what happens when somebody comes in that actually was Mormon that could actually explain to him.
G-Man's back.
He's back. Yay!
Okay, so please, G-Man, was that the point you were making? That in nowhere in the Bible it says.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I was temporarily kicked out the room. My thing is this: I never got a chance to finish my point because every time I was speaking, I was interrupted mid-sentence by Steve.
Sure.
Lyrical Orion, who was born into that nonsense, knows what my argument is. Steve McRae is ignorant as I don't know what about where I stand with this.
Bro.
Can we do this?
I got a scripture. I got a scripture here I want to read. And by the way, I've never met anybody on YouTube more much of a coward.
1 minute each time.
The man won't even let me talk.
That's because you have to shut up for a moment first. That's because you have to shut up for a moment first. Then we have to establish that you were in fact going to talk without interruption for at least a minute, right? Then after that, Steve will then talk. Then Steve will talk for. Then Steve will talk for a minute or so, and then you will respond. Please, nobody else talk. E-Man, you have the floor for a minute. Please do not use ad homs to start your sentence.
Okay. Anyway, 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 4. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or ye receive another spirit which we have not received, or another gospel which we have not accepted, ye might well bear with him. Okay, so in the scripture it talks about a person believing in another Jesus, or believing in another gospel, or receiving another spirit. The Mormons believe in a different Jesus. Their Jesus believe that Satan and Jesus are brothers. In the Bible says that Satan or the devil or Lucifer is a created being. They can't be the same person. Therefore, they can't be talking about the same Jesus. Therefore, they can't be. They can't be Christian.
Can I clarify?
I guarantee you. No, I'm not finished. I guarantee you, Steve does not deal directly with what I said, and this will be on my YouTube channel to make him look like a fool for a second time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do I get my minute now?
Okay, so Steve, you have the right of reply, but I think first you may let Ye go for a minute or less than 10 seconds.
He did have. How long do I get?
Well, you've got the floor, but I think you may want to let Ye go for 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I want to clarify something here. Mormons believe that God's children were all spirit children at one point. We were all spirits. We were all equal. We were all equally created. Things like that. Now, after the fall, or the war in heaven, you should say, Lucifer, who was a spirit child, just like Jesus, just like you and me, according to Mormon belief, he was a spirit child just as well. He wanted something different than God's plan. Therefore, he became Satan. He became against God. That's where Satan comes from in the Mormon religion. Yes, they are brothers in the way that they're both spirit children of God. So it's basically like, you know how Jesus is our brother, technically? Well, that's the case here. That's what the Mormons try to argue. That's what they believe. I know. I was raised in the church. That's the clarification.
Okay. My turn? Oh, shit.
Yeah, please, Steve, go ahead. The floor's yours for a
Okay.
minute. And then
Okay.
Gina.
Two things. One, the conditions of what Jesus would be, meaning that you know how many different variations of Christianity there are. There are 4 different accounts of the gospel of the resurrection of Christ. Okay, each one of those is a different Jesus. Each one of those cannot exist. There's one story where the angels came down and moved the stone. There's one story where there's 2 people. There's one story that the tomb was empty. There's 4 different accounts of the story of how Jesus resurrected. They're all different. Some people believe Jesus is black. Some people believe Jesus is white. That's 2 different Jesuses right there. Okay, are those salvation issues? No. Okay, so it doesn't matter what an individual perspective is for what Jesus was. It is the concept of Jesus being the Son of God. Everybody has a different impression of him because they don't know, because it's a faith-based thing. Second of all, you made a claim, and I still want you to back it up. Now that I've answered your question, you said that Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan are brothers because it's in the Book of Mormon. It's not. Okay, it's actually in the Pearl of Great Price in Moses. Okay, I want you to either admit that it's not in the Book of Mormon or find me where it is in the Book of Mormon, because you made that claim. There you go.
Well, I don't have a Book of Mormon in front of me for me to do that.
Google.
So no, I'm not going to Google it. So what I'm going to do is, since you already admitted that the Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan are brothers, and the Bible Jesus does not believe that the Bible Jesus has clearly made it known that Satan is a created being. You can't be talking about the same person in the same way that you can't tell me that I'm married and not married at the same time. That is stupid. I won this debate because you did not think it through, and Lyrical Orion already knows my position. And I gave you an opportunity to mute your microphone, to call her, and to ask her what I actually believed about it, and you did not take up that offer. So you know what, Steve, you live and learn. Don't ever come to, don't debate me if you're not prepared for it.
You've lost this.
Don't debate me if you're not prepared
lost this
for
for
it.
so many reasons. It's not even funny. Your claim was that Mormons are not Christian. I've demonstrated they are Christian because whatever variant of Christ you have is still Christian, because there's many different variations of Jesus out there. Again, there's a black Jesus, a white Jesus, Jesus that rose from the dead, and this, and this. So many different stories of what happened about Jesus, that they're all not the same person, regardless of whether they're a created being or not. And yes, I do know your argument. I've been around. I used to defend Mormonism as an apologetic. Okay, so I do understand exactly what you're saying. I know the church probably better than Orion does because I was baptized in the church. Okay, I know the doctrine.
Wait a minute, you know it better than Lyrical? Oh, okay, I got your pen and paper here. Hold on. So you know it better than Lyrical.
So G-Man, so instead of pontificating,
I'll
why don't you
definitely
admit
remember
that you were wrong because you never produced any evidence that the Book of Mormon has Satan and Lucifer as brothers. You admitted you cannot find it right now. You don't have any source for it. You can't even use Google. So you made a claim that you're wrong on. Wait, let me finish. I got 10 more seconds. And you blew it because of the fact that you don't understand there's many different interpretations of Jesus. And just because one happens to be that they're the brother of Satan, it does not negate the fact that you're a Christian. You lost. Deal with it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody who's watching this know that I did give them the chance to go do a search. And when I make my YouTube video, don't tell me that I'm being hateful and bigoted. When I cross-reference what this moron is saying with what Mormons actually believe, okay? This guy admitted openly in this Google Hangout that Mormons believe that Jesus and Satan are brothers. I am a Christian. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, of the Bible, not the Book of Mormon or Mormonism, okay, which happens to be a cult for a plethora of reasons, okay? Satan is a created being in our Bible, okay? Even atheists understand that. So here's the thing now, Steve McRae, you tried, you really did. But when you debate somebody like me, bro, you got to come prepared. You really do, because you are the worst debater I have ever encountered here on G+. You really are.
All right, so let's recapitulate. Wait, my turn. Let's recapitulate here. Every claim that I said was true, and I backed it up. I agreed that in the Mormon faith, Satan and Jesus are brothers. He got where the source was wrong. Okay, he thought it was in the Book of Mormon. It's not. It's in the book Pearl of Great Price. He was wrong on that account. Okay, he was wrong that they do not teach that they're not Christian. Missionaries are trained to teach they're Christian because their church name is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was wrong on 2 accounts. I've got nothing wrong so far. So he's got in 2 things that he's completely wrong on. One of which he cannot back up because he's wrong on it. And he's only using this argument that the created being is a matter of faith anyways. There are so many different variations of Jesus. What does it matter? They are a Christian church. They do use the Bible. They use the Old Testament, the New Testament, and additional scripture. Okay? You don't like it? Who gives a shit? You don't make the determination.
Do you know what a cult is?
You got your ass handed to you, G-Man. Steve. How about debate's over? How about we take a vote?
Everybody in this room know you lost. Everybody in this room know you lost.
That's bullshit.
Wait, let's take a vote. Wait a minute, G-Man, hang on.
Steve, the moment they vote for you, Steve, the moment they vote for you, I can actually
I want a straw poll.
I can actually include them in the bonus video that's going to come.
Yeah, great. She could put anything on the video. See, I like you.
No. Go ahead and vote. This is even better.
I like you.
Better. Now I
can put anything on your channel, and I don't care. Just like I put anything on my channel, and you give a shit.
Okay. So go ahead and do a vote, because now I can include
in the outside chat and the inside chat. Who made a better argument?
Well, G-Man's claim was that everybody in the room knows that Steve McRae was destroyed, and I disagree with it. I disagree with that, but I'm still on the fence about the Star Wars prequels.
Not me. I don't know. Not me. I don't know. I don't know.
No, take a fair vote.
I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know that he lost.
Gus, smart move, Tom. Is there any atheists in here that will back Steve McRae up so I can add you to my YouTube video and cross-reference what
listen, G-Man,
what the Mormons are saying when they admit that they're not Christian?
G-Man, don't misunderstand me. I didn't not pay attention because of something to do with fucking Steve. I basically thought that Steve was right a priori and stopped listening to you. So.
Oh, okay. So you're one. Okay, so you agree with him. Anybody here agree with Steve? So
I thought. My lizard brain said Steve versus G-Man. Well, I know who's going to win that motherfucker. I'm going to watch some YouTube videos.
And I understand that, Gus. I understand that, Gus. Earlier in this Google Hangout, because I like to remember what people say in these Hangouts.
That's an interesting concept coming from you.
Not adults. So here's the thing now. If you believe that Steve won, great. Now I got 2 people that believe that Mormons are Christian. That would be you, Gus. Wait a minute, Gus. Now I got you, Gus. I got you right where I want you, because now you said.
Oh my God, Gus is there. Gus is in the crosshair.
He's G-Man versus Steve McRae is like an Ewok versus the Death Star.
He's greased me up and he's fucking aiming for penetration.
Okay, Tom agrees. Wait a minute. Tom agrees. Tom agrees with Steve now. Who else agrees with Steve? It doesn't bother me that you agree with him. I feel sorry for you later when I actually.
Be fair.
Okay, so Yay Buddy agrees. Who else?
I can't pick
Who else? Godless Girl?
You can't fix that? You're saying?
Yes. So what about you, Simon? So what about you, Simon? Are Mormons Christians?
If I may speak, then I think I'd like to just ask a question, which is, did you claim, right, that the reference for Jesus and Satan being brothers was in the Book of Mormon?
You did.
Did you actually claim that?
Okay, I think I did reference it, and there's a chance I might be wrong about that. But that doesn't change the fact. Wait a minute, Simon. That doesn't change the fact that Steve McRae admitted that Jesus and Satan are brothers. Now, if I got atheists in here now saying that is possible, and I can't wait until we get to a God argument again.
Yeah,
now I got atheists that say that it's possible.
There's more to it than that, but of course he doesn't want to know.
Not have a brother at the same time. No. These atheists believe that you can have a brother.
I think all across the board is G-Man got his ass handed to him. I'm looking at the side chat.
No. I didn't get my butt handed to me. What's happening right now is I can't get a word in edgewise. But the thing is this. You all agree.
I've already demonstrated.
Wait a minute.
That was trivial.
I'm actually studying logic. I'm studying logic here, okay? So I don't have my notes in front of me,
You
but
think
I'm
you
going to
can
make
follow
sure
it.
I point this
Really?
out, though. You're saying that it's
Gee, man, you
logical
can't spell
for
logic.
a person. Okay, you're saying that it's logical for a person to have a brother and not have a brother at the same time. That's what all of you are saying right now, and that's logical.
But you're saying, but G-Man, you're saying that but G-Man, you're saying that Jesus, right, can be a son and a father at the same time.
I never said that Jesus was the father.
Some people do. Are they not Christians?
And you're moving the goalpost, Simon.
Wait,
So
wait.
let's
Are they not Christians? I mean, there are Christians out there.
Wait a minute.
G-Man?
Wait a minute. I like to respond to what he said.
Though?
To what he said now.
Let's go back to like a minute because Jeff.
My response to that is this: the atheist community, and yes, you're all getting thrown into that bunch now. Until I hear somebody speak some sense in here, the atheist community, except Godless Girl, because I don't believe she's an atheist. The atheist community, actually, I don't believe none of you are atheists. The atheist community, these pretenders actually believe that you can have a brother and not have a brother at the same time. Totally get it. Totally understand
no one said
it.
That.
You
no
all agree with the guy. You all agree with him. You all agree with him.
No one said the Bible and
this is a portion where G-Man strawmans everybody and gets all angry. I'm going to make a video about you guys because you guys.
2 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 4. Nobody in this room said a word about 2 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 4, where it says that you can believe in a different Jesus, believe in a different gospel, and have a different spirit and be condemned. None of you addressed that.
How many different variations of Jesus are there? Can you
Trust
count?
me when I say I'm going to embarrass you guys as soon as I leave this room and start my own room. And yes, you have an invite. I want you to come in here and show my atheist audience why you can have a brother and not have a brother at the same time.
Invite me. Send me an invite.
Yes, I'll give you an invite. Steve, you'll get an invite too, Steve.
No, hell no. You've
of course you're not going to come in there because it'll be a fair conversation.
You've got fodder for your show, so I mean, thank you to me. You're welcome.
Fodder for your show,
because, yeah, you know the bullshit that you put on your channel that you complain is entertainment.
People watch my show. Nobody knows who the heck you are.
Moderator, come on. I mean,
It doesn't change
over me.
Like, regardless of whether or not.
Nadia has more subscribers.
EMK.
You know what fodder means?
Enough.
Okay, now I really think you guys calm down. I really think you guys.
I hear a rumbling noise. I don't know what it's saying though.
Can you hear me?
Secondly, thank you. Secondly, Steve, you did start interrupting him as well, so it's no good claiming moderation right after you've started interrupting someone already. But nonetheless, thank you for drawing attention to it. Thank you for drawing attention to it. So, G-Man, will you please let Steve speak and then respond? Also, there are other people in the room that are now engaging, and they should also be given a chance to talk. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, basically, G-Man has his fodder for his show. He can run and, oh, look, it's what Steve said. Oh, my God, he's such a bad man. I don't care. It's funny, actually. I mean, he doesn't seem to understand people watching for the lulz. I get that. He has a channel. He needs to get people. He tells people to make fun of him and mock him and all that stuff. He likes it. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. He gets views for it. Great. I'll give him that attention. But when he makes a bad argument, then it's going to be, oh, look, G-Man has made bad arguments, and we're going to point that out. He's made 2 claims. He failed on both of them. I have not said anything incorrect. Therefore, there's no way that he thinks he's won. And I know he doesn't. He knows he's got his ass handed to him, but he has to maintain this appearance that he actually won by something in 1 Corinthians that he's taking, probably hyper literally, like he always does. There are many different variations of Jesus. Many different variations of Jesus. There's not one size fits all. Matter of fact, there's a Jesus of a young earth. There's a Jesus of an old earth. Okay? Which one is it? If somebody says, oh, I believe in a young earth. Well, it can't be that Jesus because Jesus didn't create a young earth. So it can't be that Jesus. He has to be wrong. He can't be Christian. Oh, wait. Is he a Jesus of an old earth? Well, I don't know about that. So this whole thing about what Jesus you're referring to makes no difference. The only thing that matters is what you believe Jesus to be, and you believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and because of him you can be saved and have eternal life in heaven. That is a foundation of Christianity that G-Man doesn't get because he's a piss poor fucking Christian.
Well, it's possible.
Okay. I like to respond.
Hey, real quick, Steve. Rational theist. Rational theist wants you to know that he's challenging you to a debate about the Christianity of Mormons. Resolve our Mormon Christians.
Let Rational Theist here now. Please let him here now.
He wants to have this conversation with you really badly.
Okay, so I like to respond to something.
It makes no sense to me.
I'm not going to respond to Steve. I would like to respond to what Steve said. That was directed toward me. I would like to respond, okay? So Steve made a statement. I'm not going to respond to what he said about the Bible because everybody should know by now that man doesn't know what he's talking about. So the statement that I want to make, about Steve is this. He just said, and I quote, everybody, which would include everyone in this room, every last one of my subscribers, which he will never have, he actually spoke for all of you and said that everybody just watch me for laughs. That means you're speaking for Beckel, True Empiricism, the Christians, the Hebrew Israelites, who actually watch my channel more than atheists. Now, as a matter of fact, I almost got more subscribers as Hebrew Israelites than I do atheists. So keep running your dumb little mouth, Steve. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'll give you. You do the Hebrew Israelites pretty well. Actually, I talked to them for like 6 hours last night, G-Man. I was actually talking to many of them last night, and I actually made pretty decent friends with a couple of them. We had a great talk. A few of them were a little bit much.
I don't want to make friends with them.
But I mean, I'm aware of who they are. Like I said, I was brought in to talk to them for many, many hours. We had a really good discussion. You have a really good hangout when you're doing with the Hebrew Israelites, okay? But that's where it about ends. The rest of the time, people just look at you for lulls. I'm sorry, the vast majority. Now, I'm not.
You said everybody.
I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking for Beckel or anybody else, but the vast majority think that way. Okay, it's a given.
No, they don't.
You even admitted they do. You've said it on your own channel.
No, they don't.
You've said it on your own channel.
No, I have not. No, I have not. No, I have not.
Your channel just for fun.
No, I know what I said, but I think it's important to hear it from the horse's mouth instead of hearing it from secondhand information. Which
are we still having a fucking debate here, or what's going on?
Yeah, actually,
the statement that I made regarding people watching my channel for entertainment, I mentioned that there are some that watch my channel for entertainment. There are some that watch it for my arguments against the atheist community and other reasons as well. But the point of the matter is this, Steve, something you will never understand, sir. They're watching the channel. Nobody cares about what you have to say.
Yes. Hey, I want to address Gus. I want to address Gus 1 second. 10 seconds.
When I come in this room, Nadia stops everybody. G-Man's in the room. G-Man's in the room. When Steve comes in the room, nobody cares.
10 seconds.
Nobody cares.
That's
can I have 10 seconds? Then I'll mute 10 seconds.
No, Steve. You just had about 5 back and forth on it. It's a joke. I'm sorry. Okay, G-Man. The question that was asked to you that you didn't answer, once again, I believe, was that the main definition that Steve is using for Christianity is belief in the death and resurrection of Jesus and in his teachings. Now, is there a problem with that, with Christianity? Would you not use that definition yourself for Christianity? And if you don't, please explain why that's an incorrect definition.
The definition is fine. The Mormons do not follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Jesus said, for example, and here's one thing that he taught. He said, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. No man comes unto the Father but by me. The Mormons believe that the moment you leave the Mormon church, that you leave the Mormon organization, your butt ain't saved no more. You have to go through secret. Matter of fact, you gotta wear special underwear just to even be somebody, just to even be a Mormon and do a secret handshake and take secret oaths. That is not Christianity. Yeah. But Steve will argue that it is, because Steve's ignorant as I don't know what Christianity is.
How's that any less
ridiculous? If you do that, you don't believe in Jesus. If you believe that you need underwear to be saved, you ain't trusting in Jesus. If you believe in secret handshakes and secret oaths, you're not trusting in Jesus. You are trusting in a Mormon organization. That is a cult and not Christianity.
Do I get my 10
you believe that
now?
Christianity, from this day on, I will hold you accountable to that. And every time I define what Christianity is, I'm going to bring up Mormonism, and then I'll make sure I bring a Mormon in there and just laugh at your butt.
You responded to the point by saying they wear magic underwear. You responded to the point by saying they wear magic underwear. Steve, could you please address that issue or any?
No, but I rather because you're not doing anything. There's no magic. First of all, there's nothing. Did he say magic underwear?
Yep, magic underwear. Yep.
Yeah. What's magical about it? Where in any book does it say anything about magic?
I'm gonna actually do some screen sharing here because Steve's a moron. So
okay, so wait a minute. Seconds.
He doesn't believe
I
in
want
this
to know.
church.
First,
So what I'm
so first of
going to
all,
do.
wait. I want to. I get longer than 10 seconds because he did. First of all, he's
Steve,
now had 2 things he's gotten wrong. This is the 3rd. He's called it magic underwear. I want to know in any doctrinal sense the 4 things we said. I even put him at the beginning.
Start going over semantics.
4 things that are
Semantics.
the 4 things that are doctrinal. I want to know, where does it say that they're magical? And the only thing I'm going to say after this is that Luttrell, you owe me because I'm milking him for you. And second of all, Gus, it's just as easy to take candy from a baby, but it's not very sporting. So I mean, I don't know where else to go with this.
Yeah, but he wants to ask G-Man one last question, and he's going to take off.
Yeah, I'm done too, and then Matt Bell can come in because this is not very.
I think that Matt Bell wants to talk to you, mainly.
Yeah, I feel like I'm hunting quail that are already dead.
Steve, you should stay in here though, because I think Matt Bell wants to talk to you specifically.
I have a screen share of the magic underwear. I just want to put a shirt on first before
Matt
I
can
put
find me later.
my camera on, because according to Steve, there's no such thing as magic underwear, and I want to show you guys this.
Let's go ahead and I think we can forget about that. And just,
Well, you know what? Believe it or not, Mormons wear underwear. Yeah, they wear underwear.
Should we drop the magic underwear thing? I don't think anyone cares about it.
They're magical. They wear underwear.
Hey,
oh my God, Mormons wear underwear.
Stop talking about underwear, both of you.
And I have something to say before everybody leaves.
I'm gonna give you guys a link to the magic underwear.
Okay, so I don't see what wearing underwear, magic or otherwise,
Stop talking about the underwear.
I'm not wearing
So
underwear.
I don't.
I'm not either.
Okay, but first, seriously. First, man, thank you for coming in to debate.
Do not understand.
Steve, I also
No
appreciate you coming in to debate as well.
Can we just real fast admit the 3 things he claimed, 3 things he couldn't back up? There's no message. There's nothing mentioned in the Book of Mormon about Jesus.
Oh, Steve, stop summarizing.
No, I got to summarize. And there's nothing magical about that.
I have to bat my pretty little brown eyes at you, my pretty little brown southern eyes.
Yeah, buddy has wanted to ask a question for quite some time.
If I have to start it won't be my fucking eyes.
Don't throw up, Gus. Stop.
I'm gonna start a Google Hangout. Anyways, invited.
Matt Bell would like to come in and speak with you, Steve.
Dude,
sure. I got about 5 minutes. Make it quick.
Stop.
Okay.
One guy wants to ask a question to G-Man and has asked permission politely to do so. So let's
Matt,
fucking let
he
him
will
in.
talk to you. He just wants to speak to G-Man one little minute.
Okay. All right. Okay. So G-Man, you said that these things like wearing garments, which is what they're called, right? Wearing garments, say doing those secret handshakes and little, all these things in the temple and stuff like that. How is any of that shit any less ridiculous than what you already believe? Which is like you believe that this 2,000-year-old dead carpenter. No, let me finish. Let me finish, G-Man. You believe? No, listen. No, you believe that this man died for your sins. You believe that this man was asked people to eat bread and drink wine in remembrance of his blood and his flesh. How is that shit any less ridiculous than the fucking magic underwear? How? That's my question.
Because if G-Man believes it, it's okay.
Nothing to do with the topic at hand, at whether or not
what the fuck?
Christians or not.
He brings it up, and then it's not a matter of
obviously
topic.
changing the subject. He wants to answer the question.
And then 9 people start talking. And then you guys talk about your adults. That's what I
want. Answer any question, Ocean. What do you expect? Come on.
Okay, so he asked me a question. Let me answer it. That has nothing to do with what we're debating right now. We're debating
you weren't debating at all. I thought you weren't debating at all.
And all of the arguments that has been brought up by Steve and yourself, as far as Mormons being Christians, are horrible. They are not Christians. You, my friend, believe that Jesus Christ died for our sins. You just ignorantly, not ignorantly, you willfully reject him because you're an anti-theist and a misotheist. All right, so stop the nonsense. You can sit there and talk about my faith all you want. I'm not the one that believes I evolved from a rock. All right, so don't go there, okay? I don't believe the bananas, apples, and oranges.
You're also scientifically illiterate. You don't even understand what evolution is. You really came from rocks.
I think that what his response basically is that it's not as ridiculous.
You believe that we came from rocks.
Young man,
that's retarded. Why would you believe that? You don't believe that any one believes
Yay, listen to the sound of my voice, Lay. All he's now doing, he's deflecting from the fact that he knows he got his ass handed to him. So he has to bring up something that's controversial. And that's
Actually, I kind of agree with G-Man on this.
Oh my God, G-Man says that he thinks we rolled from rocks. Let him think what he wants. He doesn't get evolution. He doesn't understand simple biology. He doesn't understand science. He literally thinks that evolution states this, that we evolved from rocks. Let him think this way. He's too dumb to understand anything else.
Steve, I agree with G-Man.
All he's trying to do is troll at this point.
Let me defend G-Man here for a second, Steve, because the evolve from rock things is actually kind of funny and also accurate, because you guys believe that at one point there were rocks and not life, and then there were rocks and life, and I think that if you put forward the idea that we evolved from rocks, that would be a more believable, something that's more in line with the atheist position than God created the initial life point.
You want to go down this path? Fine. What are the two conditions in biology to have evolution? Well, there's many, but what are two primary ones?
I don't know which ones you want to pick. If you want to just name
allele and reproduction. Okay, if you cannot have evolution in biology without reproduction, right?
Right, but we're talking about when he's talking about evolve from rocks, he's talking about abiogenesis, and you know it.
No. That's not evolve from rocks. We're talking about the word evolve. Okay, we're talking about in biological sense.
From rocks. If we did
not evolve from rocks. That's completely
the first life form is going to be what we evolved from. So
no, we did not.
What?
We're talking about it in the biological sense. Biological sense, we did not evolve from rocks. No more than we evolved from stars.
No. The first life form. We evolved from the first life form, right?
No. To evolve, you must have genes. You must have alleles.
We didn't evolve from
differential reproduction.
So we're not here. G-Man's gone.
You cannot evolve, just like you do not evolve, right? Ocean, you and yourself do not evolve. Okay? Population.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I said.
But you're getting the terms all screwed up. You cannot say we evolved from rocks because rocks do not reproduce, nor do they have alleles.
I said, did we evolve from the first life form? And you have said no.
Well, we evolved from the first life form.
That's what I've just asked you 5 times.
I didn't hear you say that.
5 times. Jesus fucking Christ, Steve. Okay, so, but as far as evolving from rocks, if the first life form came from rocks, then really?
No, because evolution did not start until the first life form with genes. Until the first life form that had
How about we came from rocks?
No, I don't know where you got that from. There's no
the first life form
book that says that because that's
spurred forth from the area where there was nothing but rocks. It's more acceptable that God did it, right?
I have said this before, and I will say this again. When it comes to abiogenesis, that's the one place that the theists have got us cold. We don't know.
We don't know. Of course not.
And anybody who says that we do is being a little bit silly willy. They're playing silly bugger as the newfies do.
Yeah, no, of course we don't know, but we do have.
Hey, sorry. When Ocean says you believe we came from rocks, no, we don't know where we came from. That's the problem.
No, what I said is that we came from rocks is more plausible than we came from rocks.
Okay.
No, it's not. Not in the slightest. We don't know where we came from.
Can I say this?
It doesn't need to be elaborated on, Steve. It's quite simple.
It does. Because you cannot say we evolved from rocks. You can say we came from rocks.
I know,
if you want to believe that.
I understand
but you cannot say you evolved from rocks.
That's why I amended the comment, but you're still bitching.
Well, you said
you can explain evolution all you want to, but this isn't about evolution. This is about abiogenesis, which biologists will tell you are 2 different fucking kettles of fish. When it comes to abiogenesis, we don't know. When it comes to evolution, Steve is absolutely right. You cannot have evolution without DNA. You can't have it.
Or at least single-stranded RNA.
I don't disagree with any of that.
So there we go. Now, with the science
people, if you want to say where did our stuff that made us come from? We came from stars. We're stardust.
That's where the Earth came.
We are the literal physical thing that came from stars.
Can I address the previous discussion with G-Man?
Please.
Who kind of made a half job and making things easy for Steve. I'm a bit of an expert.
Do you think G-Man did poorly?
I think you've done even worse. I think you don't know the first thing.
That means that's a badge of honor. When Matt thinks you did bad, you won.
I think you've got a very shallow knowledge of Mormonism. I studied Mormonism for over 20 years. Studied Mormonism, spoke with many Mormon missionaries, spoke with bishops.
Attended
Mormon churches. So I have got a debate challenge for you.
I don't debate.
Well, an informal discussion with moderation.
However
No,
you want
That
to
sounds like a debate to me.
I don't care.
it's not an informal discussion. It's an informal discussion.
Yeah, if
If
it's
you
got a
ever- if you ever
moderator, it's
wanted-
not an informal
if you ever-
discussion.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, of course it is. It just means that there's
No,
someone there to,
that's true.
it
There's
means
a
there's someone there to
thank you,
control
Matt.
Yeah,
someone there to
Potato,
control over
potato.
talking, someone
yeah.
there to control things like that.
Yeah.
But,
No, thank you,
on the,
Matt.
You mean,
but on the
you mean
question
you
of
mean
the
the kind of
subject,
person that you demand to do his
for
bidding,
any-
and then when they do it to you, you tell them to go stuff it. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I understand.
So for anyone who the facts of the matter are, and these are facts, Mormons are not Christians, okay?
It's a fact. It's a fact per Matt.
It's a fact. It's a fact regarding the definition of Christian. So the only way that Mormons can be Christian is by using a definition that no Orthodox Christian would use. So if you want to say that Mormons are Orthodox Christians, then they fail by definition. They have to have their own definition of Christian by which they call themselves Christian. They don't hold the four articles of faith. There's all qualifications on the fourth article of faith. For example, it sounds good, like faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. Sounds great. That's what they'll teach people on the street. But what they also teach you is that no person will enter the kingdom of God unless faith in Jesus Christ and unless with Joseph Smith's permission. That's Mormon doctrine and teaching, okay? You need to get permission from Joseph Smith. That's completely...
Can I address this now?
Completely.
Matt,
no, you
can I address
can't.
this?
You can shut up and listen.
Matt, I'm telling you right now, I don't care. The conversation's over with this, so I don't know why you're addressing me.
I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the Hangout to correct a lot of stuff that G-Man got wrong. He doesn't know about it, same as you. So faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, baptism. The Mormons will tell people in the street, listen, faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, repentance, but repentance is after.
So you don't have to believe in Jesus to be saved?
The four articles of faith.
What
the four
could
articles
possibly,
of faith.
what interesting could possibly come from debating definitions?
I just wanted to come in here and put shit on G-Man, which I did.
This is what you did. You asked G-Man the question.
He brought up the question.
You asked the question. No, you asked him the question. I was listening. What are the four articles of faith?
Well, you never do.
Yeah, so I'm giving you the four articles of faith for Mormonism. It's faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, but Joseph Smith has to give you the get-go to get into heaven. It's repentance after all you can do, so it's a works-based religion. It's baptism, and that sounds great. They'll tell the people on the street, yeah, we'll get you baptized there, same as the Bible on that. But it's not baptizing. You can only it needs to be baptism by someone having the proper authority. So every person, every inverted commas Christian in Orthodoxy who's been baptized, but not been baptized by a Mormon priest, they do not have a legitimate baptism. Therefore, they ain't saved according to Mormonism. And then on that there's a multiple
stuff you just got very wrong. But unfortunately, I don't care enough to argue it with you.
Where
you learn Mormonism from, you got a lot of crap wrong. First, 13 articles faith. But no, you can be saved. You can be saved and not baptized Mormon. They do have what's called baptism by proxy. Have you heard of that? No, of course you haven't.
Yeah, after you're dead. Yeah, after you're dead. I mean, for example,
and it doesn't really matter because
this is what they did. This is what they did. This is what they did a couple of years ago by baptism by proxy. A few years ago, what the Mormon Church did, they baptized Dracula by proxy in the Mormon Temple in Utah.
They'll baptize you by proxy one of these days. Congratulations.
I can't
I
figure
don't care
out
about this topic. I just want to make G-Man look like an idiot. That's all I want to do.
Baptism by proxy.
I'll thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Baptism by proxy is baptism against your will. You're dead. You don't get to choose it.
I can't figure out what interesting turns on definitional arguments, right?
There's no definitional arguments, and I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm trying to address Mormonism, not you fuckwit. Shut the fuck up.
You're arguing over the definition of what a Christian is.
Steve wants to
I can't see how anything interesting turns on whether or not someone is considered a Christian in another person's conception.
If Steve wants to debate Mormonism, I'm your man. I'll be happy to wipe your ass all over the floor and teach you a little bit about Mormon doctrine and Mormon history about Joseph Smith, who's described by Mormons as who went to his death like a lamb, lamb to the slaughter. This is what Mormons will tell you in the street, Mormon missionaries. Joseph Smith went to a death like a lamb to a slaughter. When Joseph Smith died, he died in a gun battle with guns sneaked into jail. He was in jail for necromancy. He got gun sneaked into the jail. This is all church doctrine, church history of the church. He killed.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger
He killed
warning.
people, and that was it done. So Mormon.
Oh my God. You guys are debating over what the definition of a Christian is and whether or not Mormons meet that definition. Like,
The
how the fuck-
discussion and the debate is over, Matt. The next time we have to tell you, you go in the penalty
Why
box
is
for
he
longer.
hidden from the broadcast? Why is Matt hidden from the broadcast? though? Who
Because
did
I
that?
hit him from the broadcast, because he's a pain
Because
in the
Gus
ass.
is a fuckwit,
Matt,
that's
Gus,
why.
how come you can never fucking handle mods?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a tyrant.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
I'm
a
just an
fuckwit, that's
asshole.
why he
Well,
does
you
it.
can
Oh,
kick
and he's
him
got,
now.
oh, and he's ignored me. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Gus,
a
you
bad
can
idea.
actually
Yeah,
you can
blocked
kick
you,
him
actually.
now. You can
Yeah,
kick
he's
him now.
doing death by mod. He did
You
this the
can
other
kick
day.
him now because he just
I am.
blocked
I'm
Josh.
kicking him right now. Relax. He's doing death by mod.
There we go.
And I
What the
watched
fuck
it.
did
I was coming back to my thing and I saw this thing. Somebody got ignored. I think it wasn't Gus first or something else. Josh.
Great.
Yeah, he was called suicide by mod. Matter of fact, Josh, didn't we see them do the exact same thing the other day? And Jack called it. He said before he suicides by mod. And how long did it take for him to suicide by mod? What was it, 10 seconds?
No, it's
Why the fuck did he
listen,
block me?
Echo
I
chamber
don't know. I
and
saw your name come up
we've,
first. I was like looking at my screen from over here.
All the interlocutors. And now it's going to be an echo chamber, and people are not going to.
I'm going to get food. I'll keep it lively. Okay, I'll keep it lively.
Convert views, and I'm going to lose my money. And I'm going to get thrown on the street, and I'm not going to be able to cool my insulin. Okay, go ahead.
Why did he? I can't figure out why. I didn't fucking hide him from the broadcast.
I hit him from the broadcast.
Yeah, I know. Why the fuck did he block me? Did he block you?
No, he blocked me, or maybe he blocked you.
Block Josh, then you.
Oh, well, he
That
blocked
little
you.
message was basically asking if you wanted to block him as well. It popped up in my screen too.
Yeah.
See, look,
Gus,
Charles, we're keeping this alive for you, girl.
Gus, hopefully you appear in. Hopefully you appear in MKs from now on, forcing him to unblock you.
I wasn't going to block Josh, but I was tempted with Gus, I've got to say.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you said. Hair, it's the BBC News.
Did he say something
Moving
again?
on then, sorry.
I just hear this like
I
little
think so.
rumbling in the background.
I know, and it's.
Yeah, I know. I've got your mum just diving on me.
You know what? You know what? You know what Simos reminds me of? It's like I'm in like fucking Kansas or something. I put my ear to the pavement, and he's shouting at the ground in China. That's what it sounds like.
Right.
Ocean's mom has got it going on. Oh, sorry.
Are we picking on Simos? Is that what we're doing now?
Oh, come on, we're not picking on him. We're just giving him constructive criticism about acoustics.
I'm not opposed. I don't know why you made it seem like it was a bad thing. I'm not opposed to picking on him.
We're not picking on him. We're just peeing on him from afar.
You know what I don't understand is how come Von Helton can get himself a fucking gold-plated pimp mic, right? But fucking good people like Simus have got to use the two cans.
Vaughn has a really bad mic because he fucked it up by yelling at it, remember? Because that happens.
Have you seen Von Helton's gold-plated pimp mic?
Yeah, Rand Campbell sent that to him.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, man.
Dude.
The last time I talked to Rand Campbell, he called my sexuality into question 18 times in a row.
Simos.
So finally I
Turn
asked
off your mic before you masturbate with it.
Yeah, seriously. Finally I asked him, I said, that's the 18th time straight you've called my sexuality into question. Are you looking for a piece of ass or something? It's a fucking, like there's better ways, like, yeesh.
I don't look for a piece of ass. I look for a whole ass.
A whole ass.
Right.
No wonder you can't stay away from G-Man.
Exactly.
Eat that boy's ass from his head to his feet.
Yeah. Asshole.
Oh, baby. I do want to like that kind of makes me think. It's like, wouldn't it be funny if there was like a gay guy in here like legitimately flirting with G-Man?
That'd be funny.
Like
G-Man.
just going for it.
Show me your children's Bible again, G-Man. How many push-ups can you do, G-Man? Show me again, please.
I vote that we all flirt with G-Man every single
No,
time.
you don't have to put your shirt on, G-Man. That's all right. You just
Don't
leave
put your
that
shirt
off.
on. Leave it off, honey.
You show us some of that chocolate love. We want to see that.
Matter of fact, take off your pants. Then get on cam.
You know, it's hot in New York. It's hot in New Jersey, you know. It's no pants o'clock.
$1,000 donation to a Church of G-Man's Choice if he posts a nudie.
Could you imagine? That boy'd have his children's Bible right there as a fig leaf. He'd be like, what are you going to do? But...
Children's Bible. That was fucking hilarious, that one. That was fucking hilarious.
I thought it was a children's dictionary.
Oh, was it? I thought it was it was a children's Bible. Isn't it?
Your mom is a children's Bible, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, your mom's got it going on, so.
Oh.
It was an encyclopedia.
Jesus, Simon, this is a goddamn war crime. Your microphone, you know that, eh?
I'm so sorry. I just can't wait to see that, my friend.
No. That's the thing. See, we only take objection because we know that you're not sorry, because you are wholeheartedly against any kind of corrective action at all.
He's probably been sent like 5 microphones, fucking.
They're just sitting in like outside his door.
Yeah, that's right.
They've been rained on 5 or 6 times. It's like, oh, these microphones. What do I do with them?
The landlady's like, "You gotta pick up these microphones, Ed." Nah, leave them there.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have one, but I left the cable at the fucking studio.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I have one, but I left the cable in the fucking studio.
No,
I think he said he left a. I think he said he left a table in the studio.
I think he said he left the kettle on. He's British.
I think so.
So that's what I'm going to assume. The kettle was on. If you left it on, just go check it. I don't have to hear it.
I'd like to have Simon sing a whole bunch of like well-known commercial songs and then give all the fucking recordings to misheard lyrics. I think it would just be a fucking hoot.
Oh, body phone.
Yes.
Body phone.
Simon's leaving the kettle on again.
It's a tragedy. And Simon's got no mic. It is a tragedy.
It's like lose your voice there at the end.
Yeah, you fucking. When your balls drop, you can't do the Bee Gees anymore. You know.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, Gus.
Are we still waiting for your balls to drop? Is that the problem?
No, they dropped. The problem is that. The problem is that your mum. But is waiting for Mike to arrive.
Just waiting for the mic to arrive.
Oh dear.
Godless, you were in the middle of complaining about my modding. Now, don't, for God's sake, don't let me get in the way of that.
Well, I mean, you're never able to handle it every single time you have it. There's an incident. you can't even handle it having just the wrench in the live chat.
I think that Gus is the best mod on the internet.
Somebody's got to snip this and put it as like, Godless Girl talking about Gus having sex with her, Every time you get it, you just can't handle it. You can't even handle the wrench.
Don't talk about Gus having sex with you. Edit it to make it sound like she's having sex with me. Wait, unless you're implying his ineptitude, then it's fine if you're talking about Gus. Gus can't even handle the wrench. Josh handles the wrench much better. Just say that Josh handles the wrench much better. Then we can make this a doable video.
I just want to know who's having sex with whom. And we got pictures? No?
I believe it's Josh and Gus, but I'm not quite certain.
Josh and Gus are having sex with each other? Okay, I came at the wrong time.
There is no each other. I just own Gus. Gus does what I say.
Well, that was a fucking shit show and a half.
Was that entertaining, Chris? Did you be entertained?
You weren't here for half of it. The fuck you bitching about?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I was.
No,
then I dropped for you. You
No,
to
he
get
wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, I dropped out.
Oh, you dropped out? What? You dropped
Yeah,
out?
for Steve. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Way to keep your eyes on what's going on there, Keltoy.
I don't really pay attention to anything.
Yeah, I know.
Who does?
That's what.
Well, I mean, Gus didn't even listen to the entire thing. He fell asleep.
I didn't fall asleep. I was just listening to music. I was watching the stereo puddle waves there emanate from each of your icons. And I was saying to myself, what's going on now? Oh, Steve's kicking the crap out of G-Man. Okay.
I want to see Von Helton and G-Man get into another
what
argument.
happens. Everybody who takes G-Man on beats him. Everybody.
Well, it's not like it's an incredible challenge.
It's a fucking properly basic belief.
The real reason why I won't get into a debate with G-Man is because it'd be shooting fish in a fucking barrel, but the shooting fish in a barrel is no fun if the fish don't think they're dead after you shot them.
Just like everybody who takes on Rocket Ronnie finds out that Rocket Ronnie's wrong about every piece of science he knows.
And
you know?
Did I make it clear to the Matt that I just don't care, right? I mean, I was only trying to show G-Man up. So what Matt do? He puts the publication of that on G Plus saying, "Invitation to Steve McCrae or Luke Ryan for any Mormons or ex-Mormons who think Mormonism is Christian. Do any open, moderated discussion on a subject where I will seek to demonstrate that the many reasons of Mormonism is not in part of mainstream Orthodoxy Christianity." G-Man.
G-Man is the type,
And
like,
my
if you're shooting
response,
fish in a barrel.
Don't care, but thanks.
If you're shooting fish in a barrel, G-Man is the kind of fish that will still claim that it's alive after you've shot it, cut it up, eat it, and then shat it out your butt, and in the toilet you'll hear this voice, "I won!
I won!"
I mean, how on earth can it be fucking interesting to talk about the definition of what a fucking Christian is, right? Like,
I know. Holy shit. What an interesting subject.
Well, but I think most of you guys got the thing in here. I don't give a fuck one way or another. If I did, I would still be fucking Mormon. But I mean, Jesus.
But you couldn't shut up though. Fuck.
Well, fucking with G-Man. I mean, what are you gonna do? And I do believe that. I mean, I do believe everything I said, but it's just like I don't care.
wait, did you read the Mormon Bible? Like,
even the King James version, yeah.
The Pearl of Great Price? Isn't that the Pearl of Great Price?
No, the Mormon Bible is called the Bible.
Oh,
I thought there was a different version.
The King James version they use.
I thought imaginative.
I thought it was
called
called
the Book of Mormon, but that's a different thing altogether.
I thought it was called the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, the Book of Mormon is
altogether. They still use the Bible.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. So you're saying that it's like you're saying that it's like supplementary text, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's actually this right.
Oh, Josh.
Simon, you know what you need to do? You need to put the side. Simon, do this for us. With the side, say I need to speak, and then we'll all shut up. Because if not, I don't hear a damn word you're saying, dude. I'm not trying to be mean.
Right. Okay.
But I want you. I want to hear you.
Steve. So Steve, could you then tell us the name of the church once more?
The kettle is still on.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
What?
That's all we need to know.
The kettle is on. We understand. Go. God.
See, this is when it's fun in here. This is the days I miss when it's like this.
This is exactly what Nadia would be displeased with.
Exactly. Thank you, Tom. Jeez, somebody had to say it.
All the people have to take your Xanax.
Did somebody kick Iron?
What?
He's been banned.
Say that again?
He has banned from this channel.
Nobody has to
Somebody
kick Iron.
Iron's complaining that somebody kicked him.
Yeah, Iron's been banned.
I actually revealed
He came in under a sock account, I think, because I think they threw.
Yeah, throw away.
I think they threw away the throwaway. So
They threw away the throwaway.
Seems like they were just following orders, right?
Next time, don't print the instructions right on the package.
Right.
Yeah. I've gotten bored of Iron. He's just
We understand the kettle's on. Go get it.
Oh my god.
I don't know why.
It's a joke I'm not aware of.
Chris, why do you have a shirt on, man? What's up with that? Because normally you're like fucking buck wild from the waist up. So
well, I just got back from college. Like.
Oh, they don't allow you to go in there wearing the hair shirt, eh?
Is Chris's camera on? I don't see him.
I don't see it either.
I have my shirt off again right now.
Okay, all right.
Because
How do
I
you
was
see
kind
him?
of.
I just see a symbol with a little.
I used my
purple-
goddamn X-ray vision. How do you think I saw it? He added the camera on earlier.
Oh God! Turn it back. Oh my God! Turn it off! Turn it off, please, dear God! Turn it off.
You can only
Jesus
see
Christ.
my shoulders. Come on.
No, you should go to college like that. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't even see his nips.
Microaggressions. Fucking.
You want to see his nips?
The girls will run. The girls will run for their safe space before you tell them that you don't swing that way.
This is why the safe space was created.
You walk into the. You gotta walk into the varsity locker room and throw your big dick over your shoulder and go, "All right, boys. Who hits for the other team? Come on, boys."
Gotta cock it twice before it shoots. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Like it's just great because like I have the same professor for like 2 of my classes. I think possibly my 3rd one tomorrow.
How many years are you into your degree of cockology, anyways?
Another 2. I would figure probably.
It's the master's program where you got to do your fucking thesis. I wonder what your thesis on cockology would be.
Yeah, my professor.
Standing around the varsity locker room, I would imagine.
Yeah, my professor is quite the hunk.
Most people are just autodidact.
Try not to send him a message saying you'd like to fuck his asshole. Like, try not to.
No, I would not.
At least let a couple of months of the course go by first, you know?
I would never.
Let him get to know your academic prowess before you tell him you want to stick your tongue up his pooper.
Chris, how many inches can you take?
At best, I can take 8. I think. You know.
Wow.
Doing pretty good.
That's a goddamn car park. That's like bring the minivan, folks.
It's still difficult, but like
it's
you
a
have
hippie
to
van,
train
Gus.
yourself. You got.
Chris is a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus.
Were we talking about how many guys you could take at once?
What do you mean take it once? What are you talking about? Welcome to the conversation, Steve.
I just heard 8.
Jesus Christ.
Steve, the kettle is on.
I don't know what that means. I really don't. I'm sorry. I've been away a while.
We're posting you to official Simon translation duty. Sit here. Here's the pen. Here's the pad.
Okay.
Here you go.
Just for clarification, Steve. Chris said he can take 8 inches.
In the pooper.
Oh, I thought he was talking about 8 guys at once.
And backdoor parking, you know what I mean? He's got a garage back there that can handle a lot of cars, you know?
That's a lot of cars.
That's a lot.
There's a lot of different models of car that can go into that garage. And
That is a coveted stat for a bus.
That's like a school bus.
It's like you can take a 5-ton trunk, but probably not a 10-ton truck, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or a 3-ton, but not a 5-ton. Whatever.
Definitely none of those military grade jobbies either.
Right.
You don't want tank
Yeah,
trucks.
I would be a big disappointment to you, Chris. Let's just put it that way. So
Chris, put that on your Tinder profile. It'll still be.
I don't have it.
That would get you.
It'll
some hits
still
on
be
Grindr.
better than Dionysus.
I don't have a Tinder, but I
Dionysus'
do have
fucking
a
Tinder profile is a beautiful goddamn gift from fucking gods. I love this thing.
Somebody should somebody should tell Dionysus. Somebody should tell Dionysus that cries after sex is not an attractive trait.
Next time, don't print the instructions right on the packet. All right.
What the fuck is playing?
And see,
No playing recordings, please.
We have our emergency holographic Nadia.
Yeah, Ocean, you want to read the Tinder for the viewing audience from?
I think
from
I've lost the
Dionysus?
picture.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to me.
There's no way I was going to lose that. I mean,
First of all, he sent me a friend request on Facebook, and if that's his real name, I'm definitely not being his friend.
What, did you send it to me in a link? No. Yes, here it is. Found it. Okay.
Gotcha.
So it says about his real name. After receiving my Bachelor of Science from Louisiana State University, I taught high school for 3 years. I am now self-employed, and I voluntarily tutor chemistry and physics. My interests include philosophy, piano, reading, Intelligence and humor are huge turn-ons.
I don't really know why you're reading it that way.
I am reading it in a way that is sexy.
I love it. I like it. Yeah,
I like it.
Ocean,
Right.
you need to make a video of this, a dramatic reading.
Okay, I'm losing the moment here. I'm losing the moment. Ocean, please go on.
Yeah, Josh, you just fucked up Steve's groove, man. He's hard up enough as it is.
He's
I gotta start all over again.
hand in the pants. All right, so I'm going to start over from the beginning of the sentence. Intelligence and humor is a huge turn-on. God, he learned language. Anyway, Materialist women with kids is a huge turn off. I prefer an exclusive partner. I don't have any STDs, and I prefer women that take vitamins. I am
I would be all over this.
and power in bed, and sometimes I enjoy crack.
That's not real. He was trolling you guys.
And sometimes I enjoy crack.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that last part. I don't.
I don't either, but there it is. Maybe he was trolling us. Who knows? But that's the screenshot that exists.
I think that meth helps with sex. All right, kid, no problem.
Yeah, and that roofie ice cream
me
too.
in the groove.
That's right. A potential mate must like.
I'm not
sweaty
saying
stuff.
it wasn't a real profile. He really made it,
I
but he
wasn't
did
talking
it to
or
troll us.
anything.
Gus, you're talking about people fucking over talking?
Well, that you did it to me, twat.
Don't start, Gus. Come on. I thought we were gonna get along.
All right, fine.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yes, dear. Go ahead.
What the fuck? That's no fun.
Well. You see, Godless Girl is obviously a ugly fat cunt.
I didn't say that.
The laws of logic dictate that.
I didn't say
it's
that.
self-evident.
She was
Darwin's deity said that. Matt Bell said it, and then Matt Bell said it's self-evident.
Yeah. Hilarious.
No. That's not. You're not remembering the events right. Darwin's deity said it's self-evident after Positively Godless asked how you. He asked him some question like, "How do you know that?" or something like that.
Oh, you're right.
Did you guys happen to see like an EM's hangout, like Matt and Darwin's having a love fest? It was surreal.
Yeah.
I was like, somebody's got to make a video of this. Jarvis, if you were listening to this right now, find the hangout from today, and it was literally like I was kind of like I couldn't hear it fully, but I could see the like icons coming up, and I knew they were kind of what they were talking about. But it was like you would see Matt Bell, and then you would see Darwin's, and he'd be laughing. He'd be like Darwin's. He'd be like Matt. It was freaking strange.
We have to break up that unholy alliance, or we'll all be the poorer for it. You guys mark my words.
It's like that. It's like that ugly thing from the Goonies made out with Freddy fucking Krueger.
I am not even exaggerating. It was creepy.
That's how horrific it is. Oh my god.
I was waiting for them to tongue each other.
The running hypothesis is that couldn't possibly last, right? Given both of their personalities, neither of them can control themselves, right? So it's gonna be another instance where he's gonna be like blocking or muting Darwin's deity again. It's just.
I don't know. I don't know how Matt Bell could possibly speak about aesthetic beauty, because I'm pretty fucking sure his last sexual partner had hooves. Pretty sure.
Oh, nice. You got pics? I haven't seen a bitch with hooves in a long time.
I tried, but the camera just died. It just looked at it and gave up the ghost in despair.
Never mind.
Oh god, some places not even Josh will go. He was fascinated with the idea of coming over and fucking my sister for a while. I'm like, buddy, you don't know my sister. I'd pay folding cash, get a fucking lawn chair and a cooler full of fucking beer at the chance to watch you fucking pitch woo at my sister. That would be fucking. First, I'd have to put one of them raincoats on, like an American Psycho. I'd have to fucking put one of those on, and an umbrella. Warn the neighbors of flying objects. Hey man, did you know that an entire fucking jawbone just came flying through our window? Yeah. It was feeding time at the Velociraptor enclosure. Sorry.
I could take it, Gus. I'm like that guy in Jurassic Park. Although he gets consumed in the end, I still feel like he came out on top.
That's right. Oh man. She'd fucking kill him. She'd straight up fucking kill him. She grew up in the hard bricks, man. She's a good-looking woman, but you fucking look at her wrong and she'll knock your goddamn head off. Wear it as a hat. You're pretty fucking funny. Oh, hey, you're Gus's sister. Oh, You want to see a little bit of Scottish caber? Oh no! You've torn off me ding ding. Stapled it to me head.
Yeah, we gotta get Simon to do the Scottish. I think he does it the best.
I've got a willy on me head, and I wish I was dead. And it's all the fault of Gus's ugly sister.
Oh, man.
Someone has to send that idea to fucking Satan Atheist so he can make a bit of that.
Yeah.
Simon's about to tell us the kettle is on again.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Kalam.
We know.
I can't understand what the fuck Simon is saying.
We know.
What you don't do.
It's Callum.
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 Kallum.
You know, Matt Bell says he has 240 some odd different versions of the Callum. He's actually spent that much time and effort coming up with 240 versions, according to him.
And he wants to
And he
call
doesn't
me
agree
the
with
fucking weirdo.
Did he not say that he doesn't even accept any of them, Josh? And yet he just hates versions of it.
Yeah, something like that. Something like
Weird. It's strange.
tries to refine them or whatever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's always rewriting the Callum.
Sounds like the name of a movie theater.
The Callum?
Yeah, there's a famous movie theater, the McCallum.
Figured there probably wasn't a movie theater called Rational Theist.
Probably not. No, I don't think Matt's gonna have anything ever named after him.
Probably wouldn't go over.
Except a headstone.
So,
G-Man
guess
opened
I'm
his
godless.
hangout talking about Mormonism right now.
Yeah, I don't know what his heart on is. I just don't care. And I don't know why he keeps on bringing up Rational. I don't even live with Rational anymore. Or not Rational. I don't live with Rational. Lyrical. Oh my god. Yeah, me and Matt. Ooh, that would have been bad.
Who is Lyrical?
Lyrical Ryan. He keeps on bringing up Lyrical Ryan like somehow she's like my master or something. I haven't talked to Lyrical in like a month.
Whenever G-Man or like Arcane are in the room, I don't even try to like have a serious conversation. I just join. I line with them to troll the atheists.
I hate that.
I don't know what the hell he thinks.
Well, why would you try to have a serious conversation with G-Man?
You wouldn't. Who would? Are you kidding?
You did.
That was not a serious conversation. That was me milking
evolution.
rolls. There was nothing serious about that conversation. Godless.
You didn't like it when I talked to Arcane Godless?
I don't remember that.
I'll have someone send you a link or something.
Why would you do that, Josh?
Oh yeah, I was there for some of that. I remember now.
What could you possibly say to Arcane? Ugh.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, you're just a blue baller, Gus.
You're just a blue baller, bro.
You're freaking poo.
You don't pay my bills.
He seems like a good guy, doesn't he?
Yeah. Right.
I'm not kidding. I'm serious, Gus. He seems like if you could be like Arcane would be a good friend. That's what I'm saying. I get that impression.
He does he?
Yeah, you don't think so?
Not really.
Have you guys seen that video of G-Man saying there is evidence for macroevolution and not evidence for Jesus, and he's an atheist now?
I think that was troll. Troll.
G-Man doesn't even know what these words mean. Nobody cares to even explain it to anymore. It is a lost cause.
That boy's a dancing fool. That's all I got to say.
I think you were going to say Dancing Queen. I was going to say, are you singing ABBA?
Yes, he's the dancing queen, young and green, only 17.
That's creepy.
But don't you guys think it would be interesting to like if you could fix them? Do you just think that they're unfixable?
Who, G-Man?
Hey, listen, a good scalpel and some anesthetic, I could fix anybody, but that's not the point.
Yeah, there's a certain level of threshold where it probably would take too much effort.
What did your mom tell you when you were a kid, Gus?
Well,
With your words, Gus.
Well, Christ is here. Let's ask him. Christ, what do you think about your disciple G-Man? Is he salvaged? Can he be saved?
Whoops.
Guess not. Well, there's your answer. That's a no. Even Jesus turned you down, G-Man. Jesus ran away from you.
I will try to fix you.
Now, the only way these guys are fixable is literally, and they're never going to do it, but they have to say to themselves, you know what? I need to forget everything I think I know about this topic. I need to pretend I am a newborn baby, tabula rasa, and start from scratch, right? And they're never going to do that because they're so arrogant to think that they know more than the people that have actually studied this shit.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to rub it in Matt's face because he was saying, "I'm happy that you're kicked out of Nadia's rooms and you'll never be allowed back." I forgot to rub that in his face. I feel bad about that now.
You can remind him.
Yeah, we live a life.
Oh yeah, that would have been good. You'll have another opportunity.
Well, like I said, I'm probably going to start another channel, but it's going to be a late night channel. It's going to be for most of the late nighters, so just want like a place to go. I've already picked out a name.
Midnight Salon. Use Midnight Salon.
No. It's a good name.
You prick. Use
Well,
Midnight.
generally, I don't run. See, I have an unwritten thing. I don't really run hangouts when other people, other than Naughty, because you run them 24/7, runs hangouts. Like for example, Red's running hangout. I usually wait till after. I don't do it during TST. Gus is offline, so I mean I don't. You know, but if I know he's having something, then I wouldn't probably start a hangout unless it was really something I had scheduled.
Steve doesn't like to join the offline hangouts because he's not happy unless there's an audience that he can whip his dick out for.
I prefer the offline hangouts. I've actually had more. I'm in a lot of offline hangouts. Both on, you know, we would be on Fiona's channel, Hog Ties.
Oh, so I'm mistaken. So it's just a Gus thing. You just don't like Gus, then? Okay, I get it.
No, you know what? I've been to his salon a long time ago. It's just I don't know where they're running, to be honest with you. Else I probably would.
He ruins hangouts, Josh.
Yeah, it's true.
I heard they're fun. Actually, I have heard that Gus literally has some of the funniest fucking off-air hangouts of all time. Which is kind of a shame that they're not on air. But is that? I mean, you guys heard the same thing?
Well, I mean, they're relaxing. I'll give them that. Most people, when they come in my hangouts, they can relax.
It's just to have some coffee, smoke a cigarette, doobie, whatever, right, and chill.
Pretty much. Piss, wail, and cry about whatever the fuck you're doing wrong today, Steve. I mean, you know, just talk about. I think today it'll all be fucking MK. Oh my god, MK is going to town on Xbox because Xbox looks at the so-called secret imaging involved in the Monster drink cans and he can't spot it. And,
well, I thought he got it. Xbox was coming around to it.
Well, sort of, and then I don't know. I don't know. He just and MK just let himself get wound up until he was like yelling at Xbox, and I'm just like,
I was watching.
Really?
Like his salvation is if Xbox doesn't agree with him, he thinks he's going to hell or something. It's like, dude, it's not that critical. The guy doesn't believe what you believe. Sorry.
It's not even that. It's just like, you know, I see this. Why don't you see it? It's like you can't see it. What do you fucking want from him?
I don't see it.
Was Xbox trolling? That's amazing. I have to see that.
Yeah, I don't think Xbox is trolling. Nick doesn't. He's not much of a troll. But he, you know, when he doesn't see something, he says, "I don't see it." When he doesn't believe something, he says, "I don't believe it." So, I don't know.
That's hilarious. I want to see MK getting angry.
Oh yeah, he was getting a little perturbed, and in fact, he was just like hiding. He even didn't show Darwin's. He was like, "Fuck off, Darwin's." He's like, I want Xbox to agree with me, and you're not agreeing with me, so I'm not going to show you. And Xbox is like, "You promised you would show me." He's typing this out. You can hear the keys, you know, like being pitted on the. Oh, he's like, "You said you're going to show me." I got mad too, but I was actually in a lot of pain because I burned my hand.
Helena, handbasket, la 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 la.
Helena, yay!
Now all you fucking trogs be nice to Helena because she's getting over the back end of a flu.
Hey.
Yeah, I told her I'd come in tonight and provide light entertainment, so.
No beating on her for the fucking hell of it, all right? Whoops.
Did we increase viewer count? Yeah, a little bit. Oh.
I could have swore
Latrell, are you awake? Or present or anything?
Philip, Matt Bell just committed suicide by admin for the second night in a row. That was last night, right?
It was, yes. Philip was there. Or did you join later? I don't remember.
He came in after. Philip doesn't use his mic sometimes because he's too cool for it.
Well, his presence is so strong, we kind of know what he's thinking without him even saying it.
Prettiest girl on G+.
By far.
It is the night. My body's weak. I'm on the run. No time to speak. I got to fly.
I'm gonna have to come back in at the PC.
Oh, hell on. You don't sound so good.
No, I'm sick. I was just trying to get the join link.
Everybody give Helena the hug of healing. Hands above the equator, Steve.
Damn it. You just know how to kill my buzz.
Yeah,
I'm gonna come back in with the DC account because I can't get the invite link if I don't have it here.
All right.
Because Molly can't. The title one, Molly's complaining that it's not working for us.
It works. That's how I got it.
I got it for her, Helena.
That's fine. Oh, hi.
Hey.
What'd you say?
I'm getting it for her.
Okay.
My husband told me that he saw her out in the side chat. He said, Molly can't get in.
Right.
Oh,
So-
MG40.
I quit doing what I was doing.
MG42 Dillbox is outside.
Oh, yay.
He's in the external chat, starting shit as usual.
Only person probably worthless to talk to in our team.
Fuck you.
What's the matter? What's the matter, Pillbox? You don't have any. What's the matter, Pillbox? You don't have any decent people to call pedophile?
There's only one thing I want to know from Pillbox. When is he going to finally admit, because we all know that he's Pope, when is he going to admit that he doesn't believe in flat Earth? I mean, how long is he going to run with this? Eventually, he's got to do the reveal at some point so the people that he's been poing all this time go, holy fuck. I mean, what's the point of poing somebody if you don't even have eventually an exit plan? I don't get it.
Yeah, Pose needs exit plans.
What?
Well, his exit plan was probably what it was like in combat. Just throw everything in the air and run in the opposite direction.
No, that's called a planned retreat, right? Or no, advancing in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
My God, everybody's going to town on Xbox because Xbox looks at the so-called secret imaging involved in the monster drink cans and he can't spot it. Well, sort of.
Okay.
I mean, it's bad enough
Anyway,
I have to
guys,
listen to
I'm
myself
off.
once.
Anyway, I'm off for the night, so thanks all.
All right,
Bye, Valina. Hope you feel
Thank you for moderating that.
Hope you feel better.
See you
And
later.
I hope you
Bye,
feel better.
Simon.
Hello.
And I'm off, and Helena, nice to see you, if only briefly. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank
you all for everyone's entertainment. Over.
Hey,
I don't think Xbox controlling. Nick doesn't do not much control.
Shut up. Reflect. Another debate policy.
So what else is going on in G-Man's fucking hangout?
Who the fuck knows? I never watch his stuff. I really don't. I mean, occasionally he'll do something that I take a little clip out of, but other than that, he is
It can
just
help
not
with
even on my radar.
when you're like when you're working out, it can get you pissed enough to give you the steam to keep on working out because you're listening to this fucking retard.
I've got enough Lulz milk from Ronnie and the CCP. I don't want to involve G-Man. I mean, he is
You guys are the CCP?
Well, he is CCP, but, you know, like, he's just, I don't know, he's not like my favorite Lulz cow.
Well, personally, he's my favorite Lulz cow.
Well, he doesn't talk about science, right? So I can't really mock the stupid shit he says like Ronnie does.
Yeah, Ronnie comes up with some new stupid shit. Which
did you see my hangout today, Chris? Did you see the goddamn stupid shit that Ronnie was doing? It was amazing. When
Yes,
you have people with PhDs going, you're an idiot. You need to take lessons. You need to go, maybe I'm not quite right on this.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yes, my love.
Oh, rare. Do you want to debate me about dirt or dust or anything?
Dirt. God made dirt. Dirt can't hurt. I win.
You did win. Okay. I'll give you that one.
I don't even debate. That's the funniest thing. I mean, I'll make a small exception like a G-Man right there. But other than that, you guys never see me do this shit. I don't debate. I just discuss things with people.
He does that shit all the time.
Well, yeah. Well, he has to get fodder for his channel, right? He'll come in here and he'll get people to engage with him, play a little persecution card, say a bunch of stupid shit, and then go to his channel and go, oh, look what all these people are saying about me over there. That's what it is. It's fine. Let him have chat. Let him have it. I don't care. It affects me in no way of any kind.
Well, I have got to say today has been, I mean, I know that there are good days and there are bad days, but today has been one of the best days that we've had in a long time.
You know, you feel rested because I took your day shift, and now you have a nice fresh outlook. And
Absolutely.
You're seeing things more realistically.
And
plus, look at this wonderful panel we have.
I know, we have had a great panel.
Public, because
Helena's not on cam. We all know what that means.
What's that?
Between Steve and Helena, you guys have both helped me tremendously. And then I've had tonight, I've had Gus, I've had the bunny.
Latrell, why would you give Gus mods? He can't handle that. Nadia knows that. He can't even handle having a wrench in the side chat, in the live chat.
But Gigi, listen to my reasoning.
Can't hold his tequila either. So
listen to my reasoning.
First of all, she didn't give me mods.
What?
Somebody else did. First of all. Second of all, you know what? Probably the best
Look, she's trying to tell me her reason. Let her talk.
She didn't give me the mods though, so she's covering my ass. She doesn't need to. Probably the best indicator that I'm doing well with mods is how much you complain. The more I complain, the better I'm doing.
What were you gonna say?
I actually gave mods to the bunny and to Ocean.
Oh my god!
What the fuck were you thinking? Take him away. Kick him the fuck out of the hangout.
Bunny has mods.
See, she didn't give me mods, Godless. You see how much you know?
The bunny gave Goss mods.
I made sure that it was not just one person. That if one person was going to be left to F up, there was going to be two to blame.
Don't worry, Godless. It'll probably be a long time before I ever get the mods again, so you can console yourself that while you go to sleep tonight. First of all,
my bet is that it was Tom that gave him the mods. That's what my bet is.
I won't tell.
There's no doubt that's who it was.
Yeah.
The evil
fucking worst of the worst. Jesus.
I always gauge how good a mod I am by the beautiful sound of people crying.
I feel guilty whenever I hand out mods to anybody because I don't like people to come back and say, well, why are they her favorite?
It's not about favorites. That's not how it works. You don't give money. You know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This place is a tyranny. Okay, anybody can hand out mods to anybody they want to, and the only response you need to give is, "I gave that person mods because fuck you." That's why I gave them mods. This place is not a democracy. It's not a fucking enlightened fucking academicocracy. It's not a it's not a gentle theocracy. It's not a place where we're watched over by machines of loving grace. It's a fucking tyranny. Okay? There's a tyrant and there are sub-tyrants. And here but for the grace of they go you.
Hello? Hello?
Molly!
Hi.
I'm here! I was fixing my mic.
We
I'm so
missed you.
Thank
we
you.
have
You
two
have done
mods
so
on
well.
right now?
You've done awesome.
What'd you say, Elva?
Well, how do I get on this where I have somebody mod for my channel? Make this happen.
This is Steve the Stud that decided to visit us today.
Hi, Molly. I don't think we met.
Steve Stud.
Hello, Steve. Nice to meet you.
I'm the one that I'm the biggest liar on the internet, YouTube, and Google Plus. I'm the one that everybody hates, like Nephilim Free, True Empiricism, G-Man.
No, I'm still working on Steve the Stud.
Yes.
Oh wait, well, I mean, let's give him a proper introduction.
The process, Gus.
I mean, Steve the Stud also Steve also has the perfect cock size for anal sex. Just throwing that out there. Right?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I've actually heard that before. Yeah, actually, one person did say that.
Yeah, I know.
Female.
So I'm bringing it up.
Does he have the Chris?
It wasn't Chris, by the way.
Oh shit.
No, Chris
You
Stewart.
can make me happy.
Chris
Stewart
has the Viking longhouse cock. He's the hunt for Red October. He is.
I keep on
Holy
telling you,
shit.
overhyping my dick.
You know, I would believe you if you hadn't battered down the doors of a friend's house with it one day on a fit of peak. He puts a little. He puts a little.
With his penis.
He puts a little. He puts a little iron cap on it, so at the end of it doesn't get hurt. Eh? And then he just he
As only
whips it at passers-by.
that I'd rim him. Nothing more, nothing less.
You know, he was going to be a character in Mortal Kombat until the censors came along and said, "Listen, Chris Stewart, fight."
Oh my god.
Dun 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 dun.
Penis fatality.
Dun, dun.
Hey Brenda.
Penisality.
So have I missed anything fantastic?
Oh, listen, let me tell you. There was diamonds and pearls, champagne rain from the heavens, velvet ropes parted. Helena solved the philosophical quandary of the universe. You know, Godless became a beauty queen, and fucking Philip got a microphone. Steve got laid so often right now he can barely fucking walk. Funny Face got the secret desire that he wants, which nobody knows what it is, but he got the fucker. And Latrell got 86 hours straight of the best sleep of her life.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
Didn't you guys just say hi, Brenda, as if she was in the hangout?
Yes,
She's in the live
She's an outer link outside.
Oh, Molly is asking me in the side chat, are we good? Molly, I won't have any problem with you if you just stop lying about blocking me and unblock me.
You know, I explained all that to you already. But if you
Molly,
if you
Molly,
want
why
to
do you keep blocking her like that? What did you do now, Molly? That's awful.
Bad Molly.
I think it just had to be a big misunderstanding.
Why the fuck was I just hidden from the broadcast? Who did
It was
that?
Molly. Don't fucking look at me. Molly did it.
Molly, did you do that?
She's awful.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Who hid me from the broadcast?
Molly, I'm telling you, it was Molly.
Oh, when?
Don't
Gas.
sit there and fucking pretend.
Blame the
innocence,
rabbit.
lady.
I didn't. I
We
did
know
not
you
do
leave
a
you
bloody
alone for
thing.
5 minutes, and you're like,
It's the rabbit.
Gus, are you trying to start problems by broadcasting me and blaming on other
I'm
people?
telling you, it's Molly. It's Molly. It was always Molly. It was Molly before. It's Molly right now. It's Molly. I'm telling you.
You're shit.
It's Goss. It's Goss. It's definitely Goss.
I'm still gonna go with the rabbit.
You know, hey, I'm good. If I had hair, she would have blown it completely off my head the other day. She
But
went
wait, Molly,
on.
why are you saying that we already talked about this? We didn't talk about this.
I didn't say we talked about it.
No, Gigi, you talked about it.
She's saying, didn't we already make? She said, didn't we already make up or something? We haven't had a conversation since I was
No, I
screaming at
didn't
her.
say that.
We haven't
I
had a
didn't say
conversation
didn't we
since I
already
was
make up.
screaming at her.
What I'm saying
No,
to
didn't
you
you
right
say, didn't
now.
we already talk about this? You said, didn't we already talk about this?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay.
So
can you?
What I'm saying right now, is you went on, you verbally destroyed me, blew my hair back. All else, it's good. I don't, have your thoughts about me. Think what you want about me. It's all good. I want to be able to come on here. You can be here, and I'm not blocked you.
Molly, you never blocked any of my accounts?
No.
Honestly,
Are you
Gigi,
trolling me?
you might have to show her how to unblock if she did.
Why don't you just, Molly? Why don't you just?
Lying?
Hold on,
I
Molly.
don't even know how to block.
Are you kidding? I didn't even know how to get onto the live chat on the Hangout with the fucking link. I had to have someone send it to me.
And not only that, but you didn't need the link because
Oh,
you
Christ's sake! Now, Molly, you're just adding salt to the wound. Now, stop picking on her like that.
Gus, you instigator.
I'm serious.
Oh, shit's stupid.
I have never.
If he's gonna
seen
keep,
anybody go
if he's
after
gonna keep
Goggins like that.
unbroadcasting me, can you guys eject him?
Gus.
I didn't realize you were
Anyway,
on broadcast.
you know what? I'm done.
Yeah, that's four fucking times I was unbroadcast.
Oh, it was devastating. Oh my God, devastating.
Gigi.
Okay, Gus, obviously you don't want to fucking get along with me, so we can be at
Oh
war
my
again.
God.
I'm blocking your
Alright.
fucking primary account, and now you won't be able to. You can't create any more stuff, so you won't ever be able to get into a hangout that I'm in.
Okay, well I'll
Fuck
just.
you.
Okay, all right, sweetie.
You know, it's all fun and games till.
Oh,
Molly showed up.
Yeah, till Molly
right. You see what I have to put up with now because of you, Molly?
Girls,
You guys are right. She is a troublemaker.
Somebody
Gigi,
kick Molly
seriously.
That's right. You're gonna have to kick Molly out now for this shit.
You might have to show Molly or look, because I don't know how to unblock anybody. If I were to block them, it would be done by accident.
She never blocked me.
I'll
Why
show
is
you.
she claiming she never blocked me? Because there was one time, every time she was in a hangout, I noticed I couldn't get in. But it could have been another person, right? Except the last time, there was only the DC account and Molly in here. And I tried to come in, and I couldn't. It said somebody had me blocked. So obviously, Molly, you're lying.
Wait a minute, Gotham, you got.
I'm done. You
The
know
only
what?
group,
I'm
the only
done.
group with a broader definition of lying than the creationists and the fundies are the pal
Okay,
talk.
Molly, I just like
What,
to
Helena, what are you
congratulate
saying? She's
because you just
saying
had
that the
your
pal talk
first
accuse people of
anger
lying at the
stick.
drop of a hat. It's crazy.
You're going to
she forgot that
very
she blocked me. You're saying
around
that she's
here.
not.
I
Chris,
just
shut
want
up.
to let you know.
You're saying
Chris,
she's not
shut the fuck
intending
up,
to block
Howard.
me. She's not intentionally claiming that when she knows it's not true. She forgot that she blocked me. Is that what you're saying?
She probably didn't block you.
How would you
Dallas.
check on mine, Gigi,
So wait,
just to show me?
So Helena, either I'm lying or she's lying, right?
I wonder
So
which one's more like.
if she didn't block me, then how could it say I was blocked when she was? The
I
only
wonder
one
which
here?
one's more like.
Nobody has to
God-
be lying, right?
Godless. Let me.
You don't have to decide that somebody's lying.
What? It
Well-
was some glitch that told me I was fucking blocked when I wasn't.
Let me try to explain it. What if there were people, because the debate Coliseum mods, maybe they weren't paying attention to the hangout, and people were on broadcasts that had you blocked.
That's possible, but I mean, there was multiple times I tried to enter a hangout with her in it and couldn't get in.
But so let me get this. So let me get this straight before anybody goes on. Are we?
Because sorry guys, hang on. So at one point, I could tell by the people in the hangout that it was either Molly or Brenda that had me blocked. So if Molly never blocked me, then Brenda did, and I've been in a hangout with Brenda since. So you'd have to be claiming that Brenda unblocked me after blocking me without ever telling anyone.
Well, Brenda does have a real temper problem, so
Shut the fuck up!
could have been her. I wouldn't put anything past Brenda.
All of you, shut the fuck up! I need more pain medication and alcohol.
So God.
I find tequila works.
So Godless, are we at war or what? Godless. Godless.
Godless, how would I go on my account and see if I have blocked you?
Okay,
What, you're saying you might have blocked me and don't recall it?
Hang on, now.
Are you guys fucking with me?
I'm showing all my actions, and it says view, decrease circle size, increase circle size, view blocked, view ignored. Okay,
What
I have
account, are you on your Bali account? The Walrus account?
I'm on Google
Screen
Plus.
share.
No.
Screen share, and I'll tell you where to go.
Do not.
I'm looking. It says
Do
people
not.
you have ignored, none. People you have blocked, none.
Screen share.
Do
Gus,
not.
you don't want her to screen share as a matter of principle, or what?
No, as because she's tricky. She likes to suck up little pieces of information here and there, and then use them against people later on.
Gus, you're accusing me of wanting her to screen share to see if I can have anything I can use against other people on her page.
You might make an account with her address on it, and that would become your new account.
Do not.
I don't know. I'm just telling you where I just went on Google Plus. I'm showing all my circle people. It says I have no one ignored, no one blocked. And here's where I'm going to drop it right now. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you what I didn't do. So go with it. I've already said you blew my fucking hair back. You went on this rant. I told you I didn't do the things that you said I did. You're not fucking blocked by me. So
Wait, what about the other things I said you lied about? You didn't lie about those things?
Gus, darling, did
What?
I send you a link on the day that she says that I sent it to you and did not send it to her?
You're the one that... it doesn't matter if you really sent it. You're the one that typed in the text, link sent Gus.
Yes, and then Nadia said, do not send out any links. I want a certain person coming in.
Okay, what about that time that I said...
Fuck it! Fuck it, Godless! Fuck it! I don't give a shit! Hate me! Troll me! Fuck on! We're done!
Power
tried.
Rangers, fuck on!
I tried!
Molly, calm down.
With you.
Fuck
Calm
on.
down.
I fucking tried with you.
It's gonna be okay.
No.
Godless, you
fucking
This is a terrible hazing.
It's okay, Molly.
I don't care! Block me! Do this, hold me, thrill me, kiss me, kill me!
Yes!
I just like the expression.
I love that fucking Godless gets her wound up and then tells her to calm down. I love it.
Oh my god.
So are we at war, Godless, or what?
Fight!
Notice she didn't want to screen share.
Godless! Because I told her not to. Are we at war, Godless, or what? You've got me blocked out. I bet you've got me blocked now, don't you?
I'm going to fucking lose my mind.
Can you hear Gus, Godless, or do you have him blocked?
She didn't
block
him.
I'm ignoring him.
She doesn't
Gus is on her troll list.
She doesn't have me blocked. She's not stupid. She knows the minute she tells me that she's actually blocked me, I'm going to throw her out of the hangout. It's funny. She knows that.
What?
She knows that. See, she's
I
smart
didn't
than
I
she
didn't
lets
hear what
on.
she just said. I was reading the live. What did she
Flirt or
say?
something? Is this like foreplay?
She's smarter than she lets on.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
You guys are acting like an
smart,
old
yeah.
married couple. I mean, why don't you just make up cam fuck
I'm
now?
telling you, you
and
guys
get
are the
it
best
over
sex
with?
ever if you guys ever do.
No,
Seriously,
Helena
Okay.
can have
All right, let's get a couple of things.
Helena
Chris,
can
shut
have...
up. Hey, black shirt, shut up. First of all, Steve, all you think about is sex.
You make it sound like a bad thing. Wait a minute, so does Chris.
Sex fatigue. Somebody
Yeah.
walks up to you.
First of all,
Somebody walks up to you and says, "What color is the sky, Steve?" Oh, lovely tits, lovely tits. I'm telling you right now, man, you are not a barometer of fucking relationships. All right, you are just you have needs that are not being met, man. Look to that seriously, or you hurt yourself.
I
As
can
far
meet your needs, Steve.
Nice tits. What's that, John?
Nice tits.
I said I can meet your needs, Steve.
I'm sure you could. You know what? You have nice hair. I could probably look.
Well, I can meet your needs.
What time is the bus coming, Steve?
Well, Chris.
What is it?
Chris,
how do I
Chris
how
can,
do I get down there? The I-15 to the 220.
Chris can meet 8 inches of needs, is to be more specific.
God.
Hey, Gus,
Yes, my dear.
you know Godless is going to break out that beaver on Monday.
Oh yeah, wait. Notice that she had to come in on the DC account because she can't get in on our primary account because she has me blocked.
Oh yeah, notice that.
It's because that's the link that Latrell sent me.
Don't
you
let her
fucking
wind you.
cunt!
Don't
Shut up, or I will block you forever.
Oh.
Godless, I think your hair's blown back now.
Yeah, like Molly, now you are fully initiated into the great debate.
Molly,
Congratulations.
About
Molly.
ready to have a fucking stroke.
Molly,
Yes, dear.
Molly, there are people in the hangout that are worth it, and people in the hangout that aren't. Okay. Godless suffers from a fucking problem called perpetual boredom, and so she's always looking to start shit. Toujours à l'attaque. Okay. Always trying to start shit. So don't let her get at you. Don't give her any information that she can use against you. Don't pay her no mind when she gives you shit. If she's mad at you, you're doing good. Trust me. Okay?
You're absolutely right.
And don't go beyond that because it's
She's
tragic,
bored.
really. It's tragic, really. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe we should take up a collection and get her an Xbox or something. Like, or a.
Shut up.
I don't think she'd be entertained by that.
Or, I don't know. Get her something that she can, like, I don't know. Get her a congressman she can lash or something. I don't know. There's something, but
I think Godless Girl would like a game like Grand Theft Auto where she could just wreak havoc everywhere she goes.
Oh yes, of course she would.
I
Throw
don't
people
think-
out of cars.
I don't think so. Godless.
I detest video games and television.
Yeah.
you what? So what about video games and television?
She detests them.
Oh.
Why you detest them?
Okay, well we'll get you one of those. We'll get you one of those human torso-shaped punching bags, and you can just beat the hell out of that for a while.
I don't understand how like people can be entertained by this story about watching a story about fictional characters that don't exist. Who gives a fucking shit?
That's right. Not
Who
when
gives
there
a
are-
fuck?
That's right. Not when there are real Muslimas to throw socks at their feet.
So
There's
Godless, you
real
don't-
human beings to scream at. Why? in
Well,
God's name
Godless,
would
you
wanna
do
watch
realize to other people you are a show. You are a show in of it yourself, basically.
Gus, I went ahead and grabbed the screen cap of the infamous Godless Girl foot from a hangout before,
I'm not looking at
especially for
that.
you.
I'm not looking at
I think it's right up your alley, probably.
I'm not looking at that.
Facilitate the makeup, sex, cam fucking.
I want to see it. I want to see that shit.
I'm not looking at that.
Post a link to that.
Chris has been
private-
hitting on me recently.
It's in the live
yeah.
chat.
Yeah,
Chris hits on everybody.
Listen, you should go with Chris, man. Chris has got a dick the size of a fucking
It is
Saturn V
not.
rocket.
You're overhyping it.
He's the
Gus.
president of the Big Cock Club. They only let him out because he sneaks over the wall. He uses his trick to help him climb over it.
It is
Does
the
a
length
javelin.
of a regular hot dog.
A pole vault.
That's all I will say.
They ask him if it's the foot. They ask him if it's the foot long, and he says not by half. He says.
God damn it, Gus. Stop
You're like
overhyping my
Rapunzel,
dick.
Chris.
That's right, Rapunzel, let down your long flowing dork.
It's like a tiny nugget when
It's a little tough though when those knights in shining armor climb up the side of your tower on your dick, right? That'd be like easy on the fucking chainmail, boys.
What is it about non-fictional characters that makes them more interesting, Godless?
Well, she can interact directly with them. You see.
It's just because it's real. Why would I care about something that's not real?
Well,
But you chose. You make it unreal.
Like how? Like look at Hangouts. You can't fucking pay for this much entertainment.
So
well, see, those are right, but I don't really understand. Like, if someone manufactured a hangout and it looked just like a hangout, but everything was scripted, you think you would dislike it?
Yeah.
You know what I want to
That's retarded.
do?
No.
I want to send a selection of godless.
No. Hold on. This is
No,
not
she's
okay.
trolling right now. She's obviously trolling.
That can't be godless. Don't be dishonest.
Well, one of the things about Hangouts is that I like is that I know the people. Like, I don't want to go watch a funny Hangout. Like, I don't want to go watch a funny Flat Earth Hangout of people I don't know.
Actually, I take it back. She might be serious.
I'm just saying, what if they concocted an elaborate plan, right, amongst themselves to conduct a hangout a certain way, right, and manufacture a bunch of conflict that wasn't actually there, and you didn't know about it? You would find it entertaining.
Yeah, can you imagine someone doing that? I just can't imagine it. Godless, can
No, I
you?
want to send the people who made Google Hangouts a selection of Godless's videos and chats, along with her saying things like, "You can't pay for this entertainment," and then just
I
send
like to go back and watch myself.
put a little note on the bottom saying, "Thank you, Hangouts. Thank you so much." The microwave is backing up. Use the mute key.
Oh, it's much more pleasant than the conure.
Yeah, I'll just mute you.
Okay, good. Yeah. At least it's not like the bird.
Damn it, I muted her and then you muted her, Gus, so she was unmuted.
Listen, you fucking leave this shit to the authorities, okay, Spider-Man? Fuck's sake.
No, you're Spider-Man. Like, for friggin' like half a year you had Spider-Man as your friggin' image. Now you have like something from Warframe.
Leave it to the authorities,
Warframe
Blackula.
I'm not Blackula. That's a daywalk.
I mean, godless, can't you just ask the same question? Like, why would you care about something that's real as opposed to something that's fictional?
Well, I don't. It's not. Maybe it's not just because it's fictional. I don't like reality television shows either.
Wait, what?
Don't you think it's just? Well, you're just explaining a psychological fact, right? You're just saying your psychology is set up a certain way, because you're not saying that there's something intrinsically more interesting about reality than something fictional, right?
I don't know. I would rather watch a reality show because it's real than fiction, but I don't know why.
Okay, good.
What's a reality show? I don't even know. I don't know
They
what you
put,
mean.
like-
Reality.
They put people on a show together, like they'll have them all live in a house together and fight with each other and just record the drama.
Doesn't that shit seem scripted though? Don't you think that
Oh,
most
I'm
of that's
sure a
probably
lot
like
of
fake?
it is faked or like set up by the producers.
Elena,
Yes.
don't think sorry's easily said. And don't try turning tables instead. You've taken lots of chances before. I'm not going to give any more. Sun in your eyes makes all the lies worth believing. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Knowing me, knowing you. Okay, good.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So may I ask how
No.
Nadia is doing, or what's going on when I missed it?
She's having a lark. She's off on a... Tom?
She's gone?
She's off on a lark. She's having a lark.
Oh, good.
Good.
If it is what she needed,
somewhere off
then
in the sun, strumming
fantastic.
a ukulele, going, "Our street in the middle of our house. Our street."
I just can't see her singing that.
No, she'd
No.
probably be more a Pink Floyd girl. Eh? Does anybody here remember Vera Lynn? No. I can't be funny all the time. It's not my responsibility. Buddyface, are you sure Rand Campbell bought Von Helton a golden microphone and sent it to him?
Yeah, that's what he said specifically.
There's no justice in the world, I tell you. Thieves get rich and saints get shot, and God don't answer prayers a lot.
Vaughn got a golden microphone.
Yeah, he did.
Good.
He gets a lot of swag in the mail, doesn't he?
Yeah. Where'd Godless go?
Oh, shit. My bestie left.
How much you want to bet now she's gonna block my Prime account? How much you want to bet? Can't win for losing with these people.
Don't know.
Oh well.
Okay, good.
Well, that would be rather...
Beckel. Beckel's here.
Beckel.
Hey, Beckel.
Didn't your buddy having a hang out there, Beckel? What happened? Did he end it so early?
What's going on?
Oh, I thought your buddy was having a hangout. He said he was going to go have a hangout. Oh, he ended it.
G-Man?
Oh, yeah, the G. The big G.
Oh.
Or is he the little G? I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like he's already done with it. So, I don't know.
I guess he'd be the little G, wouldn't he?
What you guys do?
I don't know. G-Man still can't figure out what an atheist is. I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard. I'm not an atheist. I don't get it. Why is G? You think a guy that understands theology a little bit would realize when somebody tells them they're not an atheist, they're probably not an atheist. I don't know why it's complicated.
You're agnostic?
Yeah, you know that.
I think you told me that before, but I wasn't sure if you might have changed your position or not. So.
Not that I'm aware. I mean, there are other things that go along with that. I mean, but you know, I do tell people I'm an apatheist only because when I get online, I don't want to deal with the God, not God, atheist, theist crap. I just want to talk about the issues and the science, and it doesn't matter whether you're atheist or a theist, the science is not going to change. It doesn't mean two different things to different people. It is the science. It is the way it is.
Well, on a different topic, I had a question. Has anybody heard from Nadia? She's
still... okay. I've heard from her. She's physically okay. She's taking some time, regrouping, reflecting on things, stuff like that. She's physically okay.
That's good to hear. Yeah, people trying to spread wacky rumors already, saying that she was dead.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, and that's why I was clearing, getting the firsthand what's going on, and then found out that was.
That's good to hear. Still got a chance to turn, to convert, turn to Christ. It's not too late.
I think that would take way more reflection than could he ever do.
Well, with God, all things are possible.
But you're a Calvinist, so he's already decided. So
yeah,
I don't understand. It's very confusing to me. I got to tell you, Beckel, I don't understand why Calvinists evangelize. That was the first question I ever asked you.
Oh, what? And and you mean to tell me no Calvinist has ever given you an answer to that question?
Well, I think what you said, if I can remember, I was really scared when it was like you were like the second Christian I'd ever talked to. But I think what you said was because I'm supposed to. It's in the Bible that I should.
Yeah, it's that simple. But we don't do it just for that reason. We do it because we're loved by God as well. So it's if somebody does something great for you in your life, you want to do something in return because you want to show your appreciation. But with God, it's both. It's both doing it because we appreciate what He's done for us, and also because we're commanded. And the command is not a grievous thing to do. It's something we actually take pleasure in. We love talking about God. We love preaching the gospel.
But it's kind of like Sisyphus, right? I mean, you realize that you are not going to have any causal influence one way or the other.
Ultimately, no. Man's choosing of Christ is not contingent upon anything. Ultimately, not contingent upon anything that man does or that comes from man. It's ultimately God's work doing. The issue is that we don't know who God's elect are and who the reprobates are. So this is why we're commanded to go preach to every gospel, every creature. So yeah, that's why we preach the gospel, because only God knows who the elect are.
But you can't, right? But he won't take it.
And even if
it's not in the plan that he takes away his decisions, right?
Well, even if I did know who the elect were and who weren't, that still wouldn't take away. That wouldn't take away the command for me to preach the gospel, even to those who I might know for sure are not going to be saved. So there's still that command there.
Right. It seems odd to me. It just seems very strange to me because it means that you're
because man is always trying to put himself in a position of God. They're trying to take authority that's not theirs. I mean, the Armenians asked the same question you just asked. If Calvinism is true, why preach the gospel? It's real simple, because we don't know who the elect are, and because God said so. So it's not for us to know who's going to end up being saved or not. That's not our prerogative. If Calvinists, I would presume that they're, well, you got the hyper Calvinists, which is heretical. I mean, some of them will tell you that they don't need to preach the gospel to every human being because some are actual reprobates. But that's ridiculous, because how would they know who's an actual reprobate or not?
Well, but even if you would never know, or even if you do know, your evangelizing has no causal effect. So the reason you're doing it, so it's odd that there's a God who wants you to be doing that. It's almost sort of like
speaking hypothetically,
dance for me, clown kind of a thing,
Well, you're speaking hypothetically. If that were the case, you're saying if it were the case that we were to know who the elect are and who the reprobates are.
Even if you don't know, you're preaching knowing that there's absolutely no causal effect to your preaching.
No, not at all.
It's impossible for there to be a causal effect. You can have no causal effect.
That's not our. But again, like I said, it's not our prerogative to know who is. Our goal is not to bring conversion. It's God that does the conversion.
She's not saying that. She's saying though, Veckel, she's saying that no matter what you do, there's nothing that's going to change anything. So therefore, whatever you're doing to preach is in vain.
Stop.
Calvinists
you're not listening. No, you're not listening.
Well, wait.
It doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking for results in our ministry or our preaching. Okay, we're doing what we're simply commanded to do. That is where the true success is. So it's not about preaching out there not knowing who's going to get saved, because for all we know, I could be preaching the ear off of a God-hating atheist, while at the same time another person who's listening, who's never said a word, could be eavesdropping, and the message could be actually for them instead.
My point is that if I understand Calvinism correctly, the decision is made ahead of time who is saved and who isn't. So nothing that any human being does, be it the reprobate or the person who thinks that he's undergone a conversion, none of that is actually doing anything causally, because that person is elect or not, period, forever.
Well, if you're looking at it temporally, yes, that may be the case. But there's nothing that God does that's arbitrary. So he has a purpose and a reason that's justified.
But it doesn't affect their salvation either way. It's already been predetermined. So anything
it doesn't affect my salvation as the preacher.
No. The people that you're talking to, Veckel, it doesn't matter what you tell them. It's already been determined. So you can say to them, you can go up to them and start reciting them the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, and it will have no difference on their salvation as if you preach the gospel. That's what Helen is trying to say.
Right. That's what I'm wondering, if that's really, if I've got the understanding correct. Like, if somebody never converts, if they're elect, period.
If they're elect, yeah, they will eventually come to know faith, come to know Christ, right? And if they're not the elect, then they will die in that state.
So there's no reason to evangelize anybody because it makes no difference.
No, it's ridiculous.
Then you're not understanding what we're doing at all.
No, I don't think you're understanding my position, though. Which is what you're doing is a straw man of our position. Again.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Let me ask it this way.
No, wait, listen.
Okay.
The object is not to bring conversion on the part of the human. Okay.
We understand that.
Matthew 28 is Jesus clearly saying that we ought to preach the gospel and make disciples. So there's a difference between a person becoming a convert and a disciple. Okay, the discipling comes after the conversion. So if I'm out there preaching the gospel, right, that person converting to Christ upon hearing my words, that's not me doing that. That's God. But it is my responsibility to make sure that that person is discipled if I'm not doing that myself.
Let me ask this question. It'll help me.
Yeah.
Suppose there's someone who is elect, but they don't know, and they go their whole life not believing in Christ, and they die never having believed. Aren't they still elect?
No, they would not be the elect.
So they have to have the belief kind of kicks it on or something?
No, the Bible says that that people prior to their conversion to Christ were dead. So it's the Holy Spirit that quickens them, that quickens their spirit, so that they come to know and believe in the truth of Jesus Christ. So if a person, it's a contradiction to say that the elect will die in a non-salvific state. In other words, that the elect will never die in the state of unbelief.
So
Otherwise, they wouldn't be the elect.
You have person A and person B. Okay, it doesn't matter whether elect or not. This really makes no difference. Either way, whether elect or not.
And you're speaking from a human standpoint.
Well, no, it's logic. It's basically a logical argument.
Oh,
if you have two,
but it all depends on from what perspective we're looking at. Go ahead.
If you have two people that are predetermined what's going to happen to them,
okay,
predetermined,
okay,
then anything you say to them is not going to
no idea. Right, we have no idea whether or not one of them is the elect, right? In this scenario,
we can assume they're both non-elect, or we can both assume that they are elect. It makes really no difference what their thing is.
Actually, it does.
There's no causal effect that you're going to have on them.
Actually, it does. Let's say that they're both non-elect, okay? And I'm out there preaching the gospel, and I have no knowledge of whether or not they're actually the elect or not, okay? It doesn't matter if I preach the gospel to them and they get saved. My job is done.
But if they're not elect, they can't get saved.
Right, if they're non-elect, right.
So it doesn't matter if you preach to them or not, they can't be saved.
Okay, but you're saying that it's in vain, and it's not in vain.
Because nothing you do is an effect.
Okay, but you
Philip
didn't... No, Steve, you're not listening. I'm
saying that I think you're incorrect, but...
No, Steve, you're not listening. Steve, you're not listening. First of all, I backed it up by saying that there's nothing that God commands us to do that is arbitrary. There's always a purpose for everything that he does or commands or decrees. Okay, it's not just,
yes.
You know what, I don't want to do it. Yeah, let's do this. No. There's always a purpose. So even if I'm preaching the gospel 24/7 to the same person and they die in a state of disbelief, it's not arbitrary. It wasn't in vain. My work was not in vain. It's for people, other people that are hearing the message. Okay, God has another way of bringing, what's the word I'm looking for? To making my, what you would deem vain preaching efficacious in and of itself.
Okay.
But that's me speaking as a human being. I can't prove everything in a spiritual sense because, there are things that God sees, obviously, that I don't see. So it's never in vain.
Well, if it's a predetermined, it's in vain. But if the elect has to come to believe, that's already been predetermined anyways, whether they hear anything or not.
It may be that the elect has to come to believe through Veckel, for example, doing the work he's supposed to do.
Say it again.
But that would not make sense because again, if you already predetermined something, it doesn't matter what you have causality-wise, because the end result has to be.
Predetermine something?
It has to be.
No. If I predetermine something, that means it's going to come to pass. And therefore, everything that I set around it, okay, is going to come to pass as well. It's going to work with that one thing that I have ordained before the beginning of time. So therefore, my mission is accomplished. It's not in vain. You're looking at it from a human standpoint. You're saying that me preaching the gospel to somebody who I don't even know is the elect is in vain. But it's not. It's,
all I hear, Becca, is literally you're saying you're wrong, and you're throwing this stuff out there, but you have not addressed the reasons.
Yes, I have.
I'm wrong. If they are predetermined, what you tell them does not matter.
Steve, if
what does Philip say?
Let me ask you again. If God is,
I want to hear Philip. I was to say if I can. Philip says that he'll have made a mistake.
Steve, let me ask you. If God is omniscient and omnipotent, and He decrees all things since the beginning of the world, including that this one person's going to hear the gospel but not get saved by this one, through the preaching of this one person. And if it doesn't come to pass, was all that effort to put that in place in vain?
If it doesn't come to pass, God would be a liar, right?
No. We're not talking about what He's revealed. We're talking about what He's decreed.
If it's supposed to come to pass that you're supposed to preach to them, right?
No,
that'd be preordained.
No. We're not talking about what He's revealing and what He's telling you. I'm talking about what He decrees, what He sets up. If I set up
that you can.
Okay, pretend I'm God, right? And before I create the universe, I have a bazillion different events, no matter how trivial some of them may seem to a lot of people, planned out. One of those events is for me to send person A to go preach the gospel to person B. But person B, no matter how many times he hears the gospel, is not going to get saved. Now,
okay, and
if I have it planned for to happen, let's say on Tuesday the 3rd, 1989, and it doesn't come to pass, is all my efforts in vain?
Yes, everything you've done is in vain because.
Okay, great. Right.
You asked me a question, Beckel, and 4 times now you've stopped me in the middle of explaining the answer.
Well, because I wanted to finish. I wanted to take it step by step without you trying to straw man the position.
I have not straw manned anything so far. I've listened to every word you said.
Well, you misunderstood then. Okay.
That might be.
I think I understand.
I think I do too.
But all I'm saying is that there's nothing in vain ultimately if God has already ordained that certain thing to occur. Okay.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that God has ordained it to be, therefore it's not in vain because you're carrying out God's will, correct?
Right. If it's in God's will, then it's not.
I do understand what you're saying, Beckel, but it doesn't matter to the person's salvation. Nobody's going to be changed their salvation because of you, because it's been preordained.
Here's how it could matter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Suppose that what God preordained, just as an example, was that Veckel would need to talk to a particular person to get them to come to believe. Otherwise, that person, not otherwise, but that was the means by which the person could be elected for salvation that God had put into place, was that Veckel was going to need to talk to them. So then Veckel needs to continue to do his work so that God's plan will be carried out.
And that would be fine. That would be very true if Veckel had an option. But Veckel has no option. So no matter what he does, he's following exactly what he needs to do. There is no other outcome.
Well, that's a different issue.
But that's where I'm going with this. I understand what Veckel's saying very well. But because he has no other option to do what he's doing, right? It's already been predetermined.
It gives him a reason to evangelize, right? Because
it gives him a reason to evangelize, but that wasn't the thing. The thing was what he evangelizing makes no difference. He's carrying out God's will. It's ordained, whatever.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. The problem is I don't know ultimately if my evangelism was in vain for this one individual or not, because again, you're looking at it from a temporal standpoint. Okay, just because I'm going, let's say, every day to the hospital to preach the gospel to somebody who's sick and they're on their way to die, okay, and they still want nothing to do with Christ, that doesn't mean that my preaching or my ministry in and of itself is in vain. Okay, it might be accomplishing to bring someone else who's eavesdropping to Christ, which we've heard many testimonies of. You know, there's been many cases where somebody's been preaching the gospel to one person, while in the same time the other person who's hearing the message but not being addressed is the one that ends up becoming a converted to Christ. So even the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah is nicknamed by many theologians the weeping prophet. The reason why he's nicknamed that is because he spent a lot of years doing what God commanded him to do, and he saw not a single one convert. However, none of his work was in vain, because what he was preaching came to pass. It came to fruition.
All right, Philip, do you want to add on to this, Philip? You've been waiting.
Sure. So, I mean, I think Helena sort of caught it later on, right? But there's sort of a problem in saying that because X was predetermined, right? That there's not some sort of like call like that for some, because it's predetermined, right? That somehow means that that the cause or whatever wasn't relevant in it, right? Because it's like Helena sort of said, right? Beckel, you know, I mean, despite some of the questionable things about divine command theory, right? He's gonna, I mean, I imagine he'd want to say something like, well, if God wanted X to believe that God exists or whatever, right? He might preordain that Beckel, you know, preach to him or whatever, and that'll cause him to believe in God or something, right?
For cause X to happen, you have to have A, B, and C, and then for every A, B, and C, you have to have a cause predetermined for those things, right, Philip?
Right, and so the idea is that, yes, and so the idea is that we wouldn't say that just because it was preordained, right, that you didn't need for Beckel to say, you know, be there to cause that person to believe in God, right? We would still say that Beckel was well, maybe not necessary, but was a necessary causal instrument, right, in causing that person to believe, right? Because, well, there's sort of two things that are being conflated here, right? One is that it seems like a sort of consequence argument is being invoked, which is to say that if some proposition P is true, and that entails Q, right, then the person doesn't have any power over Q, right? That's the type of thing that people like Peter Van Inwagen want to use against compatibilists who, you know, who want to say that we can have free will if things are determined, right? And the other thing is that you don't want to conflate things like predeterminism with fatalism, right? Because fatalism is saying that there's some event X is going to happen regardless of any event beforehand or afterward, if you think that backwards causation makes any sense. Right, so on fatalism, right, you could have all the contingent propositions beforehand or afterhand be different, right? They're just saying that that particular event is going to happen at that time, right? But on predeterminism, right, they're saying, assuming a non-necessitarian view, right, they're saying that given how maybe like the laws are, and in Beckel's case, you know, whatever God intended, they're going to say that, you know, this had to happen, right? But that's not to say that, you know, well, if Beckel's not a necessitarian, he thinks things could be otherwise, but it's not to say that given all those causal laws and God's intention, right, that things could have happened differently.
So break it down, because I mean, Helena caught her thing, and I caught it as well, and she's absolutely right.
So you see what I was saying?
Oh yeah, no, I said what you were saying. I mean, but when it comes to the actual, you know, it's one of those which way you're looking at it, like Beckel said. But the reality is, if you are predetermined, the preaching itself, whether it be a causal link to it, which is a requirement to have that causation occur, you can look at it that way. You say, okay, well, this is a causal mechanism, but it's really not a required mechanism because it's already been predetermined. It can be no other way. That's my argument. It can be no other way. If it could be other way, then yes, you have a huge.
That would be, I think, ultimately the Calvinist position, because we believe that God, through His sovereignty, could bring anyone to Christ through any means He desires. It could be either through the very strong intellectual argument with a brilliant mind, or it could be something as simple as talking to a 5-year-old. I mean, we know and believe that that's the power of God.
What would happen if you found out you weren't elect and you were actually damned? Would you be upset?
It wouldn't matter.
Wouldn't it matter?
No.
Why not?
If I'm one of the elect, then if I'm not one of the elect, then all I'll be doing for eternity is cursing God.
And that wouldn't bother you?
Of course it'll bother me, but
That's what I'm asking.
not that much, because I'd be in hell. I'd be too busy cursing them out.
Well, but okay, I'm just saying that it would bother you, right? I mean, so.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm a believer now. Is because I don't want to.
But whether you believe it or not, you don't know. You just said.
No, I do know. The Bible offers assurance.
You cannot know who the elect is. You said you don't know.
I didn't say I didn't know. I said I didn't know who the elect are. I didn't say that.
Oh, you know yourself.
I can know. We can know if we ourselves are elect, but I don't know if you're one of the elect, or if another brother sitting next to me is one of the elect.
So if everybody says they're elect, how many people have you ever met that said they know they're not elect?
Say it again. How many
people have you ever met that say, you know what, I'm a Calvinist and I know I'm not elect?
That they know I'm not elect?
No, that they know that they're not elect.
Oh, every Calvinist I know will affirm the same position I'm saying now. That they know that they are elect.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying for other people you can't tell.
Well, what we don't know, what we don't claim, is that one of you guys that are not believing in Christ are the elect. For all we know, you could very well be. You just haven't been quickened by the Spirit yet.
I want to find a person that actually says they know they're not elect. That God told them they're not elect. Why is it God only telling certain people they're elect? If everybody who's supposed to be Calvinist, they're all elect.
Wait. Hold on. You're mixing things. Again, let me say, the Bible in no way, shape, or form gives Christians the ability to know who the elect are.
No. To themselves. Every Christian you said that you asked you found a Christian that said they're not elect.
The Bible does give assurance, though, that you can know for yourself that you're.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying this is fine. You know for yourself. Have you ever met a Christian that said they didn't know for themselves? They actually, they did know, but they knew they were not elect. Has that ever happened?
I have a.
No, I haven't. At least not that I can remember. No.
I have a question. Okay, so we're agreed. You can't know for other people whether if they're elect. You can't know if they're not elect. You simply their status. You can't know for other people.
Right, because this is why. Yeah.
But for yourself, you're saying you can know that you are elect. So in the case that you are elect, it is possible for you to know. It's also possible that you wouldn't know, right? It's possible that you can be elect and not yet realize it. And yet at some point later in life, then you would know.
Right, you can be, right. I do think that's right, that you can be a non-believer, but still be the elect, but just haven't been converted yet.
Or even a believer and unsure, and then later come to be sure.
Well, that's the case too, yeah.
Okay, well, what about if you're not elect? Can you come to correctly know that you're not elect?
You probably won't even consider it at all, my thing, if you're not one of the elect. You won't really know that you're elect until after conversion, until after God reveals it to you.
So it would be unknown, unless if you're not elect, then you can never know that you're not elect. If you are elect,
do you believe that you're one of the elect?
Me?
Yeah, you.
How do I answer that? I mean, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no but that's again without acknowledging that there's really such a thing as the elect.
Well, that's my point. You just proved my point. My point is that the elect won't know that they're elect until it's been revealed to them.
Okay, so if you believed, but what if you believed there was such a thing as the elect? Is it possible for you to recognize? So let's do this. When you and I are in hell, because just using your example before, what if it turns out, or not, excuse me, Steve's example, if it turns out that you're not elect?
Okay.
Just hang on a sec.
Hawkeye's gonna walk the dog.
I gotta go walk mine soon.
Hey, Veckel.
Yeah.
I was
Sure.
oh, hey, Veckel. Nice to
No,
meet you.
no.
I don't think I've actually talked to you before, but nice to meet you. So I was actually a Calvinist for 10 years or more, actually. My middle son's middle name is Spurgeon, actually. I drank in Tozer. My favorite book was Cost of Discipleship by Bonhoeffer. And I thought that I was elect, right? And I'm assuming that you think you're elect, right? But
Yep.
I'm a admitted atheist now, right? So either I'm still elect and I will find my faith again, right? Or I was mistaken about it. So how do you know that you are in the way that you're not mistaken in the same way that given that I was, and I believe I was mistaken about it now.
I can only offer you a subjective view because this is obviously a personal issue.
Mm-hmm.
Just in the same way that you would be when you were once a professing Calvinist.
Right.
So the only thing I can tell you is that that's the same thing as asking me why I believe the Bible, why I believe God exists, Jesus rose from the grave, all this other stuff. I would have to give you a whole list of different reasons why I've come to that position of
Well,
how I want to be elected.
And if you were to talk to me from, well, now it's over 15 years ago. If you had talked to me back then, I would actually tell you that that if I knew then that I no longer believe now, that Bert would tell you that he must not believe then, right? Like he must not truly believe. But I had no clue at the time. Like there was a point, I think I was doing like 10 Bible studies a week.
Right.
I was giving sermons. I was all in. And actually my friends were stunned. My friends were like, and actually even I have precept friends now, they're precepts now, they weren't at the time, but they still to this day go, yeah, I don't like, it still doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how you weren't, because for 10 years it was pretty much, I ate, drank, and breathed it.
That wouldn't surprise me that much. I mean, and the prophecy that we see in Thessalonians is a lot of people that before the revealing of the son of perdition, there'll be a falling away first. So we actually do see that occurring in many different ways. And one of the ways,
but it's not really a falling away though, right? Like for a Calvinist,
actually it is falling away from the faith system, but not from in a salvific sense.
Right, they couldn't have been saved, right? I couldn't have been born again, right? So it's not really a falling away.
Right, but I would also say too, I mean, falling away, because Paul talks about it in Galatians as well. And falling away, well, we have to understand what we mean by falling away. Are we talking about losing salvation, or a confession of faith being denied, or something like that? I take it that it means confession of faith being rejected and repudiated by the individual, but I don't think that has any bearing on the ontological aspect of their salvific status.
How could I have known, right? Like, so for instance, I was leading others to Christ. I was actually I was going to art school at the time, and I actually told my illustration teacher was concerned about my portfolio, and I told him I wasn't there to study art. I was actually there to win students to Christ. Like, I believe that had been my calling. So it was not that I was neglecting my studies, but they weren't my top priority the way that he wanted them to be. And I had tons of people, even today, there's people who believe that I brought through Bible study, brought them into the church, and they came to faith, right? But I myself had, I went to a Bible study in the dorm my freshman year, which is how I came to believe. And my life changed radically on a dime, like overnight. Everybody noticed there. It was like, wow, you're a different person. I stopped cursing right away. And you have to understand, I cursed like a sailor. So there was new joy in me, and I was out witnessing to people and sharing with them what I'd gone through, and also I actually had a crushing experience. Like, I felt a huge weight lifted, right? And that's what I think my friends don't understand, that, right? Like, how did that happen, right? So if I had all of those things happen, and then turns out that I'm not, but for 10 years with my wife and myself going, through everything together, how is it that both of us actually ended up not believing, and how would we have known that? So
Yeah.
I guess I'm curious because you claim to know it, right?
Well, again, you're speaking from a subjective standpoint here, so I can't look at your life and say that you were never truly saved. I can only question it, especially if
But you'd say
you.
but you'd say that you're speaking from a subjective standpoint for yourself.
Yeah, but
Like you don't object.
but
Do
when
you
I say
objectively?
that, but when I say that though, that's not to convince you. It's not to persuade you into believing.
Right. Sure.
I'm just simply sharing with you my personal experience and my personal conviction. Now, when I'm looking at you, when I'm on the outside of your life and looking, at, and you're sharing me your experience, the only thing I can conclude is one or two things: either you were never truly saved to begin with, or you're just in a heavily backslidden state, and you'll one day be brought back to the faith. Those are the only logical conclusions that I, as a finite creature, can adhere to. But other than that, only God really knows for sure if you're one of His. Just as 1 Peter chapter, I forget the chapter.
Sure. I guess my point is my question for you is, how do you know that you're not going to suffer the same thing, or how do you you believe by faith that it's not going to happen, but you don't know that it's not going to happen. You don't know that that this couldn't happen to you, do you?
I'm fully convinced that I will never stop believing the existence of God. I'm utterly confident of that. I cannot prove that to you, but I'm utterly confident that I will always know that God exists. I will always know that God exists. And I wasn't always a Christian either. I mean, I was a theist. I've been to this church, that church, and stuff like that. I've heard of Jesus, I've heard of God, but never had a relationship with Him until about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, it wasn't that I was really searching out for Him. He just, hit me hard with a certain verse that actually brought me absolute terror.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't through the preaching of somebody else. Nobody was preaching hell and fire and brimstone and all this stuff to me. And I'm sharing with you a personal experience with me. By myself, just minding my own business. Wasn't watching any Bible movies or listening to scripture or anything like that. Just simply in my house, cleaning up, washing dishes, getting ready to play a video game, and then next thing you know, halfway across the room, I just get overwhelmed by this. I would attribute it to the Holy Spirit. Just absolute terror that just overwhelmed me and caused me to fall on the floor. And the words "Jesus is Lord" just burst out of my mouth. That's my personal experience. I know other people who have had similar experiences, and still to this day they're fully devout believers of Christ. Doesn't mean that we're going to have some faith is a roller coaster. Sometimes you'll come across atheists that come up with some really strong or seemingly strong objections. But we do have some responsibility on the Christian side to search these things out as well. And this is why I often quote Isaiah 37 and 38 with King Hezekiah.
So you had said that nobody was preaching to you at the time, and then you fell down and you said Jesus is Lord. Do you know of any stories of people who hadn't actually heard of Jesus who fell down and said Jesus is Lord?
No, I don't know of any.
Would you expect to have that happen? If they have the type of you have that type of revelation, would you expect that someone who hadn't even known that Jesus is Lord would have that experience?
I can't help but to wonder if there is someone out there, or maybe a small group of people that actually had that experience. But I don't know of any, to be honest with you. But I because I believe in the sovereignty of God, I believe that He has the authority to bring anyone to Christ through any means He wants. So even if they've never heard the gospel, He can deliver Himself or send an angel, or maybe if He really wanted to, He could just save them at their deathbed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. God, with just like Jesus says in two of the Gospels, He says with God, nothing is impossible. So that's simply the way I look at it.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Hogtie. You'd stepped away. I don't know if you're still there.
No, that was good timing. And actually, I do. I have to go take care of something here. So, and I think you picked up where I was going with it in sort of with a nice approach too. Maybe let me make this one observation. Well, first, I'm disappointed because there's a couple of people in here I don't get to see very often. Bert and Veckel. I see you guys in other things, and it's always looking for a chat. And I will say, I think your testimony, if I can call it that, and Veckel's testimony, his description of his personal experiences, I think these are really helpful discussions that, you know, we don't want the whole quote-unquote great debate to sort of hinge on that, but we need more of this. We need more just like explain you to me, right? That's the kind of thing I want to hear more of.
I'm gonna be picking up the welcome to my bubble, and actually Veckel and Hogtie, I'd both like to have you guys as guests at some point. That'd be awesome.
Oh well, you and Veckel are two people I've each promised. So we got to do a hangout. Got to do a hangout, and then I don't show. But we'll work out something because I really want to do that. I think that things like this really humanize some of the people in the discussion, and I find it very helpful. I will say I want to say to Veckel, just listening to your description, which I do find moving, although not compelling, I guess. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Convincing is the word. I do like hearing that. I like to come to understand why you believe as you do, and why you believe it with the depth and passion you do. And at the same time, I really appreciate Bert's story. The more that, I mean, I haven't talked with him about it directly, but the more I learn about it from a distance, the more I'm just fascinated by these processes. So I want to suggest to you, Veckel, that although I'm going to guess you know this already, you answered Bert's question or responded to his testimony in I think a very honest way, with sort of what it's like for you, given your knowledge about your state, what it's like listening to his story. And I want you to recognize that as the third person listening to the two of them, my problem is I can't tell the difference. Right? Like I hear you guys both have these powerful experiences. You come to know with certainty that you're elect and the Lord has a place for you and has a plan for you. And then after a time, one of you falls away and the other doesn't. It's, I have to go, so maybe you can put this into words better than I can at the moment, but do you want to mean what it's like when you're a non-believer and then you listen and you go, like when I listen to what you say, I've had really good conversations with Arcane and I understand the sincerity of it, but by the same time, I hear other people that have told exactly the same story, but then now say, oh, but I now recognize that to be something that's not true. And it's really easy for me then, as the third person in that conversation, having not had that experience, by the way, to then say, oh, well, people do eventually grow out of it. And that's not meant to diminish the sincerity of your testimony, but just to maybe help you come to realize why, when you tell me the things you do about my role in the universe and what you wish for me, that when I say, I don't get it, it's in part because of your sincere testimony sitting side by side Bert Poole's sincere testimony.
Yeah, Bert and I, we're both speaking subjectively. He's talking about his and you have to excuse me, but my position is that there's no such thing as deconversion. You're either truly saved or you never were in the first place. So you excuse me if I use the term so-called deconversion. We're both speaking subjectively here. We're both talking about our own personal experiences here. Okay. Now, Bert, you haven't shared with us your deconversion story. Maybe one day you will. But I guarantee it that everything that's going to come out your mouth when you share that is going to be nothing but subjective. We can only talk from your own personal experience and not from an actual. I guess that would lead us to the discussion about whether or not God actually does exist. But I mean, that would veer off into another completely different conversation then. But
hey, but just so you know, just real quick, and then I'll say my goodnight with this. Sorry, Joe, just real quick, and then I'll say my goodnight with this. Just so you know, Veckel, I appreciate everything you just said about being subjective and stuff. Just so you know that because I've got this accusation from other believers that when I listen to your story, your testimony, and I empathize and I sort of get the depths of that passion for those beliefs, and then when I don't adopt it, there's nothing insincere on my part. That when I listen to you, it's not that I don't believe what you're saying. It's that it has to resonate with me in tune with these other testimonies that I hear. So when I ask you to sort of express these things and then I don't convert, please don't read into it, dishonesty in inquiry, if I may. Hopefully that was clear. If not, whatever. We'll talk one other time. I have to go, and by the way, folks, I may be gone for a couple of months. No bad news is actually good news, but my appearance in Hangouts may be quite spotty for the next while. So good to bump into you guys, and I'm sure we'll chat at some point. Sorry,
Okay,
Joe.
good night.
Sorry,
Good
Joe,
night.
for standing on you there. See you guys.
All right.
Good night, Hog Tie.
Night, hard time.
Well, in fact, you've never
Yes, yeah.
expressed that anybody was hurting your feelings when they listen to you carefully and aren't moved enough to be converted or anything. I've never gotten that vibe from you, ever. You don't ever do. Have I been mistaken?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Do you feel bad when atheists listen to your story sympathetically, but it doesn't convince them?
No. I'm actually.
Yeah, I never got the feeling that you did. Yeah.
Yeah, because I totally trust God. And like I said, everything that God does and ordains is never arbitrary. It always has a purpose for it, even if I don't see the results that I'm expecting or that I would like.
Right.
Still an ultimate purpose behind anything and everything that God declares or decrees. So if a person, me just talking to you right now, I don't expect to see a conversion tonight.
Sure.
But one of the things is that, number one, I take great pleasure in talking about God with non-believers, and also there's been many cases where some people who are watching have heard something that the Lord can use to soften their heart. G-Man has shared some stories where people have come to him in private about saying, "Hey, I saw you in Nadia's Hangout, and I like what you were saying, and I like to keep talking to you." That's happened with me. That's happened with several other people. These people come to us in private, not fully understanding what's going on about the Bible and God's existence and all that, but something that we've said clicked in them, and they want to get more answers.
Yeah, well, in live chat, we've got somebody who's saying, I think I'll look into Calvinism. It seems interesting.
Well, to me, Calvinism, though it's not an essential to the faith, it makes the most logical sense.
Beckel, are you saying you save people from G Plus Hangouts?
No, humans don't save people. God
Molly,
does.
are you there? Molly,
you
you got people
successfully
who need to be
evangelized to
broadcasted.
people.
I evangelized. Yeah, you just came in, so I evangelize to people because I'm commanded to, but also I take great pleasure in it as well. So it's not in vain.
So
Well, couldn't the argument be... Okay, you finish, Tom.
Yeah, just to follow up real quick, Chris. So what are you saying when you say that people have come to you afterwards? I mean, G-Man said that about Hannah, right? But Hannah was just trying to direct him towards some sort of sanity, right? I mean, it's just that. What are you really saying when you say people have approached us outside of Hangouts?
Well, like I said, I'm not saying.
And when you say that you've never, saved anyone.
Yeah, well, you're mentioning two things. Number one, when people come to us in private after hearing a discussion that we have here in these Hangouts, I'm not saying that a conversion occurs immediately after that. They're like, "Oh, Veckel, I heard what you said. I'm a Christian now." No, God can work that way. However, I've personally never had that type of experience. It's usually what most Christians would assert to be a starting process of the person on their way to becoming a fully devout believer in Christ. They're asking questions. They're constantly contacting us in private. They're saying, "Yeah, I didn't like what this atheist had to say, but can you give an answer for this question because they raised up this good point," so on and so forth.
Yeah, but that's subjective.
Well.
Yeah, but you don't have to be a Christian to do that.
Yeah, I think we all get that, Veckel. I think all the time people are asking us questions.
Now, to answer your second question about humans saving people, you're right. Like I now say it again, humans don't save anyone, another human being, salvifically. We do what we're told to preach the gospel, And then this goes back to the conversation about the elect. If the person is the elect, they will respond to the word, they'll respond to the message, and they'll be converted.
Yeah, but an atheist is just as likely
If they're not the elect,
say,
they'll respond to the word and they won't be converted.
an atheist is just as likely to bring someone to Christianity.
How do you convert?
I got a video for that. As a matter of fact, you want to see?
Rebecca, but how do you convert if you're already predecided to be one or the other? If I'm non-elect, I don't convert and become elect. I'm already elected from day one.
No. Yeah, you're misunderstanding what it means.
What's the conversion when you mean that?
The conversion is changing. Your conversion is going from one state to the next. Yeah, you don't. If you're already the elect, that doesn't change. Okay, it just means that at some point in your life you will eventually convert.
But what does the conversion mean? What are you converting from what to what?
Conversion means that you're the Christian understanding of conversion means that you're turning your life over to Christ. So you're now looking at the things that you saw in your life as okay or disgusting, and now that you're converted, you're like you have the mind of Christ, now you have the mind of God. Now you look at those same things in the opposite manner. So now the things that you glorified and saw and said was okay to do, you're now in agreement with God, saying that those things are not good to do, so on and so forth.
Wouldn't it be illogical to say that you can't deconvert then? If you can convert, clearly you can deconvert then by those criteria.
No, it's because you're a new creation, right? Like the idea is that you're born a new creation. So how can a new creation be unborn, right?
Okay, so you're actually it's a physical transformation as well.
Spiritual transformation.
No, it's also
Beckle, does God choose who's the elect and who is not the elect through some ordered fashion?
No,
he just randomly picks.
I think it's just before he created the universe, he just had a set out number of souls that he is going to bring to his son.
But that doesn't.
He doesn't stick his head into the tube of time, look into the future, and see who's going to choose his son. He just already has a set number prior to him creating the universe of those who he's going to redeem.
Do you believe that number is the number that would, or not necessarily the number, but the manner of all creation is for maximal glory for God? Or do you think that it is truly that it's arbitrary, or how is the number or the path of this whole the path of this whole thing? You have this whole saga playing out, right? How is that path determined? Is it for maximal glory, or is it just arbitrary? Or if God preordained it, what was?
I would say since there's nothing above God that God Himself is subjected to, it is ultimately for His glory.
No, but I mean, is it for maximal glory, or what is the degree of So, for instance,
what do you mean?
Well, for instance, not everybody's being saved, right? It's a certain amount. So how is that number determined, or why is that number what it is and not more?
I'm not sure I'm following you, but I guess I'm not really sure I'm following.
Let me see if I can do this with Matt. Bert. I like trying my hands at these things. I'm not that good at these arguments. Are you saying in order to maximize the greatest amount of glory to God, there has to be a number to be able to do that? They're either too high, it's going to have an effect on. It's too low, it's not going to be maximal. So what is that? Why is it that number that produces the maximum amount of greatness to Him?
I don't think I agree with the formation of that question.
Sure.
Because it almost sounds like that would be putting God in a position where He was obligated to achieve something in order to. I mean, if He's going to give His word, then He's going to keep it, and He won't break it. Nothing will ever be able to undo that thing that He's decreed, because He is the master. He is the Alpha and Omega, so He's the one that sets these things in order.
But actually, let me try one more try here. So God's a purposive agent, right? Like God is maximally purposive. Like he would have an intent behind everything, right? He doesn't do anything by accident, right?
That's right.
Right. So, but would his let's say only one individual had been saved by Christ, and that actually nobody else ended up believing,
Okay.
or let's say that everyone but one was saved. Would either of those make more sense to you? That only one was saved, or that all were saved? Would either one of those be more likely to you, according to God's nature?
There are a lot of things that God does that doesn't make sense to me as a finite human being. Doesn't mean that it's wrong or it's illogical.
Would you expect it to be more likely that God would save all but one, or only one?
Well, what did you say? 0 to infinity?
I'm saying God's sovereignty can do whatever He wants. So if He decided to save only one person, He would still be just in doing so.
So you don't have any means of predicting what God would do. You could see it either. You could see it either way. And
the only way I can be able to predict it would be in the same way that the prophets would be able to make the predictions that they were able to do, is by revelation from God. God had to tell them what He was going to do, and then therefore the prophet passed on the message. It wasn't like, prophets are not like these monks who, have their eyes rolled up in the back of the head and then say, I got a word from God. No, it's God simply passing on what He's going to do to the prophets.
But what you've said to this point is that God chooses each individual. Like it's an act of grace by God that you were saved, and that somebody else was saved, and that other people were not.
Right,
is by God's sovereign grace, right?
Yeah, I'm careful with that, because I don't want to make it look like God is just sticking His head in our three-dimensional realm and then saying, I'm going to save this person, that person, that person. Nope, not going to save that.
It's a plan. It's a full thing that from His initial creation,
right, and
it's rolling out.
Not contingent upon their actions or their nationality, their location, or whatever. It's just simply a set number of people in elect. And again, I'm speaking, I don't, in this case here, when I'm talking about of how He goes about performing the election, this is not verified in Scripture. I'm just kind of inference based off what we do see in Scripture.
Let me see if I can just finish. Let me see if I can like make my point clear. So, God before all creation it is already set what it will happen, right? He for all eternity has known, and his will is carried out perfectly, right? But his action would be in accordance with His nature, right? Like it would be fully what one would expect from God, that God's nature would play out through this act, and that He would be glorified manifestly by this act, right? So God acts to save, but we've observed that He's only saved some, right? He hasn't saved all, and He hasn't saved. There's actually been a lot of people who have perished, right? We don't know what the final total will be, but I guess to me it makes me curious. Why some and why not others, or why not all? But why not all? Right? Why not save all? And there's this notion in Calvinism that you have to have the juxtaposition, right, of those that are damned and those that are damned also are to God's glory, right? You believe that?
Wait, say that last part again. Those who are damned.
Even those who are damned, even those who are not saved, are to God's glory, right? That like all of it, the entire thing is to God's glory, right? So they are the great juxtaposition against the elect, right? That you can't have the elect if you don't have some that don't meet the standard, right?
Well, you can't use that term elect, right? If there are some that are not in that category, right?
Right. So why is it
in that category? Right.
Why isn't his act of salvation fully effective? Why doesn't it fully actualize? Why doesn't He choose to save all?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, again, if God is sovereign and He is omnipotent, that means He has the ability to do anything that's within His nature or His decree. So when He chooses, when you have people not being saved, that's not God failing to do something that He had decreed before.
Right. That's my point.
That's just Him.
So why doesn't He save them, Beckel? If He can do anything that, like you said, why? Okay, why is it again the interval between one and anything but one, rather than like 0 and all of them?
Well, the question is, if God is the ultimate arbiter of morality and justice, what reason would He have to save everyone?
Well, I don't think that's the question, though.
But that's where it leads to.
my point with the one and all but one.
He's
my
not.
point
Wait,
with
wait. See, he's not.
Hang on. I want to know why
He's not.
you go one and
No,
all
see,
but one rather
if
than all.
if he saved
Okay.
everyone, then we wouldn't know what grace is.
Let me just explain to Steve what my point was with the one but or all but one. My point with that was to draw a distinction between. So if we believe God is benevolent, I would tend to think that He would save all but
At
one,
least one.
and not just one, right?
Mhm.
But when you draw that line, you go, which would be more? Which one would you predict more, or which one would you more?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
I'm saying, but why isn't it chooses not to save any or choose to save them all?
He has to save one because his act has to be effective, right? Like he is glorifying himself through this act to.
Okay, so the glorification is at least.
He wants to communicate a certain a message to finite human beings.
Okay, so the glorification
yes,
has
to
to be
something that we can understand and embrace. Yeah.
Okay, so I understand your interval now. Thank you. So the question now becomes, though, if that's the interval, how do you arbitrarily choose between that interval, or God does? How did He pick that number between the interval to get the maximum amount of glory to Him, or maximum amount of what you call the greatness to Him?
To glorify Himself.
To glorify.
Yeah.
Why do you think
Who says it's arbitrary?
Well, God's arbitrary. God's picking the number.
No, that's my very point, Vekel. I'm agreeing with you. It's not arbitrary, right? Like it would be entirely God's purpose.
Even Steve is trying to assert that it is arbitrary.
Well, no. God's picking the number, making it non-arbitrary. God's picking the number, but he's still picking the number for a reason, right?
He didn't save all. He didn't even save most, right? So why not? Why that number?
It may seem arbitrary to us, but He has a reason for it.
Right.
You don't really think that Vekel knows why, right?
No, I'm mainly.
I can honestly tell you right now that I don't know why God chose me to believe in His Son. People ask me, why do you believe? Sometimes I start the conversation by saying, I don't know.
We infer, Helena, my point was that we infer other things, like or like Christians will infer intelligent design or God's nature from creation, right? And so in theory, you should be able to infer God's nature from the number of saved, right? And so does the number that are saved or elect, does that comport with what we would expect from God's nature? And if the number is less than half, is that what we'd expect from God, right? Like it's mainly trying to draw out what the inference would be from God's nature, what we would expect and whether we see that or not. And if we don't see it, why don't we see that?
Again, I'm not sure I'm following your line of questioning regarding the numbers.
I totally understand what you're saying now.
And by the way, this has nothing to do with how I actually stopped believing. And on my Hangouts, the Welcome to My Bubble, I've actually recounted several times my thing if you're ever curious. And I'm always willing to talk about it. But I think the flood actually was what fell apart for me first, and then Adam and Eve. And then when I didn't believe, I didn't believe in a figurative Adam and Eve. That didn't make sense to me. So if Christ was going to have a singular act, then I had to see a singular act of sin where man was truly death was brought into the world, right? Like I believed that was the proper understanding of the Christian narrative, was that death came into the world through Adam and Eve's actions. But when
the blame's mostly Adam.
Eventually. Right. Yeah. Sure. But my point is that I don't take a figurative like old Earth. I couldn't see the old Earth as a tenable position, because if I believed Christ's act was real, I have a problem with people who take like the first 11 chapters of Genesis, for instance, as being figurative or something. I don't know how you draw that arbitrary line as like, okay, this stuff is the stuff that obviously is not literal. But this other stuff, this other stuff afterward, yeah, that's.
Give me an example. What are you referring to regarding the first few chapters?
Well, for instance, like the fall. Like I don't believe in the literal fall of man, like Adam and Eve in the garden. That sin entered the garden, or that
you never believed in it, or you don't believe in it now. I mean, if you don't,
I didn't.
That's understandable.
No. In fact, I'm saying that I did believe that, and then when I had a crisis of faith, I couldn't back down from that position. I couldn't go like, all right, well, I'll just drop back to this like old Earth figurative understanding.
Is it really hard to believe that there were actually two human beings on this Earth?
Yeah.
Where, I mean, I don't see how that. I mean, even from an evolutionist standpoint, I don't see why that would be so crazy.
It's not the two human beings. It's the talking snake and the The whole
Okay, all right, now we're
God,
talking.
God
The
tempting you with the
flood, yeah,
tree.
Right. Yeah,
No. For me, for me, it is the two individuals because once I became originally it was the flood,
that's
right?
the most plausible for me.
Yeah, I
so
agree with Helen right there. When you say things like the talking serpent, or even let's jump to Numbers where you got the talking donkey, or even things.
Well, that's my point, right? Like eventually you have to believe that a man was in a fish for 3 days, right? Like, so why not believe in a talking snake in the garden, right?
Well, see, that's where now this is where we talk about this thing called faith. Okay, we accept a lot of these things based on faith. Like, for instance, I cannot prove to you that that Christ walked on water. I have no scientific means to prove that.
Right. And I'm sorry, you dropped off. I don't want to interrupt you.
Beckel?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you dropped off. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what I'm saying is that I have no scientific means to prove to you that Jesus walked on water 2,000 years ago. There's no videotape. There's no audio cassette. All we have are the writings that are given to us in the Gospels, and we believe like that on faith. So, and I don't have a problem with that personally.
And I didn't either. And I didn't either. Actually, I believed that stuff by faith, and I believed that Christ rose from the dead by faith. I didn't have any. I don't have any proof that I can show to somebody. But except, hold on. Wait, let me just finish this point. The problem for me with the flood and with the Genesis account is actually there are things that actually need to comport. We find in order for those things to be the case. So, for instance, if I find that there are no ordering of fossils in such a way that I would expect a flood to have left bodies impacted in the dirt, and instead I find, like, for instance, I don't find any. All
right. Well, you're getting into an area that I'm not educated enough to discuss.
Sure.
Because we often this is where the conversation segues from this to evolution and all this.
Just think conceptually.
Wait. Let me just finish my point. Because I wasn't actually going to challenge you, Veckel, on it. I'm more telling you.
No, that's fine. I was just going to share. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to tell you how so what happened was eventually those things that I needed to expect to find some amount of evidence, and it could have even been a very small amount, but I didn't find anything that comported with it. And that actually led to 6 months of real struggle. And actually, I came to the point where I was afraid to go down it because I was actually worried that I was going to put my soul in jeopardy, that I was actually playing with hell at that point, that I was playing with my faith in a way that I was really worried about it. And I actually took a week to even decide whether I was going to ask these questions and continue down this path, or if I was just going to take it by faith and not look into it. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to leave it alone. So I went ahead and looked into it. And that was actually how I walked away. And it was over probably about a 6-month period, and I had stomach aches. I couldn't sleep at night. My wife started getting concerned about my health. It was not people think that I wanted to leave Christianity, but I had no desire to do that. Like, my life was fine. Like, I didn't have any secret sin I was hiding that I wanted to have access to something that I didn't have access to or whatever. Actually, my life changed very little afterward in terms of my relationships and whatnot. So anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Bert, I'm an agnostic, Bert, right? And everything you say, I agree with, right? I don't believe in the flood. I don't believe in Noah's Ark. I think that's all. Forget about it. I don't. Zero. Now, Veckel, because you know that, would I be considered an atheist toward your belief system, or an atheist altogether, according to you?
I don't think there's any real neutrality in this issue. You're either a agnostic, which I don't consider to be a neutral position, or you're a theist. I don't think there's anything in between those two things. If you can't be. And again, then this is where the discussion about definition of terms come in. You know, about whether or not you're an atheist or agnostic atheist or whatever, blah, 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 all this other terms that everybody's making up these days. I personally.
Oh, you broke up again.
Okay.
Yeah, is he dropping out, or is it me?
Yeah, it's. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you said.
I think it might be my computer, because you guys were kind of dropping out too. So for me,
nobody else has dropped out for me.
You said something. You said something like, "Here's the thing," and then you dropped out.
Yeah, we're like waiting.
Yeah. All right. Well, according to, and I know you guys heard this before, but sorry, this is what we hold to as the truth. Romans chapter 1 clearly points out that everyone on the face of the earth has a knowledge of the existence of God. Now, doesn't talk about whether or not that God is of Christ or another deity of some sort, but it says that all people have the knowledge that God exists. Okay, man, I lost my point. I was going to say something else.
Well, yeah, we get that, but we're talking about beliefs, right? Our beliefs. We don't, even if that was correct, if you ask me what my belief is my own, period. I mean, as a free agent, I have my own belief system, right? My own doxastic things that I think that may be true, not necessarily are true, because then it'd be knowledge. But if you ask me, because you do accept things like Noah's Ark, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So if I think that's absolutely not possible, right? For whatever reason, not to get into science, but saying, you know what, not ever going to happen. You still don't think I'm an atheist at that point, right? Because according to Romans,
I think
atheist.
Right. Okay. I think just a person who just doesn't understand or believe certain accounts in the Bible.
Would you be okay if I say I'm atheistic toward like your God? For example, I am agnostic, right? Because I can't be atheist. I'm not. According to you, I can't be atheist, and according to even me, I'm not an atheist. But if I say I am atheistic because I don't believe that the God you believe in exists, is it okay for us to say that we're atheistic toward your God? It's a word. I mean, it's a real word. It's very.
I was saying you're agnostic. I mean, I don't think there's any way that you can actually affirm that the Christian God is.
Oh, I do know. You know, I would say I have knowledge that the God that did like Noah's Ark does not exist. It's a contradiction. That God cannot exist to me.
And how would you be able to explain?
Well, that would go down the route you don't want to go. I mean, but I'm just saying, if you ask, could I have epistemological knowledge that deity does not exist? Yes, because I don't believe in contradictions. There's too many things that I can go into that would present contradictions and etymological problems and other logistic problems and the whole 9 yards. Why is Bert laughing at me? What am I doing wrong here, Bert? Don't laugh at me. I don't like when you laugh.
I would have to disagree on that. I don't believe that you can actually come to that conclusion and be able to validate it. You can only speak subjectively from that position because, again, we're talking about evidence. Bert's sharing his personal beliefs on why he became a so-called deconvert. But the problem is that somebody else could actually be brought to Christ through those same exact arguments or means that brought you out of the faith. And we have seen that. As a matter of fact, somebody mentioned earlier about an atheist bringing somebody else to Christ. Well, we have an example of something similar to that right here on YouTube, where it was actually a Muslim who was trying to debunk Christianity, debunk the gospel to an atheist, and in the process, the atheist became a fully devout believer in Christ.
There's been tons of people that were once Christian that are now atheists. Probably tenfold as much. I can probably think of 5 or 6 off the top of my head. Bird, Isaiah,
you're speaking as a naturalist. You're speaking as a naturalist. My foundation is the Word of God. The Word of God says that those that went out from us, they went out from us, for they were not of us. For if they had remained with us, it would have been made manifest.
Okay, so if the Bible said, and I'm sorry, Bert. I'll get back. I'll let you go in a second.
That's fine.
If I say the Bible said 1 + 1 = 5, and nobody knows that reference, right?
Are you speaking hypothetically? But go ahead.
It's hypothetically, yeah. But it's a hypothetical that somebody's used. They said, even if the Bible said it's 1 + 1 = 5, I would try to figure out why the Bible's right. I would believe it and try to accept why it is so, right? That to me would be like a contradiction or something that cannot happen.
Right. If the Bible says that it is true that 1 + 1 = 5. Then you have passages such as Acts chapter 17, where we're inspired by these people called the Bereans, where we're actually not told to not just, we're following their example, to not just sit there and listen to what the pastor is saying from behind the pulpit, but to go out and search.
So that's good. So that's good. So you could actually look at. So you could actually go look at Noah's Ark, right?
But
and you learned about it and said, you know what? There's no physical possible way this would ever be possible. If that happened, would you then go, okay, this part is not true, but I still believe in one of God? Could you ever get to that state?
But now you're talking about a different issue here. You're not. We're talking about the perception of what we call evidence. Okay, we can both look at the same thing, and still come up to completely different conclusions.
See, that's what I think is. That's where I think Christians go wrong. There's not. We're not looking at the evidence and coming to different things.
Materialist world. Again,
evidence is evidence, right? The evidence is there's no. It has been disproven that Noah's Ark was not possible. Just like you can't. You haven't. Wait,
no, I'm not buying that. No.
Can you flap your arms and fly? No, it's been disproven that you can't do that.
Steve, hold on, Steve. I'm sorry, but I can't buy that argument because I got tons of people on my list who would disagree with you on that.
But none of them but it doesn't matter. They disagree. The science is against them.
Steve,
just like you can't flap your arms and fly.
Steve, stop. Steve,
I understand what you're saying, but if you can have 100 people that say I can flap my arms and fly, you won't be able to do it.
Let me finish, Steve. You're cutting me off because you know for a fact that you're never going to convince the whole world that your position is correct. Why?
That's true. 99.7%.
Now, all you have in this case is to assert that your position is correct, and the people that agree with you that their position is correct, because you're looking at the same thing that we're looking at, but you're coming up to a completely different conclusion.
That's the misunderstanding.
So the only result that's going to come out of this is you, Steve, saying I'm right and you're wrong.
No, it's
you're gonna have to give us.
You're just placing a subjective argument to it. The reality is the science demonstrates.
Wait a minute, Steve.
Because the science demonstrates that you're wrong. Period.
Steve, no. Science says that you're wrong.
Okay, really?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, show me the science.
Because I got a bunch of people that would agree with me on this position.
Okay, but now you're appealing to popularity, Veckel.
Wait a minute. What did you just say, Chris?
Depending on who these people are.
Chris, go ahead, Bert, before Bert goes out losing the gasket.
That sounds like some awful.
Getting older every day. Look at it.
You just made a.
You want me to let Bert? You want me to let Bert go?
Hey, Chris, you just committed a fallacy.
Oh, we don't have to commit.
No, Chris, you just realized what you just did? Hold on. You're saying that Steve is right because a whole bunch of people that agree with him, they say this is science. Wait, let me finish. What you're telling me is that Steve is right because Steve said a whole bunch of scientists said that the flood could not.
I have not said that.
Let me finish. Can you let me finish?
Why bother continue if you're just going to straw man?
Okay, but Steve, what you're doing? No, Steve, wait a minute. What you're telling me, Steve, you're arbitrarily telling me that the flood did not happen.
I am not arbitrarily telling you this.
Yes, well, it is arbitrary in my mind because I have other people saying the exact opposite. They're looking at the.
If the whole world told you this, they would be wrong. The science is what we go by, not people's opinion.
Did not happen, and that scientists who hold to your
worldview, I'm talking about the science,
did not happen. Then you have to understand.
The one thing you don't want to understand
that it's hard for you.
He's not grasping the difference between scientists and science.
Claim that
math proves he's wrong.
I have people on my side who say the complete opposite, and they're looking at the same thing that we're calling evidence.
No, math doesn't matter. Math tells you that you're wrong. Mathematics is universal.
Steve, that means nothing to me. When I have a whole bunch of other people, scientists,
Beckel, stop. Let Bert go.
Wait. No. I'm not going to let you get the last word on this,
I'm going to mute myself, and then you can finish.
Okay, good. Because, Steve, you're not going to win this one, okay? You can get frustrated with me and talk over me all you want. The problem is, the fact is that you have people who are far more brilliant minds than both you and I that would disagree with you on this issue. You don't like that. That's why you're talking over me and you're starting to get a little bit excited.
You just said something that's trivially true. Go ahead, Bert. Sorry.
Exactly. Go ahead, Bert.
It's trivial to you.
Wait. So
speaking doesn't matter. But go ahead.
Wait, when I first started bringing up Noah's Ark, you said, "Look, we're getting into territory that I can't speak to, right?" So
now I'm speaking.
That's why I'm not arguing from a scientific standpoint. I'm arguing from a.
I will.
Well, go ahead. I'll find somebody who you can debate on this issue, but it ain't going to be me.
Not debate.
Wait, Bert. I do apologize. Do you see what Steve is doing? Steve, do you want me to find Steve? Wait, Steve, do you want me to find?
I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll get plenty of time with you, Beckel. I'll wait. Let Bert finish his train of thought.
I'm gonna prove to you that you're primarily asking me these.
I'm going to mute until you guys finish your little thing.
Okay, go ahead and mute and let me finish my statement, Steve. If you
Bert's going next, Beckel.
No.
Let him talk for a second, Beckel. You talk.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Mute your mic.
No, we're gonna let Beckel say.
Mute your mic. I just want to say this last thing to Steve, and then Bert, you can go. Okay.
Sure.
Steve, if you want, I'll be more than happy to find you a formidable opponent to your position regarding the truth and the evidence of the worldwide flood. But it's not going to be me, because I'm just Beckel. I haven't studied this stuff out, and to be honest with you, I don't have Noah's Ark, right? The flood. I don't have the passion to look into the stuff as thoroughly as other people. So don't try to debate me and then think, oh, because I'm already admitting to you and everyone else that I'm probably the last person to have this discussion with. So if you want to pick on little Beckel and then just to demolish him and just to get a pat on your back from your atheist comrades, it's not going to happen tonight. But if you want,
Bert.
Steve, if you want, I can set it up.
Beckel, Bert, go.
Okay, so I have 2 points I want to make that kind of span in there. First is that you said that you couldn't speak to it. So if you can't speak to it, you can't make an appeal to, hey, look, I can find people who believe this position. I can find smart people who believe. No, I know you can. You're just listen to me. So I know you can find smart people who believe that position, and I can find smart people who arguably believe anything, right? Like this is the same argument you could have with a flat earther, or you could have with somebody who believes in a concave Earth, right? You go, hey, look, I've got X, Y, and Z over here who will tell you differently, right? So if you haven't looked into it, we can't really speak to it. So let's just table that for now. Exactly. But you would say that, well, that includes you also not taking a position, right? Like you're not being skeptical at all here as to what's the case. Like you haven't looked into it, right? And you're just trusting other people, and that's fine. But no, I can actually give you the reasons. Like I've actually looked into it, and I can give you substantive reasons, and we can go through it.
I can give you reasons that they'll be convincing.
Okay, so
you see the point.
I don't think you. No. So, but I didn't want to get hung up. I didn't want to get hung up on that point because
we're talking.
Hold on, Beckel,
you let him speak.
Beckel, let me just go for one more minute here, and then I'm going to shut up.
All right.
The reason why I don't find Mormonism reliable is that I have reasons to doubt Joseph Smith's account. There's no archaeological support at all, despite what Mormon archaeologists will tell you, right? Like you can go find support for Mormon archaeology. It is terrible. And Christians take a position against that all the time, right? Christians will take positions against all sorts of other people's claims, right? Based on the empirical evidence available to them,
not only,
right? So Well, they'll say like it doesn't answer for sin or doesn't answer for man's problems or things, but that's just speaking from the Christian worldview, right? Like that's begging the question. When we're trying to get to the truth of it, you can't assume the Christian position. You have to look at it objectively. And what we do is we look at whether there's credible information that backs what we would expect to find. But that needs to ring true for Christianity as well. There is no reason that I should not find evidence to comport with a flood account, right? Or with a mass migration of animals from the Middle East back out, right? I should not be able to find flightless birds in certain parts of the earth, right? Who have no evolutionary heritage that can be evidence there, right?
Okay, but see.
No. I'm talking about. Wait. I'm talking about Christians posit to me that flightless birds came about in their location after they got there, right? But they have no way to actually evidence that. There's no reason to think that, right? Or they don't have transitional forms that they're asking me for, right? And so my point is that I can bring up countless species. There is no empirical evidence to think that a migration happened post-flood with a redistribution to the earth, right? You had animals leaving two by two.
Lack of evidence mean that a certain event did not occur?
Where I should expect to find it, yes.
No.
Lack of evidence where I should expect to find it. So if you were to say to me, there are mugs downstairs in my cabinet, and I go downstairs and I don't find mugs in my cabinet, that's reason to think that there aren't mugs in my cabinet, and you're wrong, right? Evidence where I should expect to find it, I should expect to find evidence, right?
Okay. Again, like I said before, when it comes to very specific evidences that are pointed out on both sides, I'm probably the last person to have this discussion with. However, I'm speaking subjectively that I've seen things that convinces me and several others, okay? And I can speak like that because what you're doing when you try to bring up the word science, you're trying to say as if your understanding of evidence is what sets the ground.
So I didn't say science, by the way.
But that's where the conversation is going, because when we talk about evidence, we're talking about science. We're talking
I'm not going to do any hand wave. I'm not going to do any hand wave. We can actually talk about real. We can talk about real observable things.
All I'm saying is that, all right, you can call this appeal to popularity or whatever all you want. The problem is you guys have people on your side of the view that looks at these things and you say this proves that there was no worldwide flood. We got another group on the other side saying they're looking at the same thing and they're saying, oh, this proves that there was a worldwide flood. So now it's an issue about interpretation of what's being presented before us, what we can see, touch, taste, and smell. But we're both coming up with two different conclusions.
False dichotomy, though. That's not what the science says.
That's not a false dichotomy, because what you guys are, no, the reason why you're calling it a false dichotomy is because you want to be right in this position. You're trying to hijack.
Go finish his
Wait a
sentence.
minute. You're trying to hijack the definition of science. You're trying to hijack the definition of empirical evidence and all these other things, and you're automatically under this presupposition that anything that the creationist Christian brings to the table is ontologically inaccurate. And I'm saying that I haven't heard one good argument at all against the flood, against the worldwide flood. Not one.
Wait, Steve, wait, can I go? So you said that you didn't see any evidence for a worldwide flood, but you've just now, like many times admitted.
I didn't. No, don't twist my words.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got that backwards. I'm sorry. You said there's no evidence to not think that there was a worldwide flood.
What I'm saying is I haven't seen any strong arguments against it. Yeah.
Right, against it, right, sure. But you said that you're the last person on earth that anybody should talk to about that, right? So your credibility.
That's when I bring it back to faith, right?
Right, exactly, sure, okay. Now, my problem actually isn't that you take it on faith, right? If you want to say, look, I take it on faith.
Certain events.
That's right, sure, right.
Certain events. But, again.
Sure. But hold on, let me finish, Veckel. Let me finish.
I really don't want you to straw man my position, though, because you're saying.
Let's hear what Bert has to say, and then if it's a straw man, you'll have time.
No, I just said, Veckel, that it's fine for me and that's actually how I took it. I said, look, I didn't look into these things because I believe the Bible's true. Mm-hmm. Therefore, if the Bible's true, I believe if I go and look, I will find things that comport with what the Bible says. So I don't need to look, right? Like I did that, right? And I think that you're doing the same thing, that you're saying there are other people who are smarter than me that believe as I do, and they have looked, and I haven't looked, but I trust them, and I believe that the Bible, and beyond that. You believe that the Bible is the
Bert, I gotta stop you, Bert. I gotta stop you. Here's the problem with what you're saying right now. You're asserting.
You're trying to be generous to your position.
I know, but I just want to throw in a little bit of a correction here. I'm not asserting that I have this position on everything that the Bible talks about. I'm simply admitting. Well, okay, I just want to put that out.
The flood.
Because I don't want people. Actually, it doesn't matter what people think of me, but I don't want it to be put across that I'm believing in the events in the Bible because somebody else told me.
Right. You have certain things that you believe because you believe there's good grounds to believe them, right? Like that there's empirical evidence.
There's empirical historical evidence that supports a lot of the claims that the Bible.
Even there, you're admitting that empirical evidence carries weight, that it's not just enough just to have somebody tell you, look it.
Right, but it's the difference between there being evidence and then the interpretation of the evidence.
Bert, can I give you an example?
But hold on, let me just finish one thing.
Then I go next.
But Veckel, there is interpretation between there being a flat Earth or there being a round Earth, right? But we should be able to look, even if both sides are making claims, we should be able to look, and they should be able to hold up to observation and investigation, right? And we should be able to, in some cases, be able to reasonably render what is in fact the case, right?
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Going back to interpretation, if the Bible intrinsically affirms that the world.
Let's do flat Earth.
Wait. I've even had this discussion with Pillbox and Arcane as well. Sure. After listening to them, I've come to a different position. And I'm saying now that the Bible in no way, shape, or form affirms a global Earth.
You're a flat earther?
Neither does it affirm a flat Earth either. I'm
Okay,
saying
so-
that all
You're
going wrong.
you're an Earth agnostic.
A shape
So-
of the I
So,
guess.
but Beckel, do you hold a hold on?
I thank God that it's not an essential, because even if the Bible were to prove that the world was flat, I mean, that's not going to have any bearing on who Christ is and what he did.
So you believe that the Bible? So wait. So you believe that the Bible? You believe that the Bible doesn't give a position on whether there's a flat Earth or round Earth? So do you look at the empirical
It's not an
evidence?
essential. No, it's not an essential. No.
Right. So but do you have a belief about it?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that the Bible is referring to the world being global.
No. What is?
So, wait. So he just said. He just said that you believe in the globe Earth.
I believe that the Bible affirms a global Earth. Yeah, it's not an.
Okay, and do you believe that the empirical evidence backs that up?
I'm going by the images that NASA reveals over the years, and testimonies of people who have allegedly gone off the planet and onto the moon and stuff like that. I'm taking those things on faith because I've never been in one of these crafts and gone to outer space myself. And I do see a moon, I do see a sun, I see stars. So I'm assuming and I believe these things are real. That there is an outer space. There are other planets. I believe that.
Okay. First of all, I got a thing for Bert here because I emphasize what he's saying. We were just talking about Mormonism earlier, and as you know, Bert, I used to be Mormon, right? A couple of problems I have with the Mormon Church is when I don't actually, subscribe to it anymore. One of which it has to do with reparative therapy and the way they view gay marriage. I just completely appalled by what they do. But the other one was the evidence. Right, the evidence of Mesopotamia, or it's not Mesopotamia, Central America, Chichen Itza, Teotihuacan, the area in the Guatemalan region, right, for the Mayans, the Olmecs, the Toltecs. You know what I'm referring to, right? There's just no evidence of what the Book of Mormon seems to claim would have happened. If the stories of the Book of Mormon in that area had happened for the wars, we would expect to see certain things, right? There would be a expectation of something to say, okay, if this happened, we expect to see this. We're not seeing those things, right? So I had to realize that there's really very, very little evidence to support the archaeological aspect of the LDS Church, right? I mean, there's some nominal, there's some anecdotal stuff here or there, but not enough to maintain the faith. That's what a rational person would do. Even though if I wanted to believe in Mormonism, I love the people in the Mormon Church. If I was ever go back to a religion, it would be LDS, and it's but only because it's just like all the churches I've seen so far. There's something wrong with them, right? But I happen to like that particular one. But I got to realize that I don't think the stories actually happen. I don't see any evidence for them, right? But I don't think that you're approaching it that way, Beckel. I think you've already has an opinion.
I would even say because I haven't read the Bible. I mean, I haven't read the Book of Mormon. I've only read verses here and there.
I'm saying about towards the flood.
I can't argue against it. In an apologetic sense, but I just know that I know and believe that the events. I'm the reason why I reject Mormonism is not by.
I'm not talking about Mormonism. I don't know. You're misunderstanding me. I was only an example. I'm using it as an analogy.
I'm giving you my example though. Why I reject certain things.
But how about the flood?
Not always because of evidence or the lack thereof.
And there's lack thereof.
Like I can't prove to you that God exists. I can only show you inferences. I can show you what we call circumstantial evidence, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be persuaded or convinced by me displaying these things to you.
I get that, Beckel, but I've noticed something throughout the entire source of this dialectic. We're asking certain things, and you're kind of going, okay, here's question A, I'm answering B. What I'm referring to is just an analogy saying I was skeptic and I wanted to approach the situation. If I looked at this from the eyes of somebody who doesn't already believe in LDS because I got baptized when I was 17, would I be able to see archaeological evidence that they're supporting the Book of Mormon? And the obvious answer was I couldn't find it. Okay. Now, do you approach the flood and the Noah's Ark the same way? Do you say, you know what? I don't really know if this is true or not. I want to find out if it is. What evidence is to support it? What is there evidence to get it and against it?
Steve, this is the problem that you're having with.
Why is this a problem? This is how you approach those things objectively.
The problem is, Steve, and I'm going to show it to you right now. The problem is that though I am not, I I don't claim myself to be an expert in this area.
You don't
That
have to
doesn't
be.
but listen, that doesn't mean that I haven't tried to search these things out to see if these things are true. Okay. What I'm going by is what evidence that the theologians and other scientists that happen to be Christians are pointing out. Okay, and they're saying, okay, we don't have the flood here. I mean, we don't have the Noah's Ark here. However, we do see this scientific effect here. It proves that, and this fossil found over here, and this thing found over there. This proves that the flood was worldwide. Okay, even the local flooders have the same conclusion regarding the evidence. Okay, but you're doing the same thing. You're saying that there is no evidence of a worldwide flood. And how are you doing that? Because you're doing the same exact thing that I'm doing. You're not going out and looking for fossils. You're going by what other people are telling you, and other people are showing you, and you're coming to a opposite conclusion. And that's what I'm talking about, that even if you have these so-called experts who are able to, who you claim argue against the flood, whether it's worldwide or local, they're still looking at something that is tangible. Okay, they can touch, taste, feel, whatever, but they're still coming up with interpretation of what it is that they're observing. So why is it okay for the scientists, the ones who you call scientists, why is it okay for them to say that this is not evidence, but yet we have somebody else who has some, well, seemingly strong arguments looking at the same things, but you say that they're wrong? I mean,
Sure.
Okay,
I'll explain it to you.
You get to answer now.
Okay, good, cool. I'll explain to you. There's certain things in nature, right? Certain things in physics, certain things that we accept to be relationships. Okay, the law of gravity is a relationship, right? It's basically, it works whether you believe it in or not, right? The flat earth or round earth, it makes no difference. Gravity works, and that is a measurement of how much force is between two bodies of mass, depending on the distance between them, right? Based upon the radius squared. Now, when we look at things like the flood and flat earth and stuff like that, it's not a matter of opinion. It is a matter of what is scientifically possible by the laws of physics. And I might say, okay, and Joe remembers this one. We said, let's look at, and I'm not trying to get technical at all, just very, very basic. If I want to say, look, the flood says that all these animals were on the earth, and now all of a sudden we have all these species now. How do we get there? What is the means by which we get from A to B, from the species on the ark to now? There's never been a model that does that. No matter where you go, you can go to any web page you want. You're not going to find one, okay, that shows one that works. Okay, they all
Molly.
2 minutes. Oh, 2-minute warning.
What happened?
We need a new
Molly,
hang in
are
2
you
minutes,
there?
Molly.
If Molly's not there, I'll just do it.
All right.
All right.
So I'm just
I'm
going to finish up real fast.
It's about to end.
Then, yeah. So basically, if the math doesn't work, the math doesn't work. The math doesn't work. That's all you need to know, right? And so you can go learn the math. It's not that hard. It's simple math. And go, okay, the math doesn't work for this. So it's not possible. There you go.
Okay. Well, again, in order for you to use math, you still have to have some sort of means.
Don't go darns. Don't go darns.
Well, I'm not trying to. But again,
well, you're unintentionally doing it.
We're talking about interpretation of what's being presented, okay? And again, you saying that you just use math. You just use math.
You can learn math.
Again, why are you saying that the people who are claiming that this is evidence of a worldwide or local flood, why are you saying that they're not using math?
Because you go find it. I'm telling you right now, you are not finding.
I'm sorry. I haven't heard it convinced. See, here you are arguing again.
We're not going out. We're doing a very tertiary thing.
I'm sharing with you why I don't find any of you guys' arguments against the flood as compelling.
I didn't give you any. I have not given you a single argument. I'm giving you a very basic overview.
Okay. Well,
these are not arguments against it. This is telling you how it is. Then the arguments would demonstrate.
No. Can I point out something though? Can I point out? I'm sorry. It's just you told us that you are not the person to go to for arguments for the flood, and you haven't heard any arguments for the flood. So you haven't really said anything.
It doesn't matter. I can still have an opinion.
I'm not stopping you from having your opinion. I'm just pointing out that your opinion.
No, Joe, there's a difference between me having an opinion and me proposing an argument. I'm not proposing an argument. I'm just
aren't.
All right, one last question before we go off the air real quick. Vecco, if there was enough evidence
Joe, you know why I'm not aren't.
Vecco, real quick, we got to transfer over. If there was enough evidence
I'm probably the last person to have this discussion with. However, I am sharing with you a very subjective standpoint that the evidence that I see that's been presented, that's it seems to me that the case is in favor of a flood.
Okay, Veckel, though, if there was enough evidence presented against the flood, would you accept the flood didn't exist? If you had enough evidence?
If the evidence convinces me, of course I'll accept it.
Okay, that's all you know. All right, I went over.
I mean, I can't help it. If it convinces me, it convinces me, but that doesn't mean whether or not it's true. So being convinced of something, whether or not something is,
you got the link? You got the link, Veckel?
Are two different things.
Veckel, do you have the new link? Can you get to it?
Yep. I'll go to it right now. All right, just waiting to cut out.
I'm clicking on it now.